very effective anti-inflammatory agent. There's a lot more fatty acids in omega XL compared to fish oil, and that makes it very, very effective in reducing inflammation.
That's about what happened. We flew back with the team and then flew out of Charlotte back to Albany Saturday morning early. So it was cool to get back to Fonda and just be able to celebrate with everybody. That's part of our life. And
how's everybody doing?
What about Parker? How excited was he to see you?
He was really excited. So in Victory Lane, we FaceTimed Jess and Parker and the whole crew. She was racing that Utica Chrome. She had just got done. So in Victory Lane, there's a cool victory picture. I got the checkered flag, Coleman, and I got Parker and Jess on FaceTime, so they're part of the picture too. So it was cool to have them. And
we're back on YouTube.
Part of the 52 win.
Ooh. All that practice you got ahead of me is paying off.
Double header today, hell yeah, boys. Double header.
Ooh, we're warming up.
Yeah, that's a good one. Talk about St. Louis a little bit. 3 top 5s there. That must be a place that suits you.
Yeah, I like it. 2 unique ends. The tight turn 1 and 2 with a shift. 3 and 4 is kind of wide. And a lot faster. A lot of roll speed through there. It's very similar to, well, I guess it's turn 1 and 2 at Phoenix now. And New Hampshire. So 2 tracks I really like is Phoenix and New Hampshire, and St. Louis is kind of a mix of both of them. So we looked at some sim data, ran some sim there, and I think we'll have a pretty good piece again this year.
Well, we fought through
All the JRM guys crashed yesterday at Portland. That's pretty funny. I think we got rain racing today at Portland, if I'm not mistaken. I checked the weather yesterday. It said it's supposed to rain all day.
NASCAR overtime. Here we go.
Portland, Oregon.
Oh no. So who wins?
I don't know. I think we better get out of here. Let's go.
With the exception of Michael hitting the camera, I'm pretty impressed with their axe throwing skills, huh?
But who would mount a camera anywhere near where Michael Waltrip is going to throw an axe?
Oh, yeah.
We knew eventually it was not going to make it.
Absolutely. Okay, let's talk Stewart Racing for a moment. You have a personal relationship with the team. You
Yep, it's supposed to rain all day.
What have you seen out of that team this year?
Well, the thing that I see about it kind of goes back a little bit, and we heard Stewart talk about it. It's been a while since they started this.
It's supposed to rain in Florida, too. I was watching college baseball, and Oregon was playing Southeast Missouri. It was second inning, and Oregon was up 8-0. Jeez.
The engineer, John is now the crew.
There was a playoff game a few years ago where the Braves, or no, the Cardinals went up on the Braves 10-0 in the first inning.
Assemble a good group of guys. Well, they've done that. All the guys that put these trucks together, build the bodies, bolt them together, they're all really good. They have lots of experience, Cup experience, Xfinity experience.
Yeah, now that they've got that win, this group could be a group that could be very, very dangerous. You talk about his stats at St. Louis, 4 starts, 3 top 5s, and I do think he mentioned Phoenix. You think about it, the win there in 19, he finished second. If he can get to the championship 4 in Phoenix, could Stuart Friesen be the guy that's a sleeper, maybe even a contender we're not really talking that much about right
It's
now?
also raining in France. Is it raining everywhere?
In the championship, if Stewart gets
It's not
there,
raining
he
here.
certainly could be a threat. We are getting closer and closer to racing out in St. Louis. Raja Caruth, we talked about him earlier. He's making his Truck Series debut, starting 19th for the race today. We look forward to having him in the field. Jonathan Nemechek.
Got a link. Yeah, we're back on YouTube this week, y'all. That's nice.
We'll be right back.
Yeah, this game, yeah. Oh, and they had one out, too.
My A1C stayed here. It needed to be here.
Ruby's A1C is down with Rubelsis. My A1C wasn't out there. Now I'm down with Rubelsis.
Mom's A1C is down with Rubelsis.
Yeah, guys, last week the Monday before this last Monday, I got a YouTube community guidelines strike, which meant that I couldn't upload or live stream for a week. But now the week is up, and here I am. So, yeah. I streamed last week on Twitch, because I wasn't just not going to stream.
Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rubelsis with a sulfonylurea or insulin increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Need to get your A1C down?
Ask your healthcare provider about Rybelsus today.
It was 5 years ago. Yeah, YouTube got upset about a video that I posted 5 years ago. I posted this video 5.5 years ago, as a matter of fact. I play this character of this angry, raging nerd who is getting increasingly angry at this mobile game because he keeps messing up and failing. And then it gets to the point where I just end up fucking full out raging. And apparently YouTube thought that was like an act of violence or some shit. So, YouTube, this one's for you. My monetization is also currently disabled right now. Not that I can't make money from my YouTube anyway because I haven't met the criteria yet. But they're pretty much saying even if I did, I wouldn't be able to monetize my shit. So, that's fun. I streamed on Twitch 5 years ago too, yeah.
Dad, when is the future?
Oh wow. The future is what's ahead of us.
I don't get it.
Yeah. Maybe this will help. So now we're in the present. And now we're in the future.
The all-electric Chevy Bolt EUV with available Super Cruise for hands-free.
You got the booster and then 2 hours later you were in pain. None of those shots did anything to me. I was just like, okay.
Chevrolet.
You won't faze me. Unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make me drowsy.
And Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin.
So when allergies attack,
Take Allegra before your symptoms take over you. And for congestion relief, find Allegra V at your pharmacy.
I've always wanted to do that.
always wanted to do that.
Welcome back to Race Day from St. Louis. There's Zane Smith, a 3-time winner already this year. Double-duty driver running trucks and cup this weekend as well. He's going to start second.
Yeah, so no Chris Buescher this week in the cup race. He has COVID, so Chris Buescher is out for this weekend. Zane Smith will be running the cup car next week, or tomorrow.
Selections on the race picks. Who we believe could be victorious out there at the Arch in old St. Louis. Larry, you're up first. Who you thinking?
Well, when I'm not on the show, I'll watch the show. I'm going to throw the block a little.
Your mom got it too, and it's making her hurt from her brain to her leg. Jesus.
Top 5 start of the year. He will get his second win in 3 weeks.
I like this pick. Stuart
you threw the
Friesen.
block on me there.
Your Uncle Todd, too. We need to start using that on the show.
I am going Corey Heim. Got 1 win already this year at Atlanta. I love the way this kid races. He's starting on the pole, and he's going to go all the way to victory lane.
Corey Heim, always a threat when he is in the series, of course, for Kyle Busch Motorsports.
My pick to win today is Zane Smith. I think Zane Smith.
I know I
COVID is just a scheme to cover up that crash. What do you mean?
Of course, because he's been so strong in this series.
Do you think he's actually injured, but they don't want to say that? He seems pretty fine to me.
Neither of us picked the guy that's the only one that's won there before, John Hunter Nemechek.
Yeah.
He qualified up near the front, so...
Jen, also another...
This is what you call expert analysis.
Expert analysis, yes.
The one guy we should have picked.
We haven't done too great with our picks this year, but hopefully that changes today. Yeah. Okay, we're getting closer and closer to racing, so for that, we need to go out to St. Louis for pre-race ceremonies.
Please welcome the United States Naval Sea Cadets Battleship Missouri Division. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you rise and remove your hats as the United States Naval Sea Cadets Battleship Missouri Division present our nation's colors. Please remain standing as Reverend Terry Swan of Salem United Methodist Church offers today's invocation.
Will you join me in prayer? Good and gracious God, we thank you for the beauty of this day, for the blue skies and a cool breeze. We give you praise and glory. Gracious God, we ask that you put a hedge of protection around every driver today that they might cross the finish line in safety. We thank you for bringing us together in the grace of your Spirit. We thank you for those that made this race possible, for owners and sponsors and pit crews and all the workers behind the scenes that brought these races to our communities, and we give you thanks and praise. And so, God, we lift this time to you, and we ask that you bless it. In Jesus' name, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome back Jazz St. Louis creative advisors Kenyon Harold and Shedrick Miller, and singing four-time Grammy-nominated Gene Baylor.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we built,
That was beautiful. That was an absolutely beautiful anthem. Odd way to do the anthem, hell yeah, but I mean, that was amazing. You think that he's just using COVID as an excuse so he can rest up from his crash? I don't think so. I think he's fine. I mean,
showing up, saying hello, fancy nice chat.
I don't see why he would do that.
Friends about sticky buns.
He's a race car driver. He wants to race. Trust me. It's probably killing him right now that he's not in the car.
The real secret. Eye contact. Do you feel that? We just had a moment. Who'd have thought it?
Geico. Save even more when you bundle home and car insurance.
If you thought one napkin for the quarter pounder with cheese was enough, it's not enough.
What's up, Kenneth? How you doing today? You got Crafton for the trucks. You got Alfredo for the Xfinity race. That'd be cool to see Anthony Alfredo win. I got Zane Smith for the truck race. I don't know who I have for the Xfinity race yet. I think we'll have to see when we get there.
Your symptoms take over you. And for congestion relief, find Allegra D at your
The Xfinity race starts at 4:30 p.m. The truck race starts here in just a few minutes. I'm not quite sure what their plan of action is if the truck race goes long. I don't know if they're gonna, like, it is in two different, locations. I still don't think they would do two races at once, though. I think they would wait and to start that race. But I doubt that'll even be an issue.
June 24th through 26th, the Ally 400 NASCAR Cup Series race weekend brings a mix of incredible racing and live entertainment. Tickets are going fast, so visit NashvilleSuperspeedway.com today and join the full throttle fun.
Can you believe this? Doug Flutie and Frank Thomas. You guys look great. Once I turn 40,
let me guess, less energy, less drive?
Definitely. It's not your fault. It happens to every man. Testosterone levels drop as you age. It happened to you guys?
Yep.
So what did you do?
It's gonna end soon anyways.
To get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T.
Maybe they put Portland on FS2. But yeah, since they both are on the same channel, I think they would, yeah, they probably would wait to start. Tried getting Marco's Pizza, but it's $15 for pizza, but it's $3 for toppings. Fuck that. Get Domino's Pizza like I do.
By the way, she'll like it too. Get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix now. Text ROUD 2321321. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, with key ingredients to help you get back in shape fast, absolutely free. That's CROWD 2321321.
The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series heads to the Gateway of the West, a symbol of possibility. With its fiercely loyal fans and iconic landmarks, St. Louis never disappoints. The Worldwide Technology Raceway has been a staple in the series, giving us incredible racing action and unscripted drama. With the playoffs lurking, the pressure is heating up. The Truck Series is ready to roll at Gateway.
Across the Mississippi River and, of course, the Great Gateway Arch is the great city of St. Louis. And that brings us to Worldwide Technology Raceway, host of today's NASCAR race. It's the Camping World Truck Series, brought to you by Blue Emu. Good afternoon and welcome. It is an absolutely glorious day. Hope you're enjoying your weekend wherever you may be resting today. And along with Michael Waltrip and Kurt Busch, I'm Vince Welch.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to work today
Nope, truck,
at 5, but I called out because I really want to watch Portland. So they can manage without me.
You talk first-time winner, you got to mention Carson Hocevar.
Jaden!
Dominated Charlotte, was in a position to win, late caution. He wound up crashing.
I don't think Jaden's here.
Everywhere we go has speed. This is another racer that comes to mind, but I'm pulling for Matt DiBenedetto. He's going to win one of these races. It could be here today, Kurt.
Well, Kurt, you've had some laps.
I was going to be at this race, but we decided to go to New Hampshire instead.
Is this racetrack going to give us today?
Carson looks like a female. Jesus. You don't hold back, Winba.
22 years. And the way that this place is racing, though, this is the gateway to the West. This track race is a lot like Phoenix, and that's where the championship race is held. This 1.25 miles, though, is a very different type of track that you have to shift on, and then you have to adjust on the restarts. There's so much going on. There's so much newness, but these truck guys, anybody can win on a track like this.
Do you really have to shift at this track?
That this track gives you.
One of the most narrow pit roads, too, so when these guys get on pit road, it's going to maybe create some drama.
Yeah, and the place is packed. I mean, when you go to pit road, as narrow as it is, you've got to be careful getting in and out. That could be a game changer as well. Look how narrow that is, not including the pit stall. There's only room for about one truck, and there are going to be 2 or 3 trying to squeeze through there.
Yeah, it's going to be busy, but again, you have to execute in all areas.
Only one of the drivers in the field today has scored victory here at Gateway, and that is John Hunter Nemechek. So we'll keep an eye on the 4 truck of Nemechek, and of course his 2 teammates. Corey Heim, a former winner in the series already this season, he will start from the pole here today. It's about time to get this party started. Let's go trackside for the Command of Fire Engines.
And now, here to give the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome Team Toyota's most decorated U.S. winter Paralympic team athlete of all time, Oksana Masters.
Drivers, start your engine!
That's the energy. She brought that energy. When that community guideline strike hit, I thought you went to Charlotte. I wish. Honestly, I was thinking about that. I was like, well, since I can't stream on YouTube this weekend, I guess the only thing that can make up for it is just going to the race. But
We're hitting the trails.
like, I'm not going to be streaming the weekend of New Hampshire. Or I will be streaming the Xfinity race, but
not only lowers A1C,
not the Cup race.
to reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease. And Jardiance may help you lose some weight.
And me and Nick were maybe talking about going to Watkins Glen, but
Dehydration,
I don't know.
sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you
I'm gonna go get my Blizzard.
Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
A once-daily pill that goes beyond lowering A1C?
We're on it.
We're on it.
We're on it with Jardiance.
Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
Hanging that big old TV with just a little lean. You deserve a delicious Dr. Pepper.
I do?
Oh, yeah! You're not the only one. Maybe you got the kids to school.
But I was 20 minutes late.
Oh, Mama, parenting is hard. And your sweet kids are doing great.
I just passed this test that proves I'm not a bot.
Camp for less at Camping World. Right now, get a new Coleman Lantern 17B, his camping starter kit, 2 years of Good Sam Road Rescue, and a 3-year Good Sam RV warranty for just $149 a month. That's less than $5 a day. Plus, we have the best selection of camping and RV supplies, starting at just $9.99. We've got an RV for every lifestyle and a payment for every budget. Camping has never been more affordable. You always camp for less at Camping World. Click, call, or come into your local Camping World today.
Making the choice to go back to work is a big decision. But this time, I have my own job description. You know, my terms.
eBay Motors, they have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels. Let's ride!
So great to be here on this beautiful weekend in the St. Louis region. Truck racing for the 22nd time. 19 different winners, and the stage is set for someone new to add their name to that list today. And what a gorgeous day it is. A lot of fans enjoying their weekend. The Cup Stars will race here tomorrow for the first time ever. And we've got the trucks, the Camping World Truck Series, getting ready to roll. And Carson Hocevar, one of the stars, looking to break through. Hocevar swapped over and took the lead from Nemechek. Crossover for the lead, Rhodes to the bottom.
The second just sucks. It's terrible.
Hocevar going to take advantage.
Absolute heartbreak for Carson Hocevar. Again, a win that was right in front of him gets taken away.
Wow, from the driver's seat. Let's see if we can dial up Carson Hocevar and ask him how he's looking for today. Hey Carson, it's Michael Waltrip, Kurt Busch, and the boys here on Fox. Do you copy?
Yes, sir, I do.
Well, we know what happened last week. We're shifting gears literally here in St. Louis. How do you feel about today, buddy?
I mean, I feel pretty good.
You fucking weirdo.
Charlotte, I put a little close to the front, so I feel a lot better, but this is kind of a racetrack where I actually struggle a little bit, but Phil and the boys, you know, 1 year, 2019, so we're trying to replicate, you know, their good day in 2019. Hopefully I can do it first time, but honestly, I'm just having a lot of fun driving these motorsports trucks, that it's just a privilege anytime I get to drive them. And, yeah, honestly, the hats too have been making a lot of fun.
Well, that's what I love about your spirit, the way you like to charge and race a truck.
You're not crazy.
Good luck, bud.
You're talking to yourself, bud.
Hopefully, we win. If not, we'll
I talk to myself too, though.
Stating that, you know, we're going to be trying really hard.
Hocevar roll off from the 12th spot, and you see the Camping World starting lineup rolling on the bottom of the screen, and it is led by Corey Heim, first time pole winner in the Camping World Truck Series, just 19 years old. What were you guys doing in 2002?
We were racing NASCAR. Knocking down some wins at Bristol.
And started, you saw the quarter midget there, the late model. I mean, he has come up through the ranks and has already added a Truck Series victory to his resume. Jamie Little.
Well,
Certainly been an impressive season so far for the part-timer and Corey Hyman. You know, for Kyle Busch Motorsports, it has been a struggle here at Gateway the last couple of seasons. So this time around, they opted to use one of their rookie
Watch the
tests
first
with
episode
Corey
of Dancing
Hyman.
with Myself.
They brought him here 2 weeks ago, turned some laps, got a lot of information, a lot of data that they were able to share with their teammates. And not only did it pay off, he captured his first career pole yesterday, and his 2 teammates qualified in the top 6. Now we'll see if all that extra information and data pays off with a W later today. Reagan Smith.
Well, Jamie, the guy starting to the outside of Corey Heim today in the second position, Zane Smith, and what a whirlwind weekend it has been for him already. Of course, on Thursday afternoon, he gets the phone call to come drive the number 17 car for Roush Van Keselowski Racing, making his first Cup start. But today, it's all about his normal day job, driving the truck for the number 38 team. So far this weekend, he said that Cup car has helped him out a bunch in getting more experience with this racetrack and actually slowing down what happens with the truck. He said the challenges of driving that Cup car makes this truck drive easy. No matter what it's doing today, he said it's going to be driving good in his eyes. His crew chief, Chris Lawson, very happy to hear that. They feel like they got a great long-term truck. Look for them to be solid, starting up front and keep that track position all day.
Indeed, starting on the front row, and already a 3-time winner this season, leads the playoff standings. Not overwhelming to also have a Cup debut. At the same time, you're trying to get another truck win?
Kurt will tell you, no, not overwhelming at all. Just honored and privileged when he got that call from Brad Keselowski. He said it was like a dream come true. 10 years ago, he said he was collecting Brad Keselowski diecasts, and now he's driving a car for him.
As we see the Camping World track description, Kurt, you've been on track today. A lot of people describe it as a big, short track. Technically, it's not a short track, but does it drive like one?
It does, but then you have the super long straightaways at 1,900 feet, and the mile and a quarter feel. There's no other racetrack that's a mile and a quarter. So it takes you a few laps of this corner.
This
entry,
one
and
kid
one is much tighter and slower, and then
got the first golden buzzer on America's Got Talent.
And that's where
Jaded!
you kind of follow through 3 and 4, and then you attack in 1 and 2.
These guys are coming to pit road to check their tachometers for pit road speed. You can see the entry. That's something I wanted to ask you about, Kurt. You can haul the mail around that part of the racetrack to get to the timing line right there. That's a difficult task in itself if you got to make a green flag pit stop, isn't it?
Yes, so that's the orange box that they just drove by in turn 3. That's the commitment line that you have to prove if you're coming to pit road. But all of this is wide open space that you can haul the mail through and speed. And then the speed line is over towards the turn 4 side. So it's a very different and unique setup. That's not really what you find on most
extra bounty at stake today. This is the first of 3 races in the Triple Truck Challenge. Okay. And if you win one, you get $50,000 bonus. So the winner of this race today takes home an extra $50 grand. If you win 2 of these 3 races, it's $150,000. And if you win all 3, $500 grand.
It's really cool they named it after me.
Challenge?
I am challenged. I was talking about the trip. You're a wall trip. I've made a few of those wall trips.
That's great. I mean, anytime you have those incentives and it's just for the truckers and the Truck Series regulars, that's cool stuff. And everybody drives a little extra harder, and the team is all pumped up for it.
As you see our race analysis, stages a little short at the beginning, 35 and 35.
But that's the truckers, right? They've got to hustle. Their races are short, and they know they got to go. And there's points at lap 35.
Why is the green truck looking ugly? Which green truck?
70. So this is really important to make sure you're on the gas from the word go.
I see no green trucks.
And I say a ton of Cup guys are tuned in right now. A ton of
As a matter of fact, I see absolutely zero green trucks.
And the last race we had here for the trucks was at night. But these are those big stages and those big moments for the support series because of all the attention of the Cup teams being here.
John Hunter Nemechek, you ride on board with Nemechek, the only driver in the field who has won a Truck Series race here. Did that back in 2017.
And if you haven't driven a truck, that's a perfect view. I mean, it is so awesome, that visor cam, seeing exactly what these guys are dealing with. You're going to see them not only working that wheel, but shifting gears as well. And this is just
green and purple.
Right here. I love watching this. Makes me feel like I'm you, bud.
Stuart Friesen.
If it's green and purple, it's probably pretty cool.
Another beautiful truck, guys. I appreciate it. Starting a good stretch. Appreciate all the teamwork this week. And so get us another one. Thanks, buddy. Capable. Yes, sir. Agree with all that.
Well, it's been a good track for Friesen. He's been top 5 the last 3 races here, and don't be surprised if he's one of those guys you got to beat here this afternoon.
I threw those axes with him you saw in the pre-race show, and he was very confident about coming here and was thrilled that his Halmar team with their Toyota got that victory in Texas. What a great race that was for them. Back in 2000, Vince, they only had about 1 toolbox come January. They built a team, and now it's a winning team.
Ooh, this is my favorite cam. This is a bumper cam. I like it down on the splitter, and you might end up with not bringing this camera back home sometimes. Fox people really go out on a limb putting that one out there. Love it.
Average starting position of the race winner through the 21 races that we've had here at Gateway is 5th. Christian Eckes starts in that position today. The pace truck is off. Corey
all right, going green.
Qualified yesterday, starting on the outside, and Zane Smith.
Green flag is in the air. We are racing from Gateway.
Starts inside, and the green is waving, and we're racing at Gateway.
Oh, these starts are very difficult. You can't see through, and you saw almost a big pile up there back in the field. But Heim grabs the lead down into turn 1.
Yeah, nice big arc into turn 1. Is able to carry the momentum off 2, and then here we go. Like this place, there's so many options as far as where you're going to shift, what momentum run you have, and you got to just be able to find that right rhythm now getting into 3 and 4.
When you're down on the bottom bench, it's something to get really loose. These corners are very flat, so watch out for side-by-side racing. Could get exciting.
First lap led by Corey Heim.
I'll tell you, Zane was on the front row, and now he's P5. I mean, that shows you check up just a little bit on that bottom lane, and there's a freight train around the outside. That's big information that Cup guys are writing down right now.
Corey Majeski has slipped up there, and also the 4 of John Hunter Nemechek in that white Toyota.
Oh, my spoon just broke.
In the 66. Smith.
So now we need to go get an actual spoon.
Second, Zane Smith, as Kurt mentioned, has dropped back a couple of spots.
Nice move by Eckes there, down on the bottom, taking care of business. Now watch when he gets to turn 1, how difficult it would be to stay there. Well, Stewart just drives by.
Yeah, big momentum from the draft on the outside. I mean, that's how long these straightaways are. Wow.
You talked about Zane Smith struggling a little bit at the start. Watch Smith on the inside front row.
But watch behind. Smith doesn't get a great start, but you literally can't see through these trucks, Kurt. Watch the mess in the back. Whoa, I'm talking near miss.
Yeah, that was crazy. That's the initial start where the tires are at their best, and they should have good traction. It's just, again, like this place, it's so difficult. The straightaways are just perfectly straight, and it's tough to see around to the left, to the right of different racers.
KBM running 1, 2, 3. Heim, the leader. Chandler Smith runs second, and John.
Where's Jaden? I don't know. I'll text him.
Yeah, Eckes still trying to the end of it. Might have position on him now, and yes, Friesen. Well, thought Friesen was going to let him slide on through.
That was a big dive into the corner by the 98, and he's going to clear Friesen.
Yeah, he did clear him. Now you got a little bit from 23. I'll tell you, right now is what's been so impressive with Enfinger this year is that he doesn't race all that much up front in the beginning stages, but that yellow and black truck, he'll be one of those guys at the end grabbing a good finish.
The top 2 have separated themselves a little bit, with Corey Heim the leader, Chandler Smith running second. Heim, our winner at Atlanta earlier this season, just 19 years old. Chandler Smith running second, also a victory this season at Las Vegas. He also 19 years old, got a couple of teenagers out front, and John Hunter Nemechek, their teammate at KBM, is chasing them.
The crusty veteran, John Hunter Nemechek. He's on the prowl. He's 24 years old. We're calling him the crusty veteran.
That's fabulous. That's I think that was Crafton on the inside last lap. He still isn't able to make the pass.
How about Colby Howard in that 91? He's done a terrific job. We've talked about him several weeks in a row now. Seems to continue to get a little bit better. Career best qualifying effort this weekend, and started 7th.
Yeah, I talked to team owner Bill McAnally yesterday about Colby and the job he does. They love him. They love his spirit, how aggressive he is. You can see smart, too. I think he's learned a lot in the first half of this season. He just let off. He knew Crafton was better right there, and he's able just to let off, roll in behind him. Matt Crafton's a veteran. He's run here 18 times. Colby's relatively new at all this stuff, Vince. So, oh, wow.
Oh, time of Jeski with a handful.
I saw him wiggle a couple laps ago. Like, hey, maybe the truck's a little bit loose. That's a lot bit loose.
Yes. You're not going to save one much better than that.
That was pretty sweet. To grab that off turn 4 and still keep your track position.
If you're looking for the pylon on the left-hand side of the screen, some timing and scoring issues, so we can't put that up there accurately for you. So we are working on that. And in conjunction
Are you
with that,
serious?
to make sure we get the appropriate running order.
Bro, the last time we went to Gateway in the Truck Series, we had the timing and scoring issues. Are we really having that again?
But he's being heated up by his teammate Chandler Smith.
I mean, my leaderboard seems to be working fine, so...
1, 2, 3 for KBM in the early laps.
Your dad's using the TV, so you're using your tablet to watch? However you do it.
Sunday, NASCAR is back on FS1. For the first time ever, the Cup Series battles in St. Louis.
Gonna go for it.
Larson, Elliott, and Logano look to be the first to take that checkered flag. The NASCAR Cup Series, St. Louis, Sunday at 3:30 Eastern on FS1.
Searching for the best new movies? The latest action is all right here. Check Fios On Demand first for movies like this.
I came to you for a loan, and my wife needs this surgery.
You're my brother. I love you. Have I ever gotten you anything that I couldn't get you out of? No. I'm gonna get you back home, little brother.
Ambulance.
Rent or own the hottest new releases with Fios On Demand.
Performance Harley-Davidson has 2022.
Yeah, my leaderboard seems to be working just fine, so... Like, I remember last year when they had that timing and scoring issue, my leaderboard was all fucked up too, but mine seems to be working fine, so... I mean... I guess I'll just use that. If they don't get their issue. Maybe it's a Fox Sports timing and scoring issue, it's not like a NASCAR timing and scoring issue. Like, Fox Sports is having a hard time getting that data.
Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show, sponsored by Purina Pro Plan, beginning with the Masters Agility Championship, June 19th on Fox.
Domino's online carryout deal now includes our delicious oven-baked dips and twist combos for $7.99 each. So, let's play a word association game. Dips and twists,
$7.99.
8-piece wings,
$7.99.
large hand-tossed pizzas,
$7.99.
The only place to get this deal,
Domino's.
Your team is on a streak. A losing one.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. An Indeed resume gets right to work for you, so you can find that better fit fast.
Can you think of a time things didn't go as you planned?
How much time do we have?
Whenever heartburn strikes, get fast relief with Tums. It's time to love food back.
Hulu Plus Live TV, now with Disney Plus and ESPN Plus. Over 75 live channels. Unlimited DVR. Hulu Plus Live TV will never go out of style.
Get that party. Get that.
When you're smiling.
iHoppy Hour, starting at $6 at 3 p.m. Only from iHop. Download the app and join the rewards program today.
Tomorrow on FS1, for the first time, the NASCAR Cup Series heats it up here in St. Louis.
No
Larson,
competition
Elliott,
caution.
The best of the best, looking to be the first to take home that checkered flag. Coverage begins 2 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. And our man Kurt Busch.
I'll be out there jamming some gears with those guys. This place is a lot of fun so far. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out with tire wear and things like that, but we're all learning and watching today.
Still out front, the 51 of Corey Heim, and still being pursued by the 18 of Chandler Smith, with John Hunter Nemechek in tow, riding third.
Yeah, John Hunter, it seemed like he might have been the fastest truck there for a bit, but he's falling back.
Natalie Decker's watching the truck race.
Good to see Rajah getting an opportunity.
Why isn't she racing in the truck race?
Making his series debut with Spire Motorsports.
Yeah, I talked to him yesterday, Vince, and just wanted to run all the laps was his goal. But he qualified inside the top 20 running there now. As this race wears on, I would love to
No, the Cup race wouldn't have timing and scoring issues.
To the truck Rajah is able to make. Really impressive so far.
They're going to run Bristol, Richmond, and Phoenix as well. How about John Hunter Nemechek? Reagan?
Well, Vince, you mentioned he had closed up on the leaders a couple moments ago, and I'm really curious to see, as we are now 14 laps into this race, how this Ford truck...
So for the time being, since they're not, since they don't have the leaderboard up on screen, if you guys want to see the leaderboard, just look at mine. It's pretty accurate.
Just a little bit too loose with that truck. Jamie?
And Reagan, this racetrack has been a strength for Stuart Friesen in the 52. Best average finish of anybody in the field, but right now he's got his hands full. He's slipped back 4 positions already, saying it's tight entry, tight center, and snapping loose. So he'll look forward to getting that truck fixed up on the first round of stops.
Where you find the trickiest place on this racetrack? Is there one spot over another that's more challenging?
Well, I was just watching Friesen, and the way
Friesen got loose there.
Off turn 2 is almost textbook, and getting the 66 loose, and then he's there in turn 3. Right now, turn 3 is like that easy moment of, or sketchy moment of getting a little.
What's up, Boston? How you doing?
It's easy to lose track of your speed going into turn 3, but Friesen's able to make the pass, and whoa, pass for the lead.
Chandler Smith to the inside.
There they go. They got it fixed.
And this is indeed for the lead.
And it started off turn
So Chandler Smith takes the lead from Corey Heim.
Was going to be the
John Nemechek's not far back from that battle.
Down there, and you have to start it on this end of the racetrack. So it's interesting. Turn 2 is got that old school Phoenix feel where the ball wants to jump out at you and make sure that you stay in line.
This is a track that KBM, Powerbush Motorsports, struggled at last year, and Corey Heim did his rookie test here.
You're somewhat excited for Portland? I'm pretty pumped. Because we're going to see some rain racing today.
They were so good at that test, they really believed that all 3 trucks would benefit today, and I think we have seen that with a 1, 2, 3 running order right now for KBM.
Yeah, there they are. Just like you said, Vince. I'll tell you who's been a bit of a thrill ride so far. This guy, Derek Kraus, started last, didn't get to qualify. He's already inside the top 20. He's right behind Raja in that Napa number 19. Great push forward for this team.
Yeah, it's a lot of passes, on a flat track. So it shows you that you can make up time pretty quick. And what we're seeing, though, is like there's that group of the top 9 that have broken away. And it'll be interesting to see if he can work his way up into the top 10.
20 laps in. First stage, 35 laps. We've talked about the shifting that drivers will be doing.
IMSA race is going to overlap with the Xfinity race. Well, no one really cares about IMSA,
so right on board, you're going to see him shift as late as possible. Right there. Click it down into 3rd, and you can't over-rev these crate motors. And it's a quick shift back to 4th. But that inertia that you generate, that traction moving forward is tough to put down. But that push in 3rd gear, getting out of there, super important. That's why you're seeing the passes off turn 2.
I watched a lot of IMSA in 2020, but not anymore.
What's the advantage of shifting there?
You know, what's interesting, we heard some of the radio chatter, our truck gets better with the long run. I'm seeing that right now with Stuart Friesen, Kurt. He lost ground earlier. We saw 2 or 3 trucks drive by, but now that the tires have heated up and the track is changing, I think he's getting faster and faster. He'll be an interesting truck to keep an eye on because he's making some moves now.
Oh, for sure. And the big thing about shifting is just because of the size of the corners. That's the number one thing.
Out front, KBM, it's a Tundra train with Chandler Smith, Corey Heim, and John Nemechek.
They say that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step. But maybe it begins with one single start. Turn, bump, grind, pit, pass, win.
It's crazy what happens on the last lap here.
And celebration. In NASCAR, that journey starts here. I am the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. I am NASCAR.
For Toyota, racing isn't all about the numbers. Like 162 Cup wins.
Or 3 Cup Series championships.
How about those 3 Daytona 500s?
It's about the thousands of bumps and bruises. It's the millions of fans, the endless rain of confetti. It's the countless I love.
Jesus Christ.
Our
Oh my
success is a
God.
generation of memories. Here's to the next.
There are too many burgers out there,
Oh
so
my
Arby's doesn't
God,
make burgers.
dude.
But there aren't enough Wagyu burgers, so Arby's made an exception. Get wrecked, bad burgers.
I saw this video on TikTok of this girl who got cheated on by her boyfriend, so she threw his mom's ashes into a river. Jesus fucking Christ. I think that's a bit too far.
Reignited. As Nolan Arenado leads the Cardinals against the Cubs. Are you serious? It's Baseball Night in America tonight at 7 Eastern on Fox.
Camping World Truck Series racing from St. Louis on a beautiful Saturday afternoon with Michael Waltrip and Kurt.
Which apparently she got arrested for it.
Smith driving the truck he ran in and won with at Las Vegas. He is out front. Meanwhile, Haley Deegan, who finished 7th here a year ago, trying to make her way up through the field.
And she's made some great moves, Vince. She's
Your dad using the TV to watch baseball?
She's got a fast truck, and I think
Baseball's cool. What's his favorite team?
A comfortable cushion between her and our leader Chandler Smith. She's going to make it to the stage without getting lapped, and it just needs to be steady progress, right, Kurt? You got to make sure you just clip them off one at a time and don't get in too big a hurry when you start back in the back.
Yeah, you're always trying to manage passing trucks and then not losing track of where the leader is, because the leader's in that clean air.
The Mets.
Right at you. And she's been trying to work.
Who doesn't
up
love the
Austin
Mets
Wayne
besides
Side
the
in
Yankees
22. He's
and
got
the Phillies?
damage, and she's been right there on corner entry, just not able to make the pass and make it clear. And it's like, hey, let's work together. Let's get the heck out of here and start running away from the leaders.
Well, you can see that damage. That's a part of that wild start we saw back in the back. They got all bunched up and looked like he's fortunate he didn't get a radiator issue or a cooling issue, and so far so good. That can't help with their dynamics over that hood gap like that.
It's going to add a little drag. Just going to make it a little slower on the straightaway.
Yeah, less than 10 to go here in stage 1.
Definitely change it up a little bit, but yeah, you know, one thing that the statistician just brought up, if we can go back up front with Chandler Smith, he won both stages at Phoenix last fall. I'm not trying to say this place races like Phoenix, but we got a leader up front that did really good at Phoenix. So again, this is a track that has that championship type of feel to it right now, and it's because you're gathering notes for Phoenix.
Yeah, with them winning both stages and the race at Phoenix, so many of the drivers, certainly Phoenix is the race that you hear most compared to when discussing the nuances of this racetrack here. And not only does that make Chandler Smith, I got to believe, feel good about his prospects today, but it's one that you look ahead to Phoenix and the championship 4 and think, hey, we got a real shot at winning this championship.
Well, he's the man.
I saw the French Tennis Open women's final, and it was only an hour and a half, probably the fastest final you've seen.
What a talented young racer.
How long are they usually?
Anywhere. He proved that earlier this year when he drove to Victory Lane in Vegas.
3 straight top 10s, but it's been a while since he won. As Michael said, winning at Las Vegas, that was the 2nd race of the season. So definitely wanting to get back there. We've had 8 different winners this season, and
3+ hours, geez.
Certainly been a well-balanced season. I keep waiting for somebody to step out. Even though Zane Smith has won 3 times, I don't know that I would count him as the overwhelming favorite to win the championship. As you see, wow, getting split in the middle, Stuart Friesen in the 52.
He's been really persistent about this pass, Vince. We saw him trying to work the bottom on the 98. Couldn't get it done down there. But now he's able to drive around the top side, and that's a good truck when you can pull that off.
Yeah, it's interesting to see like the moves that people are making, and then the momentum on the top side. You've got to stay committed on corner entry, middle, and exit. Like right now, you're seeing them all the way up, and that helps move your right side tires into fresher asphalt, and that helps gain some grip.
And that also is going to help for competitive passes whether you're racing this afternoon in the Truck Series or tomorrow for the Cup race. You're able to move around, go up high and past guys. That's really good for the show.
Yeah, anytime you can run optimum lap times off of the normal racing line, that is...
The only thing I like about tennis is when they start to yell at the umpires.
In that gray truck, Christian Eckes, and the black
I think that shit's so funny.
66 of Ty Majeski, a couple of hungry young drivers. Eckes 21, Majeski 27. Majeski, as Mike documented at the beginning of the show, still looking for his first career win. Eckes has a victory. He won at Las Vegas a couple of years ago, but he wants desperately to establish himself as a championship contender and win again.
Strong move. for him off turn 4 there as we check out the leader, Chandler Smith, as he's running into Dean Thompson. Timmy Hill, some lap traffic he's got to deal with. These guys are just trying to hang on for 2 laps, Kurt. Let's get through this stage and stay on the lead lap, make some adjustments, and try to get back in the game.
Yeah, that 40-56 are going to race the heck out of him. And now Chandler's got to decide: are you going to push the envelope?
Dean Thompson drove deep into turn 3, trying to hold off.
Chandler don't care. He wants everybody to lap down.
Trying to get on the inside of Timmy Hill as they head toward turn 1, and Chandler Smith is going to accomplish that, pull ahead of the 2 trucks and put them both a lap down.
Now that battle needs to heat up for Dean Thompson to get around Hill. He wants to get the free pass. I don't think it's going to happen.
Final lap here in stage 1. Chandler Smith looking to secure his first stage win of the season.
All right, Chandler Smith wins stage 1.
They've led all the laps so far, and Chandler Smith is the stage 1 winner. 1 stage down and a couple to go. We're just beginning. And for the 19-year-old Chandler Smith, he hopes it stays just the way it's been rolling.
We love our house. Been here for years.
Yeah, but there's an animal in the attic. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Allergies.
When
bedtime means it's
Raphael
time to take
Nadal is not
Zysol.
playing today.
Zysol relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin, and on first dose, provides the same relief as Zyrtec in a pill nearly half the size. Be wise all, take Zysol at night.
If you could only eat one thing the rest of your life, what would it be?
Easy. Buffet.
Pretty sure that's not one thing.
Barbecue buffet.
A buffet is the complete opposite of one.
Okay, a barbecue ribs buffet with brats and barbecue chicken on the side.
And I'm on a roll. If you don't repaint every now and then, it's like the old you is still hanging around.
I'm listening to music.
So today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand, and make your home yours.
Oh,
Behr
so it's not him that's
at the Home
injured. It's
Depot.
The hot spots and pressure points on your
his
mattress could
opponent.
be why you were tossing and turning last night, leaving you tired with aches and pains. But don't buy a new mattress. Upgrade it with the premium mattress topper by Dormeo. It transforms your mattress into a luxurious sleeping surface. It's the only topper in the world with patented OctaSpring technology, providing incredible pressure point relief and advanced breathability, so you don't wake up hot. Head to Dormeo.com now for a special TV offer that's only available at Dormeo.com. That's Dormeo.com.
Think Mom's calling 911? Nope. She's switching her choice cashback category to Diner, so she earns more on our backup plan. Delivery.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
Bother the bugs. Gotcha. Not your family. Zevo is made with essential oils, which attack bugs' biological systems. It gets rid of the bugs, plus is safe for use around people and pets. Zevo, people-friendly, bug-deadly.
I love my new home. I always wanted a house with historic architecture, but it might be too Victorian.
Gosh, interesting headline on this. Pants?
Yes, I do believe they're called pants.
Pardon me.
No.
Pardon me.
At least Geico makes bundling my home and car insurance easy. I save so much. Just text me while I'm heading up.
It's a ghost.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
It's called self-care.
Bryce Harper with his DQ Flamethrower Burger and Blizzard Meal, and Tim Anderson with his DQ Bacon 2 Cheese Deluxe Burger and Blizzard Meal.
Vote spicy. Vote cheesy. Cheesy.
Try both and vote for your favorite burger and Blizzard Meal at DQ.com.
DQ. Happy tastes good.
Camping World Truck Series racing from St. Louis here on FS1. Glad to have you with us. Presented by Blue Emu. Playoff standings race. Entering this race here today with Reagan Smith and his 3 wins sitting on top. How about that cut line? Just right now it's 29 points, but still a little bit nervous if I'm Matt Crafton.
I'm looking over my shoulder. I'm looking in my rear view mirror wondering what's coming because I said earlier, Matt.
Enormous Penis. There's a song called Enormous Penis. That's disturbing.
Right now.
Yeah, and including this race, we have 5 more to go. So, I mean, there's plenty of time. If you're Tanner Gray to make up 29 points, you just got to take advantage of every opportunity you get.
Yeah, 5 races to go. And 6 points a race on him. If I do the math correctly, that's 30.
Puts him ahead by 1.
Yeah, that works perfectly.
You did that without a calculator. That was pretty good. Yeah, I like the variety of racetracks that are coming up, and that's what helps those first-time winners jump into that playoff type of situations. Again, like it's anybody's game, but you're starting to see some of the regulars that are now separating themselves. And with Chandler Smith winning the first stage of this year, that's kind of hard to believe. But the way that he operated and produced those good results last year at Phoenix, he's on the right path right now.
Yeah, heading toward pit road for the first pit stops of the day, and this is a very narrow pit road.
I mean, this is the entry point. These are very, very narrow lanes, and the boxes are not that big. Like Indianapolis is this tight, but this one is going to be tight. So let's go down to Jamie on pit road.
Well, Corey Hyman in the 51 started on pole, said he just started off too free, wants him to get tightened up so he doesn't get eaten up on the beginning of a run. So they'll do 4 tires here and an adjustment. Meanwhile, the 52, Stuart Friesen said it started to get good drive off in 3 and 4. They're going to make a track bar adjustment and 4 tires, Reagan.
John Leonardina checking the Ford truck. Needing front turn with that truck right now. Also needs rear lateral grip with that truck, so a little bit of a couple problems for that truck for him. The 18 of your leader, Chandler Smith, right now said put it on jack stands. It is that good. Initially fired off just a little bit free, but it was perfect after 10 laps.
There's the exit. You can see Chandler sneaking out there.
Yeah, he had to dodge the pit crew members, and luckily there was an opening to the outside.
Haley's having to back up. You see the black truck there. She's in a bind.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, with the dodging the pit crew members, as you mentioned, and certainly that's been a storyline with Denny Hamlin and the crew of Joey Logano last week. How difficult is it to get into your box and avoid the pit crew members of the other team?
I mean, you're in that rhythm from the racetrack, and then your pit crew's telling you that you got to get the wheels straight, do all this. There's so much going on with your checklist, and when you're on a new pit road, it's definitely congested, and it makes your mind wander. But let's dial up the 18 and check in with Chandler Smith. Hey, Chandler Smith, Kurt Busch, Michael Walsh, Vince Welsh, Fox Sports booth. You got us?
What's going on, Kurt? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm not trying to be too biased and root you on, so you got a couple other KBM trucks around you, but hey, congrats on the stage win. Tell us what you got to do to beat the other 2 right now.
To be completely honest with you, we just can't beat ourselves. I feel like we have the race-winning truck, especially right now. Our safe flight charger before we go to Tundra is really balanced. Obviously, we checked out there once I got by Corey. It was a fight in a little dirty here in 3 and 4. Couldn't really complete it. Then when he slipped up, I was able to get by and really show what we had. So really happy with everybody at KBM. They know what that Noah's on.
Naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big herd driving cocks wanted to be sucked. 18 naked cowboys wanted to be fucked. Cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch.
2 of those wins have come in the truck he is driving today. We'll see if he can keep it up.
Who doesn't love some Ram Ranch?
I'm a fancy exercise bike newbie, and I've gone from 0 to a test in like 3 days.
Everyone loves Ram Ranch.
After riding 12 miles to nowhere, I'm taking a detour. And if you don't have the right home insurance coverage, you could be working out a way to pay for this yourself.
Get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem.
Ram Ranch 6 is your favorite? Ram Ranch 500.
Warriors. Because we know
they have hundreds of them.
The pace.
There's Ram Ranch 561, which came out just yesterday.
And we're helping you get there with confidence. So skip the counter without missing a beat. Choose any car in the aisle and be the boss of you. Go national. Go like a pro.
Hi, Phil Swift here. People everywhere tell me how much they love the Flex Seal family of products. Nothing compares to the strength of original Flex Seal. Flex Seal liquid, Flex dot, Flex tape, Flex glue,
My iPad
and
died.
Flex paste. Now you can
Even though it was plugged
seal and
in,
repair.
but the outlet
And
wasn't
now,
plugged
your
into the
favorite
wall.
Flex Seal products
So,
enjoy
that
itself.
sucks.
Imagine everything you could do with the Flex Seal family of products. Available at these fine retailers.
Tommy John has been dedicated to elevating underwear for over a decade. Now, we're proud to reveal our most premium.
So that there's also a pollen in New
This
Hampshire. It seems like a
is
nightmare for
Apollo.
people with allergies.
All new.
Pollen probably everywhere.
ultra-breathable, rigorously tested for durability and enhanced with exclusive dry release tech. We've upgraded the softness and the level of comfort, so don't be surprised if your confidence is upgraded too. Experience high-end for your rear end.
No, at Ram Ranch, I went into school multiple times, and I blasted that on my Bluetooth speaker.
Anymore. Special moments back.
Shit was so funny.
Powerful relief.
And Nick would always he'd always tell me to do it, and then once I did it, he would just walk away. He'd be like, I'm no part of this. I'm no part of this. I'm like, motherfucker,
Be sure to
you are part of this.
because the ketchup that falls from the QPC just hits different.
All that matters this season is what beats under your hood. I am NASCAR.
Your team is on a streak. A losing one.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. An Indeed resume gets right to work for you, so you can find that better fit fast.
Can you think of a time things didn't go as you planned?
How much time do we have?
Domino's online carryout deal now includes our delicious oven-baked dips and twist combos for $7.99 each. So, let's play a word association game. Dips and twists,
$7.99.
8-piece wings,
$7.99.
large hand-tossed pizzas.
$7.99.
The only place to get this deal,
Domino's.
Back at Gateway, the Camping World Truck Series.
Get ready to go back green here.
See Grant Infinger restart up front. He came to pit road 7, and he took 2 tires when just about everybody else took 4, and Grant has inherited that top spot. We'll see if he can hold on to it here with this restart.
All right, green flag.
That's a pretty big gamble. I'm surprised he took the bottom, too.
Green flag is back in the air. We are back racing from Gateway.
Is underway with Infinger, and then the other truck on the inside. Chandler Smith outside. Christian Eckes took a look.
He's got a block from behind. He's gonna have to try to clear off turn 2 and won't be able to.
Yeah, I like the top in that situation there, but he took the bottom. He's going to slip into second. See how those 2 new tires hold up against 4.
I tell you, anybody that it's like blood in the water. You take 2 and everybody else got 4, and they're like, oh, I'm just gonna get rid of this guy pretty quick. But look at him, he got settled. Now he just needs to click off laps and try to run from these guys.
Well, some of the crew chiefs I talked to thought 2 would be an option throughout the course of the day today. So I'm sure a lot of eyes on this 23 truck right now trying to figure out if indeed it will be an option moving forward as you ride with John Hunter Nemechek in 4th.
It does take a few laps at flat tracks, like New Hampshire, Phoenix, Richmond, this place, St. Louis, for the tires to develop that temperature and to get the maximum grip and maximum lap time. So he'll survive for a few laps. It'll be interesting around lap 5 to see what happens.
Ben Rhodes in that 99, back there just outside the top 10. Running 11th, just ahead of Rhodes is his teammate Ty Majeski in the 66, Reagan.
Well, Vince, you guys are talking about 2 tires versus 4 tires. Take a look at the right front that came off at Ty Majeski's truck right here. We've got cords showing on this. They do anticipate this will get better as the race goes on, but this is a truck that was loose throughout the course of that run as soon as that happened, very tight. And here's the left front, something very unique right now. We've actually got chunks out of this left front, not exactly.
Oh, there goes the 17.
We got trouble on the racetrack.
Caution is out. So, oh, man, that was almost a hard hit.
He was running just inside the top 10 after that terrific.
That was almost bad.
Rajah Caruth involved in that as well.
You have to wonder if Rajah might have gotten hit from the back when he slowed down because he comes sliding past that mess.
That was almost really bad.
I'm glad that he didn't end up getting close up to Taylor Gray. I mean, wow, Rajah was a little late to the party, but we'll see. Maybe there's something to happen.
Able to drive away without any damage. 17 got hit. Yeah, Jeske dives in there.
So yeah, the 17 got spun around, and then the 7 truck spun around too. Almost got into him at a very high rate of speed, but missed him barely. That would have been scary.
Jeske was throwing it in there, and maybe this camera will help us. Oh, he just...
Oh, man.
He was coming around the high side and had to loop it, and fortunately did not draw contact from any other trucks or get into the wall.
Riding on board with Hocevar. Just keep him low. Grab a gear.
I mean, that could have ruined his day right there. I mean, if he wouldn't have navigated that successfully. Well, a tough break indeed for the 17 of Taylor Gray, Jamie.
Yeah, the 17-year-old qualified 9th, had a good run going there, and now he said it won't fire. They told him just to hold the gas down and try to hold it wide open, see if that'll just try to help restart things, but he's not having any luck. As you see, they're kind of waiting to tow him back in.
Well, tough break indeed. It's the early laps of stage 2. Raja Karut back on pit road.
Ram Ranch will always be funny to me.
Toyota, let's go places.
Want more from your vitamins? Get more with Nature's Bounty. From the first ever triple action sleep supplement to daily digestive support to more wellness solutions every day. Get more.
Why are you laughing about Raja Karut spitting?
And all this crispy bacon, Wendy's breakfast baconator might be the greatest breakfast sandwich of all time.
And that deserves a chef's kiss.
It does. Wow.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's breakfast baconator.
Christian Pulisic leads the U.S. men's national team in a battle against Uruguay. Sunday at 4:30 Eastern on Fox.
Patients, I often see them have teeth sensitivity as well as gum issues. Does it worry me? Absolutely. They are both very much hand in hand, so you should really be focusing on both, and definitely at the same time. Sensodyne sensitivity and gum gives us a dual action effect that really takes care of both our teeth sensitivity as well as our gum issues. By brushing with Sensodyne sensitivity and gum at home, it's giving you the relief that you need and the control that you need to take care of your oral health. And it creates a healthier environment. There's no question it's something that I would recommend.
Dizzy? Queasy? Out of control from nausea? Settle yourself with Dramamine, the leader in motion sickness relief. Take Dramamine, take control. And with Dramamine Ginger Chews, get great tasting, effective nausea relief.
You really can't get much for $5 these days, unless... Is that a real song?
I think she liked it. Your choice of sandwich plus all this for just $5 is worth celebrating. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Pizza Day.
It's the summer of baseball on Fox. And every Saturday night, prime time, it's Baseball Night in America. On July 19th, the Stars align in LA for the All-Star Game. Then the Reds and the Cubs take center stage in the Field of Dreams sequel. It's everything baseball all summer long on Fox.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope, we use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we do better when our clients do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
It's a busy summer stretch here in the Camping World Truck Series. In fact, we're in the midst of 8 in a row. How about that busy month of May? And, well, of course, now we're here in St. Louis, and we're going to go west out to wine country, visit Sonoma, into the dirt in Knoxville, and then over to Nashville, Tennessee. Always a good time in Nashville.
Hope we can make it all the way out there on that plane.
On that little plane we need. Kurt, do you know somebody can hook us up a little better plane?
Nah, I'd like that plane for the Midwest runs. Real soon you get a commercial flight, boys. Just take it nice and smooth out to Sonoma.
Carson Hocevar came to pit road, and his team looked at the damage on that right rear.
That's going to create a ton of side force on that truck. Might make them too loose back or too tight back there. Yeah, that was that quick hit. Just on these restarts again, single file. It's a straight front straightaway, and it just people get bottled up.
Race car drivers are looking.
Field of Dreams is happening August 11th. Yeah, it's it's not the same teams again, right? I think this year it's the Cubs and someone else.
Fans are loving the action. We got a good view of them from behind here up in the TV booth, and when they're with the green flag, they love the action.
You know what's fun about that moment though with Hocevar is you don't know it as a driver. It's up to the crew chief to really tell you what you got back there.
Here's Rajah Caruth was involved in that incident, spun around but didn't make any contact.
Sorry about that, Phyllis. Just charged hard, and then there were the trucks in there too. So. All good, man. We just found a set of tires now, so we'll just have to do some finagling. That's all.
This will be a challenge, but something that if he survives and races his way back through the field, Kurt, I think it's something very valuable for a young racer making his first.
Yeah, Cubs and Reds play on August 11th at the Field of Dreams. It's technically a Reds home game, even though it's, you know, neither's home stadium, but it's technically a Reds home game.
But hey, he's got stickers on there. Let's see what he's got here, and they could even stay out at the end of this next stage.
You know, we talked about Haley Deegan. She was making some moves through the field. There she is. She's currently up to 21st. Now on pit road for her first stop, she had some issues. She got blocked in her pit. There was either some confusion about 2 or 4, but you can see right there the one truck. You don't mind if I use your drum?
No, you're good. You're on it right now.
She's pitted there. You can see the truck ahead of her. She can't get out. And so then she backs up. Now she goes to the end of the lead lap trucks.
Yeah, you can see the jackman. He's like, I thought we were doing 2. And then the crew chief called the audible because she was blocked in. Now we're just going to put 4 on it. And so, yeah, all your track position's gone. But hey, that happens, and that's what makes it tough on these tight pit roads.
Yeah, that's a perfect example of what you talked about early in the race, how tight things get down there.
Yeah, the expectations for Haley were certainly high coming into this race after finishing 7th here a year ago. Getting ready for this restart. It'll be Chandler Smith and Grant Infinger up front. Chandler Smith, by the way, chose the outside. Is when last time around, when it was an opportunity to choose, Infinger chose the inside, and maybe we're getting an idea that the outside row is the preference. You got a radio drag in there.
Oh my God!
Safety truck.
Fucking idiots.
Somebody's going to be missing that.
I got the wedge wrench though.
Kurt, is it good that the 23 on those 2 tires ran a few laps and had a caution? Is that evil?
All right, we're going back green here.
Playing field easy for me to say for him.
I'm afraid that this helps the others that took 4 cold ones. Now they have 4 that are optimum on their temp and their grip. I think he might get chewed up and spit out on this one.
Green flag is back in the air. 18 laps to go in stage number 2.
At least he avoided getting 3 wide on the initial takeoff. Let's see what happens off turn 2.
Yeah, if he was able to get clear there, which he's not, this is where Heim and that outside draft, all of them are just going to start zooming on him. But we'll see. I mean, he was able to put his elbows out and hold position last time.
Look at Stuart Friesen sneaking into the battle for the 2nd position.
Nemechek in to go side by side with Friesen, battling for position there. That's position 4, and side by side remains Heim and Infinger for 2nd.
I tell you, it's a good battle. You know, he moved up the track a little bit, whether he was trying to do that or not.
It worked, whatever happened.
It did. It gave him the spot. He's now clear.
Infinger into 2nd. Now Friesen's going to challenge Corey Heim.
And it's the best news for Infinger. These guys now are side by side. Nemechek wants some.
Oh boy.
Friesen slipping up high, and here comes John Hunter.
Oh, there goes John Hunter. Oh boy. Caution is out. Oh, the 66 to 91 is involved. Oh man. That's a fucking mess. What a mess. What a fucking mess.
He's done.
Jesus Christ.
Pretty hard, yeah. Shake and bake.
Man, it's all this was action off of turn 1 and 2. And
Apparently 3-pointers destroyed basketball. I don't think so. I think, I saw a video of like a high school basketball game where literally every point scored was a 3-pointer. Like that, I don't like that, but like I think 3-pointers are cool.
That's a lot of damage.
Well, let's take a look at it and watch Nemechek in that white 4 come up underneath 52 of Friesen and just
trying to hold it down because Friesen slid up the track and then diamond the corner back down. John Hunter was committed to the bottom. Look at the driving some of these guys do to get by, just barely scraping by, but then other guys were hit from behind and joined this mess.
Well, Nemechek, this has not been a good track for him since he won in 2017. In fact, his last 2 races finished 25th and 22nd, and it's going to be a tough finish here today for John Hunter.
Yeah, John Hunter's got the left all the way down on that curving, and got that clean air on the nose, and too many trucks for one spot. That's a tough spot. If he would have maybe making that move earlier in the corner, then Friesen would have been on his way to chop him back down.
Yeah, unfortunate for Majeski too, because he had pitted because he had some contact with Taylor Gray in that previous incident, and that's what stuck Majeski back there in the mess, and he gets caught up in this incident with John Hunter Nemechek, so some bad luck for Majeski. On board with Nemechek.
And this is where it starts. Watch what Friesen does. He gets in the corner, slides up the hill.
John Hunter's looking at his chops. He's like, I'm going to go in here. Too much curve. De-wedge the track.
Just a racing incident, or did Nemechek get a little too aggressive there?
Maybe a slight bit of impatience. I mean, but when the hole opened up, he's like, I'm going to go for it. But the hole may have been just a bit too small. I don't know. That's what we call racing. Everybody's going to pass people and get to the front.
That's why we love the sport. John Hunter's not loving it so much right now, though. We're at stage 2 at Gateway.
Meet Ron. That man is always on. And he's on it with Jardiance for type 2 diabetes. His underhand sky serve, on fire. His grilling game, on point. And his A1C, Ron is on it with the once daily pill Jardiance. Jardiance not only lowers A1C, it goes beyond to reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults with type 2 diabetes and no heart disease. And Jardiance may help you lose some weight.
Jardiance may cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
A once daily pill that goes beyond lowering A1C? Audit for Jardiance. Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
This summer, Prime is the star. Bite into the new Primal Angus Thick Burger at Carl's Jr. and Hardee's. See Jurassic World Dominion in theaters June 10th.
I don't think I can do this.
You said you wanted to feel the power cricket 5G.
I thought you meant like live streaming.
Oh, we're live streaming, all right. Let's roll. Smile, you're on cricket.
You've been loaded. They have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels.
Knoxville Raceway, June 18. One night only. NASCAR trucks racing live at the most prestigious dirt track in the world. Be there when the trucks hit the dirt.
Bro, I'd love to do that so bad. Just scare the shit out of everyone in the car and
NASCAR trucks, one night only. The Clean Harbors 50 presented by Premier Chevy. Live Saturday night, June 18th. Get your tickets now at KnoxvilleRaceway.com.
And Doug.
Only 2 things are forever: love and
Liberty Mutual, customizing your car insurance. So you only pay for what you need. If anyone objects to this marriage, speak now or forever hold your peace. No, Kevin, no, not today. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Catch it tonight, baseball night in America on Fox. The 1-2 punch of Trout and Ohtani taking on Harper and the Phillies. Or maybe you'll get the Cardinals battling the Cubs. All begins tonight, 7 o'clock Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area.
You know what channel I have mine on.
Yeah,
Fox
the big Cubs. The big Cubs fan, Kurt Busch, and she's going to be pulling against you, Kurt.
That's all right. I like her hat. That is cute.
Camping World Truck Series racing here at Gateway. And
Be back soon. Gonna get hot chocolate since I haven't had it in a while. All right.
Gold star, right, Mike?
I say 100%. Innovation at its finest. How are you going to fix this? A ratchet strap will do the trick. Check this out.
This is like, why hasn't this been done before?
How are they this innovative? I've never seen this.
This is great. I hope this is able to get them up past minimum speed and they can get some points. Because the way that they went about this, like this is a game plan of repair.
Yeah, credit to crew chief Joe Shear and his group there on the 66 team for Ty Majeski.
Let's go.
That's great.
Well, on this restart, you've got Chandler Smith on the outside and Grant Enfinger still hanging in with those 2 tires. Hasn't had a lot of green flag laps, but he is coming out ahead of that.
All right, green flag back in the air. 11 laps to go in stage number 2.
He's been able to survive thus far.
Got a nice push there.
That's
Christian
Eckes.
Eckes.
Yep.
Nice job by Christian not to put him 3 wide.
2 KBM trucks on the outside, Chandler Smith, and then Corey Heim.
I'm really interested, Vince. We've run so many caution laps at this stage. Look at this move. Grant's going to try to take the lead.
Are you kidding me? Is he going to go for it? We'll see what he's on turn 4.
So the 66 and the ingenuity of the ratchet straps, we understand NASCAR has said, no, you do not. You're going to be come to pit road.
Well, that's a bummer, but I mean, this battle for the lead, this is way more intense and way more
a little contact, maybe,
than I thought we would see out of 2 tires versus 4.
And he's going to be able to get. I would hop back in line right now and just get second.
No, he's pushing. He should be pushing way harder on that side draft.
I don't like this.
That's gonna be a little sketchy here at 3 and 4.
Wow, what a race by Grant Enfinger.
He is wheeling it. And now you got to get in there. You got to side draft him, bud. You got to side
Grant Enfinger really challenging Chandler Smith here.
Side draft.
Oh, there goes Grant and Chandler. Oh, man. Jesus.
Mikey, you were holding your breath all the way down the straightaway. You saw that one coming. Yeah,
2 guys racing for the lead, and they end up crashing each other. Jesus Christ.
That wasn't a good decision there by Grant.
No, you got to sometimes push your chips in and go, all right, I got 2 tires. We're way ahead of where we were running. And now you've got huge damage. It's going to be way too much to overcome.
Look at these motherfuckers. Racing for the lead. Racing for the lead. Racing for the lead. Grant Enfinger being an idiot. Woo! Oh, man.
There was nothing Chandler Smith did wrong. He didn't try to chop him down. He gave him plenty of room. You can see Grant's just up the hill and out of control.
Well, it's got to be particularly disappointing for that 18 group, Chandler Smith and crew chief Danny Stockman. They believed they had a truck to win here today, and now he's got damage. 2 of the top 3 to win stage 1 involved in accidents here in stage 2.
Camp for less at Camping World. Right now, get a new Coleman Lantern 17B, Ice Camping Starter Kit, 2 years of Good Sam Road Rescue, and a 3-year Good Sam RV warranty for just $149 a month. That's less than $5 a day. Plus, we have the best selection of camping and RV supplies, starting at just $9.99. We've got an RV for every lifestyle and a payment for every budget. Camping has never been more affordable. You always camp for less at Camping World. Click, call.
Well, there goes Chandler Smith's race.
Today.
Beautiful day in Baltimore, where most people probably know that Geico could save them money on car insurance, right? You see, the thing is, Geico, well, could help them save on boat insurance too.
Hey,
Okay, I'm ready to come in now. Hello?
I'm trying my best.
Serious now, I'm serious. Request to come ashore.
Geico. Saving people money on more than just car insurance.
If you don't stain your deck, it's like the previous owner is still hanging around. So today, let's stain with Bear, the #1 rated stain, and make your deck yours. Bear, exclusively at the Home Depot.
Pain used to keep me from what I love most. Not anymore. Blue Emu gave me my horsepower back. It's the powerful relief my joints need.
Blue Emu. It works fast and you won't stink.
Oh, allergy sufferers. Bedtime means it's time to take Zysol. Zysol relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin, and on first dose, provides the same relief as Zyrtec in a pill nearly half the size. Be wise all, take Zysol at night.
Bryce Harper with his DQ Flamethrower Burger and Blizzard Meal, and Tim Anderson with his DQ Bacon 2-Cheese Deluxe Burger and Blizzard Meal.
Vote spicy. Vote cheesy. Vote cheesy.
Try both and vote for your favorite burger and Blizzard Meal at DQ.com.
DQ. Happy tastes good.
Ever leave your clothes in the dryer and find a wrinkled mess? Try Downy Wrinkle Guard Fabric Softener. Wrinkle Guard penetrates deep into fibers, leaving clothes so soft, wrinkles don't want to stick around. Make mornings smoother with Downy Wrinkle Guard Fabric Softener.
Enjoy the magic of freshness from Nuts.com. Fresh nuts, dried fruits, sweets and treats, freshly roasted, freshly dipped, freshly seasoned, and delivered fast with free shipping. Nuts.com. Fresh snacks from our kitchen to yours.
Capital Truck Series Racing. Hey, look at that. I think that might be your guy into the wall. Well, we had 0 cautions in stage 1, and we've had 3 because of accidents here in stage 2.
It's like the 24 hours of stage 2. There are tons of good trucks that have wrecked and have trouble now.
That was Nemechek and Chandler Smith that you saw in that incident. They were running 1-2 at the time. John Hunter Nemechek has taken his truck to the garage. Look at Infinger. Oh. How about some radio from the 18 of Chandler Smith?
Go beat the spotter. I'll go 4-5. Deep breath here. The next side is not about to do us any good. Fix it. Work on drive back to the field. Sorry, we'll be fine. Fine, Chan. Get your composure back right here.
Ooh, I like that. And you know, I don't blame things like that on spotters. Like, spotters are up there to assist you. If you wreck, that's your fault. You've got to hang on to your truck. You've got to be in control. I don't know why I'm beating the spotter up.
I love the composure of the veteran spotter, Chris Lambert, and veteran crew chief, Danny Stockman, advising the teenage driver, Chandler Smith, calm down, be patient, we're okay, let's go.
What do you think, Kurt? I think they're still in great shape. I don't see a lot of damage to that truck.
It's not terrible, but again, like Chandler was just out there walking the dog, and he's got Infinger down there just, elbows out on the 2 tires trying to get the lead. But, it's tough. He had a really good truck, and now it took away a really good percentage chance of a race win. And so now they got to go into survival mode and see what they can scrape up.
Chandler's teammate John Hunter Nemechek got a good truck too, but he's in the garage with Reagan.
Well, Vince, he did have a very good truck, and now officially out of the race, unfortunately, John Hunter. Looked like you had the hole, went for the position, it just closed up on you.
Yeah, it did. That one's on me. I put myself in a vulnerable spot and should have known better. Should have leaned on experience for that. But it's so hard to pass today here. Our Toyota Tundra, I felt like was fast. All KBM trucks were really fast, and now none of them were up there. So just got to run down the back straightaway. The 51 was on the 52's door, and 52 got sideways. They both slid up the racetrack. I thought I had a hole and went for it, and it's arrow loose underneath. I hit the rumble strips as well, so just closed, and it's on me. Sorry to all my guys at KBM. Thank you to Mobile One, all of our great partners that help us do this. I'm looking forward to going to Rebound next week at Sonoma. Thanks for talking to us, John Hunter.
Well, you really pour salt in the wound here when you look at the standings, because John Hunter Nemechek came into this race with a 7-point advantage over the 99 of Ben Rhodes in the regular season point standings. And if you win the regular season championship, that's a 15-point playoff bonus. It's like winning 3 races. So huge turn of events for John Hunter Nemechek in this situation.
So we're going to go back green with 2 to go in the stage.
Truck, the 51 of Corey Heim. Let's get the latest with Jamie.
Yeah, quite a few trucks ended up hitting there, Ben, so I came down to check with Marty Lindley, the crew chief, and he said they just wanted to try to do this for track position. At the end of the stage, obviously, they will stay out. He said it's just so hard to pass. We need to try something. And he also said, big picture, our biggest competition is in a lot of trouble. So if we could just stay the course, get that track position, we got a good enough truck to get it done today.
Yeah, that's a lot of interesting scenarios and thoughts going on in the minds of these crew chiefs, I'm sure. By the way, the 66 of Ty Majeski, we told you NASCAR said no, those straps aren't going to work, so they brought him in. And they added
a lot of duct tape. I don't think that'll hold. There's duct tape versus a spoiler. I'll take the spoiler every time.
At the speed he's going right now, and there you see the tape is left on top. The big roll of tape is left on top. I don't think that's going to.
I mean, that's some 200-mile-an-hour tape, but you're supposed to apply it a little bit different. And then we have some trickery here. Some guys pitted before the end of the stage, and then we got the Rhodes group and Lucius that stayed out. This last time, and snaked the stage win.
I really believe that the call to win the race was to pit right there. You only got 4 laps left of the stage, but you mentioned playoff points, Vince. You want to get all those stage points that could lead to you winning the regular season championship.
That is aero advantage/disadvantage.
I would call that, as you said before, a hot mess. Is what that is.
It almost looks like a dirt late model, the way it's all twisted up and moved around.
Well, we got a couple of ThorSport trucks up front, including the 88 of Matt Crafton, and it's been a little bit of an up and down season for the 3-time champ.
It started down, then it went up, and now, unfortunately. But good run through the 3 through
some good consistency. 4 to 9. Just need more strength, not consistency.
Yeah, that truck just hasn't been up there contending for wins yet this year. So right where he needs to be right now, though, up in the front row.
It's been a good track for him. He was second here a year ago, and in position again as we come down to these final couple of laps here in stage 2. And you see on the right-hand side of the screen there those that have been involved in incidents today, and some big names on that list.
That's just in stage 2. That's what I was saying. It's been a long stage here.
A lot of drivers came to pit road. 9 stayed out. The number 1 of Haley Deegan in that 11th spot. She took just 2 tires. So
all right, back green. 2 laps to go on the stage.
Position gamble pays off for her. 2 laps left in stage 2. ThorSport at the front with Ben Rhodes and the 88 of Matt Crafton. Derek Kraus on the outside in the 19.
Chase Murphy in the 61, 6th place finish here a year ago, so he likes this place up in the top 5. Hopefully we can get this thing run out of here without running over each other. Haley to the bottom, trying to grab a spot. She's going to be 3 wide into 3.
She's going for it. I like it. Got nose far on the outside, though. Again, like everybody's pushing it hard here to gain this track position for when
all right, final lap of stage number 2.
Ben Rhodes leading Matt Crafton. Final lap of stage 2.
What about the strategy 2 weeks in a row by Rich Lucius leaving that truck out, and is going to take advantage of those stage points?
I like the call and the Crafton. They'll scrape up some good points here as well. Kraus. I mean, right now they just want to go 1, 2, 3 right now and grab these stage points.
All right, fucking Ben Rhodes is gonna win stage 2.
These guys, that's how you execute as a team.
For
Ben Rhodes wins stage number 2.
Win of the season, the most in the series, and he'll get that playoff point to take on into the postseason. The defending series champion, Ben Rhodes, positioning himself for a potential 2nd win of the 2022 season.
Job, all right. What can she do?
Designing and modeling his own line of TV couch leaders. Wow.
Who knew that Hulu Plus Live TV came with over 75 live channels for sports, news, and entertainment?
Just like Kate.
I love it.
This is dumb. How much is Hulu paying them for this? Hulu has live TV.
Introducing Electric XP Lite. This new model is just 46 pounds, and its 48-volt system achieves a top speed of 20 miles per hour, making it the best pound-for-pound e-bike in the industry. This e-bike is filled with innovative features and includes a throttle to help you go the distance. It's our most compact and affordable design to date. With 3 accessory bundle options and 4 exciting color options, This is Lectric's most customizable ride yet. Visit lectricebikes.com and come ride with us.
Hi, Bill Swift here. People everywhere tell me how much they love the Flex Seal family of products. Nothing compares to the strength of original Flex Seal. Flex Seal Liquid, Flex Shot, Flex Tape, Flex Glue, and Flex Paste.
Thanks for the stream, Sam. I couldn't watch the race. Who's your pick to win? My pick to win is Zane Smith. He's running 10th right now. He was my pick before the race started. I mean, he hasn't had the best race, but I still think he can pull this out of the bag. Yeah, I like doing these streams because I know not everybody is able to watch the races.
You know, my terms. Joint pain was keeping me from the moments I treasure most, but not anymore. Blue Emu gave me these special moments back.
We got Matty D winning today. He's running 15th right now.
Blue Emu. It works fast and you won't stink.
When you use the app to get free medium fries and drink with your quarter pounder with cheese, be sure to save some fries for after, because the ketchup that falls from the QPC just hits different.
For Imprint, this is Lisa. Hi, I like 50 walk-in wows and 300 customer. I love it.
Promotional products from 4Imprint are certain to deliver yes.
Wow.
I love it. Find some wow now at 4imprint.com. 4Imprint, for certain.
2 stages complete. Watch Haley Deegan.
Well, Corey Heim is good too. Yeah, I could see him getting his first win today. You know, he started on pole. He's running 9th right now, but I could see him. I could see him get his first win. I was actually gonna be at this race and tomorrow's race, but I decided to go to New Hampshire instead. Because it's just closer.
Yeah, I mean that's good racing. Let's go down to Jamie for some pit stops.
And Ben Rhodes started back in 15th, worked his way all the way up to the #1 spot, got himself another stage win. Said his biggest complaint is he's just tight through the center. They'll free him up as you see that adjustment right there in 4 tires. The 61 of Chase Purdy, that was his best stage finish of the year, so job well done to the team. Needs a little bit more front turn, 4 tires, small air pressure adjustment, Reagan.
Backcraft in the 88 truck is very tight through the center of both ends. Wants help to be able to roll that middle and have a little more speed. And Derek Krause, they feel like they have a hole in the nose of that race truck. They're going to look at that. Said he's absolutely getting destroyed off the corners, and he thinks that's a part of the cause.
That'll do it.
See, now this is an easy pit road right now. I know we talked it up earlier, but half the trucks pitted before the end of this stage break, so it kind of cleaned things up down there on pit road.
Let's see if we can get a hold of Ben Rhodes after another great call by crew chief Richard Lucius. Hello, Ben Rhodes. It's Walter and the team from Fox. Do you copy?
Hey, Michael, I got you.
I've been to NH many times. It's a great time. Yeah, I've been to New Hampshire Motor Speedway 4 times, but not since 2013. I went to the summer race in 2011 and in 2012, and then I went to both races in 2013. Haven't been since. So I'm definitely looking forward to it, especially with this next-gen car. I used to live in Vermont, so it was only a few hours away from me. I was going to go to the Gateway race this year because my home track, or that is my home track. I was born in St. Louis, about 20 minutes away from the track. But I'm like 5 hours away from New Hampshire, so me and my friend Nick are going to take a trip over there next month. It's going to be a good time.
Well, maybe a little drama starting to build as we enter the 3rd and final stage. The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Gateway.
Barbie really wants this dream house, and Barbie found out about it from Rocket Homes. She did? Well, it's a super competitive market. Everyone wants to buy the dream house.
Better offer, Betty. Cash over Carl.
Oh no. Don't worry, she has a verified approval that lets sellers know she's backed by Rocket Mortgage. So Barbie wins.
New Hampshire is extremely underrated. Yeah, it is.
You can buy Castle Gray School.
Except for the 2012 race that I went to. was like the most boring race I've ever been to. Like nothing fucking happened. Yo, Sam, I figured out that Abu Dhabi Sports is about 10 seconds behind.
Blue Emu gave me my horsepower back. It's the powerful relief my joints
Not surprising. A streaming service is usually on a delay.
Fast and you won't stink.
This burger looked at one slice of melted cheese and said, more cheese. It looked at pickles.
But no, I went to the races with my mom as a little kid at New Hampshire. And when she passed, I didn't go to races there anymore. I went to Watkins Glen. I didn't go to any races for 4 years after that until Dover in 2018. And then I went to Charlotte in 2019, the Coke 600. And I went to Pocono last year for the Sunday race. I didn't go to both races.
The first time, or the second, even the third, we learn from mistakes. But when it comes to retirement planning, who can afford mistakes? Smart Asset can help you avoid those unpleasant mishaps with a free guide, The 7 Crucial Mistakes of Retirement Planning. We also match you with up to 3 vetted fiduciary financial advisors who can help you achieve your retirement goals. Using Smart Asset is free with no obligation. Discover what others learned the hard way at smartasset.com.
This Father's Day, don't give Dad another necktie or more socks. Give him what he really wants. The outdoor cooking fun and flavor that's better on a Blackstone. So now your dad can be the master of the meal, the king of the cookout, the sultan of sear. Don't let Dad suffer from griddle envy this holiday. It's better on a Blackstone. Go to your nearest Blackstone retailer or log on to blackstoneproducts.com and see the full line of Blackstones.
eBay Motors, they have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels. Let's ride.
The tallest stainless steel monument in the world, the Gateway Arch. And we're in the shadows of it here at this terrific racetrack in Madison, Illinois. Just across the Mississippi River from St. Louis, and boy, it has been an action-packed day. Camping World Truck Series Racing brought to you by Blue Emu. 630 feet. And windows on each side of there at the top that you can go up and take a view out.
If we have another stage like we just had, we could stock up sheet metal for 634 feet.
Yeah, going to the races as a kid was some of the greatest times. Not just the race, but the whole weekend, really. Yeah, I mean, I never went to a race weekend. I always just went to like the Sunday race, you know, or whenever the race was. Like I've always wanted to go to like a full race weekend, but like the only reason I've even been to an Xfinity race was because it was on the same day as the Cup race last year. So otherwise, I wouldn't have even been to an Xfinity race before.
See how that works. And damage on the right rear of the leader, Hocevar.
Yeah, right behind Haley Deegan is Rajah Caruth. So some interesting personalities and the dynamic up there toward the front of this field. With
all right, green flag is back in the air. Stage 3 is underway.
Corey Heim giving him a little shove, and the 38 of Zane Smith has gotten up there as well. Heim going to the bottom, looking for the lead from Hocevar.
Gateway, if it was in the 90s, how would it drive? I'm not even sure. Just different.
He will, because the draft is coming on the outside. Zane Smith pushing.
Carson should be flagged to fix damage. I don't even see any damage. Oh yeah, he does have a little bit of damage, but it's not even that big of a deal.
Still gonna fight for it. Just underway, third and final stage.
This is again where, I mean, there's a lot of
Haley Deegan's up in 4th. I see some smoke in the back.
Guys and girls
it's not
making it work.
For the lead, Zane Smith continuing to challenge Carson Hocevar.
Zane Smith trying to take the lead.
Hocevar will have a run, but I don't think he'll be able to clear him.
The Whelen Modified race in New Hampshire is good too. Yeah.
Deegan in third, and Rajah Caruth hanging around in there as well. Good run for Caruth making his series debut. Side by side for the lead, Hocevar and Zane Smith. Neither one giving up.
Carson Hocevar and Zane Smith really having a fucking royal battle of the ages here.
Corners and how tight they are. Both ends are very different. There's straightaways and the arrow and the side.
No, Deegan's not smoking. It was somebody else.
Just like you would at a short track, you got to deal with the long straightaways like you're at a big mile and a half.
up to challenge Deegan and grab that third place position.
She's under attack by Raja on the outside. He ducks to the inside.
Now Haley Deegan's dropping a few spots.
And Matt Benedetto getting up there in the mix as well. Meanwhile, the battle continues side by side at the front.
I was just going to say, meanwhile, back at the front, they're still side by side.
Oh my God, they're not.
Zane Smith in the 38, a three-time winner this season.
Some good racing here.
Still looking for his first career. He's been oh so close, runner-up 3 times.
And there he is again, right in front, just like we expected. They never really qualify that great, Vince, but always seems to find a way to the front.
Matty D up to 7th, yeah. He's on a fucking roll. Did you see Sergio Perez's apology? No, what did he do wrong? What did he do that warranted an apology?
The house this weekend and forgot to bring his helmet back, so he had to borrow a helmet from Ross Chastain.
Just don't leave your entry too open where they get air.
Had to borrow Han's device from Lawless Allen, and he is out there and taking care of business again toward the front.
He didn't forget his pirate hat, though.
He didn't forget that.
Did he fuck someone's wife?
And we just heard from the crew chief on the
Did he do a Nikita Mazepin?
Help dial it in a little bit to try to change your handling on corner entry. You got to do what you got to deal with.
You got Chase winning tomorrow?
Throwing advice. It's tough sometimes because you know what you're feeling exactly, but they're trying to help add in to make sure you got the lap time.
What about Chandler Smith? We saw him in the outside wall, and now we see him driving into the top 10.
Say what? He's already top 10 again?
Yeah, we talked about it wasn't a lot of damage, and he had
I picked Ross Chastain to win tomorrow.
thinking I'm going to win this race.
He's on a mission.
He was always good at Gateway in the trucks, and he's been really good this year. I think Ross Chastain gets the win tomorrow.
Benedetto, although he has run a couple of Xfinity races here through the years, but a good run for Matty D.
What a story this would be if Chandler Smith could rebound all the way and win this race. But the fastest truck, other than our leader Zane Smith, I think is this 98 of Christian Eckes. He's just really made some great moves. See if he can finish this pass against Carson.
Eckes has had some good runs here back in his KB.
It's cool that Zane Smith's wife does iRacing. I didn't even know that.
Led nearly 100 laps.
What did Sergio Perez apologize
He
for?
win a couple of times, never got that win, but he's no stranger to a good.
I know he won Monaco.
Here at this racetrack.
Bert, what are you picking up you're going to apply tomorrow? I can see how tough it is.
Is he sorry for winning? Is that? He's like, I'm sorry, guys, I won. You guys didn't win. I'm sorry.
Eckes made that move, and then you just slide up, take the air away from that guy, and make sure that they're in the dirty air wake. But Jamie's got another report on the 98. Let's listen in.
Yeah, it's interesting. I talked to Christian yesterday, and he said this place is fun.
Or you can't be that stupid.
In 4 starts, I haven't finished a single one. But guys, he is put in the work because he's the only one that lives in Charlotte. He does the simulation. He literally took the setup from all of his teammates and himself and ran it in the simulator. So he said, if they're all bad, they're going to blame me, but I'm going to look like a hero if they're running well. And right now, he's doing a great job himself.
Well, you know, he doesn't have a win yet this season, but he's been so close. In fact, he's led at the right line the last two races, and didn't win either one of them. I mean, he could be coming in here on a 2-race win streak, running up front again.
That'll make you hungry, won't it?
All right.
Being that close.
Must be all that sim work. Yes, actually, I was very surprised at the sim.
Sergio Perez was drunk at a party, I guess. Oh, well, who cares? I've been drunk. I've done a lot more than be drunk at parties before. I've been drunk, high, and tripping at a party before. So, go to 154 in the bid. I think Kyle B will drive for SHR if they offer more money. I don't think that'll happen, honestly. I think Kyle was going to stay with Gibbs. But I do think if he does go somewhere else, it will be SHR.
Arby's, we have the meat.
Joint pain was keeping me from the moments I treasure most, but not anymore. Blue Emu gave me these special moments back. It's the powerful relief my joints need.
Blue Emu, it works fast and won't stink. They say that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step. But maybe it begins with one single start. Turn. Bump. Grind. Hit. Pass. Win.
see what happens on the last lap here.
And NASCAR, that journey starts here. I am the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. I am NASCAR.
The sports world is buzzing about the USFL. This week on Fox, the Philadelphia Stars look to make a push for the playoffs against the Michigan Panthers. The USFL tomorrow, noon Eastern.
Sunday on FS1. The Cup Series for the first time ever. Rides in St. Louis.
The fuck, yeah, it's pretty stupid. I've intentionally got safeties before in Madden just to make the game more interesting. Like, to try to fucking get the score. Like, I'm, like, blowing the team out, and I want it to be a close game just to make it more exciting. So I've intentionally made safeties happen before. But to do it in a real football game is pretty stupid.
15, starting to make his way back up through the field.
I'm seeing a lot of guys running way up the track, Kurt.
Especially in 3 and 4. Yeah, there's something to it, like that fresher asphalt above the groove where everybody's been.
How about that Spire Motorsports truck of Rajah Karuk making his series debut here this weekend? I've been impressed with him.
You know what was so impressive the first time I met him? I mean, there's a lot of kids coming up and through the racing ranks, and I'm at a Charlotte test for the next gen car, December of 2020. This kid Raja comes up to me as we're packing up. It's 11 p.m. at night, and he waited all day to come and find me, and he goes, hey, how can I make my way up in racing? What do I need to do? Which series? I go, you're doing everything right. If you're standing here at 11 p.m. right now in the middle of December, keep digging. Keep that passion and keep pushing, buddy.
How about it, Regan?
Well, Kurt, to your point, that's the same thing as crew chief Kevin O'Manion told me earlier today. He said this kid's work ethic is absolutely amazing. He has the desire, the drive, and is doing everything right when it comes to getting behind the wheel of that truck and study it. The goal today was to simply finish all the laps. Anything after that would be gravy, but right now, things going very well for this number 7 truck.
Yeah, this Rajah Karuk guy might be something. I keep an eye on him.
Jake Garcia, 17-year-old from Monroe, Georgia. The Chevy folks very high on this prospect. Again, making his series start here today. Mason Maggio, the third member of that group that's making their Camping World Truck Series debut. All teenagers.
I love the youth that's coming into the Truck Series. This is your first step getting to come. You come to the Truck Series.
San Diego Studios should do NASCAR and IndyCar games. I don't see why they would do that. Oh, trouble! The 44 in the wall. Caution is out.
After the 33, there's a gap.
I think EA should make NASCAR games.
First National Bank to get a loan on that thing.
Driving it away, and Wright will take it right to pit road.
I like that. Get in there quick, try to get the damage fixed up. But yeah, we were talking about those guys making their first start. This is the place to do it. It's not a mile and a half, and it's not a crazy short track where things are bottled up. This is a great place to come and get experience for your first race.
I think this pit road's getting ready to be a busy place.
Well, I was just getting ready to say, 67 to go. Is it too early to hit that last pit stop?
There's some strategy that could evolve out of this caution flying by when it did. They can sneak their way maybe to the finish on fuel, but what about your tires?
It's like the 3 of Jordan Anderson and the 44 of Chris Wright. I don't know if they actually had contact or...
And again, that's that turn 3 region where things start up as far as that loose on entry. And if you're on the inside,
this 3 or 4 laps before that incident, you had Tyler Ankrum.
Okay.
And a little nudge there, and Chris Wright trying to get it, arms wrapped around it.
There goes Jordan Anderson. He was right around right when that happened.
So heavy damage to the 44 of Chris Wright.
I don't know. That's a good question. What do we do? What are these crew chiefs? This is a really tough call to make. And wouldn't you stay out and save some tires?
Well, we've seen guys with all the different strategies thus far surprise us. The 2-tire
EA should definitely make the NASCAR games. Again, they were the best in my opinion. Yeah, I feel like EA, like my brother said that he does that, like I'm wrong in that opinion, that like EA should definitely not make NASCAR games, but I disagree. I feel like the EA games are pretty good. Like Madden's pretty good, you know. Obviously they probably would have some stupid shit, But literally every video game has some stupid shit.
And
So
if you get another caution,
I mean,
you know, that's probably going to save you. I mean,
I think that'd be cool. EA knows what they're doing. They have the fucking biggest budget. They can make the best NASCAR game.
I believe those tires, that's the last set of stickers laying there. I think they go directly on these trucks right now.
That was with authority, Mikey. I'm with you on that. Now I'm starting to believe 4 tires are the way to go.
Well, let's ask Reagan, because he's down there with boots on the ground, as they say, checking out what these crew chiefs are thinking. Reagan, what's happening?
F1 is made by EA, yeah, and I think those games are
I
great.
can tell you, if they do pit here, there will be no sticker tires left for any of our.
EA knows what they're doing. That's the thing.
They will have to glue up what's on the truck if they want something for later on in the race again, if it comes to that.
Well, I got to believe with track position being what it is, you come now, you're not coming again. You can't afford.
That's what it's going to be.
You're going to have to survive
all these late race restarts that I think are on their way. But look, everybody. I mean, it is like everybody. 52.
Everybody.
Yeah, starting with Friesen. Wow. Stuart Friesen's going to look in his mirror and say, "Where did everybody go?"
Are we making the right decision here? It's going to be hero or zero, that's for sure. They're coming to pit road, and it's a long line of them. First one there waiting is Jamie Little.
A lot of takers here. Christian Eckes, J-Rod Prince, his crew chief, said, I don't know, man, we're 5 laps short. What do you think? And the feedback was there is some fall off, so they decided to come. They're going to take their last set of sticker tires, as Reagan talked about, and make an adjustment. Meanwhile, the 42 talked about fuel only and that adjustment there. They're going to save that extra set of sticker tires till later, Reagan.
Zane Smith, your leader in the 38 truck. That truck was tight in traffic before they got him out front. He's still too.
Never owned a batting game, so you can't comment. Yeah.
And the 18 of Chandler Smith, he needs more rear grip on throttle. Obviously, a little bit of damage to the back of that truck probably hurt himself.
The thing is, EA would probably just make the same game every year. That's the thing. Like they pretty much do that for Madden. It's like if you look at the Super Bowl celebration, it's been the same celebration for like 10 years.
Introducing Gatorade Fit. Fitness starts from the inside out. Get healthy, real hydration and no added sugar, artificial sweeteners, or added colors. Fitness starts from within. Gatorade Fit. Healthy, real hydration. All G.
You won't faze me. Unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make me drowsy.
And Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin.
So when allergies attack,
take Allegra before your symptoms take over you. And for congestion relief, find Allegra B at your pharmacy. When you order the new lemon ricotta blueberry protein pancakes with 37 grams of protein, you get a smile on your plate. Only from IHOP. Download the app and join the rewards program today.
The back with a vengeance. The returning chefs compete for the final spots.
I don't know if I need a chair or a sit back.
In the top 20.
This last apron goes to.
An all-new MasterChef Back to Win, Wednesday on Fox.
Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show, sponsored by Korea Pro Club, beginning with the Masters Agility Championship, June 19th on Fox.
You've got Verizon Fios Internet. Now get 5G Ultra Wideband from Verizon Wireless, and unlock even more savings when you add a select 5G unlimited plan. Save up to $30 a month on your Fios Internet bill, and up to $10 a month on your new select 5G unlimited plan when you enroll in Mobile and Home Rewards. Play more, watch more, save more. Switch now to save up to $480 a year in combined bills, only on Verizon.
Think about it. If we take back the word, it don't harm us no more. That's the stupidest job I've ever heard.
Accessories for your outdoor jam session. And for your inner child, Verizon has accessories just for you. Handpicked for quality and performance to make your everyday even better. And for select products, when you buy more, save more. Start shopping at Verizon.com/products.
St. Louis Rams. The Rams? That would be the Buccaneers. Rams? Bengals. Who's the Rams? Broncos? St. Louis Rams. No, Colts. 49ers. the Seattle team?
The St. Louis Sparks.
Somebody needs to take pit roads to NFL camp. And, of course, the hockey team is the St. Louis Blues, the former football team, the Rams, and if you want to go way back, St. Louis Cardinals football team. That's right. Jamie,
You never know how win fan, but it would be better than the last 10 years of NASCAR games, I'm guessing. Yeah, probably.
Earlier in the race and how it's affecting them. So I checked with the team. Phil Gould said it has helped them with speed, but it's made them tight, but they were able to make an adjustment there. So we'll see if that'll balance everything out.
Yeah, that's key. If you can make an adjustment with that.
All right, going back green here.
Going on, again, that's rear side force, and that's what's making that truck stick from the rear. It makes it a little bit tighter. So maybe with an adjustment.
Green flag's back in the air. 61 laps to go.
Fuel only. Stewart Friesen out there. He stayed out as well.
That was a tight spot. He was looking for it.
But it that way that nearly went wrong. Carson's able to clear the fourth place running Derek Cross, but Cross is going to poke his nose at the bottom. Here he comes.
Yeah, he is. Cross trying to make the move on Hocevar, and here comes Eckes with him. And remember, we believe everybody out there is
shit
as well. So this is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. We've got 60 laps to do it.
Cross overshot the turn, got flattened up. Luckily didn't take Hocevar with him. Now Matty D comes to the bumper.
How about Tanner Gray in the middle of that as well? He's moved up inside the top 10 in that black.
Oh boy, Carson Hocevar and Zane Smith.
Again with Zane Smith.
What was that?
Something wrong with Smith.
Zane Smith has a problem.
Is that a flat right front? Is it down the right?
It looks that way. I mean, that splitter is. Man,
another one of our.
He didn't make it. To
No, it's Zane Smith who has a problem, but I think he held up Hocevar. Yeah, back on YouTube.
As Zane Smith is slowing down, he was running fifth.
What's up, Jaden? Jaden, post your pics.
It's Corey Heim and Tanner Gray for fifth.
The great battle, Tanner Gray. Nice run here at St. Louis. See, Matt DiBenedetto talks about him being a potential first-time winner. He's up in the top 10.
With enough good trucks right now, having trouble. It's opening up the door to a bunch of people. So let's go down to Reagan. Some more on the 38.
Kurt, you guys saw the contact with the 38 of Zane Smith. It is a right front tire, and yes, he missed pit road. He's going to have to lift all the way back around and lose a ton.
Oh yeah, I think that might be a caution.
Worse in a hurry.
Boy, what a tough day it has been, John Hunter.
Not yet.
Issues today. Chandler Smith with issues today.
Hocevar still dropping positions.
Yeah, with Nemechek. Rhodes, that was a huge point swing where Nemechek wrecked. Rhodes was able to pick up the stage win. I mean, Zane Smith trouble.
Here's the contact with the 38 of Zane Smith. That's Smith in the third part of the picture.
Oh, he gets into Carson Hocevar, and that just cut down his tire.
That's like cut it down immediately.
Yeah.
There was no give whatsoever in that.
He made it to pit road without the tire tearing up his truck, so it's going to be a lap down, maybe two.
Well, there goes my win pick for today.
And at the front of the field, you got Stewart Friesen trying to outrun Ben Rhodes.
Doing a heck of a job at it, too.
Friesen did not pit. He stayed out.
Look at that line he's running. Man, I know a bunch of Cup guys are going to be racing here tomorrow. Got their eyes wide open, seeing that he can make speed that high in 3 and 4.
That's huge. I mean, if you stay out, you're on old tires, you know you're going to end up on the tight side with heat cycles in the truck series. Cup cars, we've been trending towards loose, but he's up there finding new asphalt to find speed and find grip.
Well, early in the race, it looked like the 18 of Chandler Smith had the best truck. He's led the most laps, Regan, but he's got damage. How's it rolling?
Well, Vince, he also drove back to the front there on that last run, but under that last pit stop, an extended stop to try and get fuel in that truck. They're struggling because of that damage on the left rear to get it full of fuel. The report just now to Chandler Smith was, we think we are 20 laps short, even with staying on pit road longer, trying to get it filled. Still a fast truck up 6 positions since the restart right now.
Wow. And speaking of those pit stops, too, we want to add Rajah Caruth was caught speeding on pit road.
The trucks have very few Fords. They got Ben Rhodes. They got
that's the situation.
Haley Deegan. Other than that, yeah, I'm not thinking of many others. Yeah.
Jordan Anderson. This is a home game for his sponsor. And you see he's battling in the top 10 ahead of Matt Craft.
Ben Rhodes, Christian Eckes is all Fords.
Racing going on.
Wait, no, Ben Rhodes is Toyota.
It's character starting to show up. I mean,
Tanner Gray, Haley Deegan, Zane Smith, and Taylor Gray. So only 4 Fords. It is kind of weird.
Turn 2 is definitely where you're wanting to generate the beginning of your passes.
And if I'm Jordan Anderson right now, I do not want to be looking in my mirror because they are lined up trying to get that 10th position away from him. He's driving hard right now.
And that fuel-only call for Carson Hocevar, at least at this point, doesn't seem to be working out.
Oh, there goes Hocevar! Oh boy, caution is out.
Running back in the 11th spot, and the caution is out.
Why do I keep getting crashed?
He did just get spun out, but he did a great job again hanging on to it. But guys, this could be a break.
Dude, I feel for that man.
Carson Hocevar. He got spun around, but he needs a caution. He needs tires.
And Mike Hocevar's got those tires because he came and got fuel only.
What's up, RJ? How you doing?
Fresh set right here. And others that can't make it to the end because of fuel, they've got to pit and get more gas.
Carson just admitted he sucks. That's not what he said. He said, "Why do I keep getting crashed?"
And just hanging on to his truck.
It was a question.
Come down to the pit road, get you 4 fresh tires. He's going to have 10, 15 laps fresher tires.
Yeah, this could be a huge window of opportunity for those guys. It's just funny. Like, anytime a truck, I'm in a wreck or I have damage, I always ask the crew chief, does the TV panel look fine? Does the back bumper look fine? Because if it's all wrinkled up like that, and you're seeing that as a driver, you're like, oh, I got to go around this guy. He's got way too much damage. That's why everybody's running into you, bud.
Now what does Stuart Friesen do? Is this when he comes?
I mean, you can't make it on the fuel, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you can't make it on fuel, you got to cut here, right? And the one thing I would say about Hocevar, though, and you guys tell me I'm wrong here, Hocevar might have wanted some more laps to run off. Because these guys that did pit, that was only 10, 12 laps ago. So you'd like to have had a little more run on their tires if you're Hocevar.
Well, and you'd also like to not get spun out, Vince. I mean, so he didn't want that caution at all. But now that it flew, Phil Gould, that team's got to say, listen, bud, this is a break for us. We're going to have the best tires on the track, and we're going to win this race.
You know what's crazy, though? There's still 29 trucks on the lead lap. That's pretty wild. After all the problems we've had, and you pit now, you're going to be stuck way back there.
Opening 36 laps were green in this race, and only one green flag stretch over 10 laps since then. So you got to believe that there's probably more cautions coming, and you see there on the pylon the number of laps since each of the drivers last pitted.
I don't know. Friesen can stay out and just gamble on another yellow.
I'm going pee real quick. I'll be right back.
That's the 52 of Friesen. How about some Matt Crafton team radio from the 88 camp as they get ready for this stop?
There's always two sides to, well, generally 3 sides to any story.
He's the enforcer, Mr. Matt Crafton.
Coming to pit road, let's see who's taking care of business down there. We begin with Jamie Little.
Well, Stuart Friesen pits from the lead. He last pitted on lap 76, so they felt like they had no choice but to pit. The problem is he's out of sticker tires. He's putting on some old tires that have a few laps. Because remember, he cut that left front in stage number 2, so they're down. Reagan?
Jamie, this caution, a good break for Chandler Smith. We had just mentioned he did not have enough fuel to go the distance. They're going to attempt to get that fuel in this truck right now. Also wants an adjustment. Truck is not turning the way that he wants it to at this moment. Jamie?
Ben Rhodes, they were talking and discussing about coming in, but the 42 of Carson Hocevar that had that issue just came in. Remember,
50 to go. Now it gets interesting. Hell yeah.
So after that incident, this could be a good
Where
thing
shit
for
goes
him.
down. And right after this race, stay tuned because the Portland Xfinity race is on at 4:30. So, yeah, that'll be on shortly after this race.
Yeah, but it's just some layers of beans.
Resourceful. Did you invite all your friends to watch your favorite team? They're losing, but that's okay. So you're ready. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you probably done something that deserves a doctor. Did you pretend girlfriend's dad would like it better.
What? No, I love sports.
Me too.
Alice loves the scent of Gain so much, she wished there was a way to make it last longer. Say hello to your fairy godmother, Alice, and long-lasting Gain scent beads. Try Spring Daydream, part of our irresistible scent collection.
The Solo Stove Bonfire is the hottest new reason to get outside. With its signature 360 airflow design, firewood gets just the right amount of oxygen. And since it's easy to light, it gets going fast. It's America's favorite smokeless fire pit for a reason. Bonfire is made for when those good moments become lasting memories. Save $10 using promo code TV10 at solostove.com.
As a young man, my hair started to thin. I couldn't sleep, I was stressed about it, and there were few options out there. Nutrafol is a drug-free, natural supplement that gives me my hair, my health, and my confidence back. Get growing at Nutrafol.com.
Don't miss the new music game show where one lyric can change your life. You have a shot at becoming a millionaire. Don't forget the lyrics, all new Monday on Fox.
Patients, I often see them have teeth sensitivity as well as gum issues. Does it worry me? Absolutely. They are both very much hand in hand, so you should really be focusing on both, and definitely at the same time. Sensodyne sensitivity and gum gives us a dual action effect that really takes care of both our teeth sensitivity as well as our gum issues. By brushing with Sensodyne sensitivity and gum at home is giving you the relief that you need and the control that you need to take care of your oral health. And it creates a healthier environment. So there's no question it's something that I would recommend.
Oh, this one is perfect.
Not as perfect as this one.
That is not a mango, Lenny.
No, but this
Sam's next video is going to be interesting. Hell yeah, it always
and
is.
with no calories or sweetness.
How can water taste just like fruit?
How can our feet look just like our hands? Just like our hands.
Water with a touch of true fruit flavor. Oh boy, I'm freaking out here.
FS1 for the first time, the NASCAR Cup Series right here at Gateway. Larson, Elliott, Kurt Busch, the best of the best, looking to be the first to take home that checkered flag. Coverage begins 2 o'clock Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app.
You know, there's always that saying, like sometimes the Saturday race wrecks a lot of stuff, and then the Sunday race is a bit more mild. That's what I'm hoping for.
What about the problems the 18 was having him trying to get gas in this?
Dominant early, Vince, got turned around, finished truck up, drove back to the top 5, and now he's having trouble getting gas. Does he have enough to make it to the finish? It's going to be close.
Less than 50 to go. Ben Rhodes, Christian Eckes, a couple of Thor Sport teammates up front. Corey Heim. How about Derek Kraus, Tanner Gray up in the top 5? Johnny Sauter in that 13 truck. Doesn't run too many races, only a handful this season, and he is up there in the mix as well.
All right, back green here. 47 laps to go.
You know, and all those trucks are clean. Well, no damage. Let's try to see if they can make it all the way to the end with no damage.
Great jump for Rhodes.
One thing we really haven't seen so far today is teammates wrecking each other.
Oh, the great jinx of the Fox booth.
Surely that won't happen.
Well, Derek Kraus around the outside, giving that second spot for Eckes.
That was a great move. Corey Heim's not able to keep up the pace on the bottom. Can he slide inside of Tanner Gray there? Yes, he does.
3 wide.
Sauter on the outside with Tanner Gray in the middle and Corey Heim down low. Yeah, 3 wide indeed.
He didn't like that, not one bit.
Sauter now working on Corey Heim in that 51. How about Johnny Sauter, 5th all-time on the Truck Series win list, 24 career wins, and running a part-time schedule this season. His most recent race at Martinsville, he ran 2nd, and here he is up inside the top 5, battling with Corey Heim.
He's like that phone veteran kind of guy. Here you call, put you in there, get you a solid run.
Former Truck Series champ. How about it, Jamie?
Johnny Sauter's just so old school, Vince. He's a dad to 4 kids. He's spending a lot of time at home doing all different things, but comes out off the couch every now and again and comes to race. And I asked him about simulation, like how are you getting up to speed in these trucks? He goes, I gave up simulation last July. I leave it to the kids and I show up and I just drive it. He's doing a heck of a job once again.
Well, it is former
Portland looks like a good road course. Yeah, we're gonna find out here in about an hour.
Chief Junior Joyner working with Johnny Sauter on that part-time basis.
What about the rebound for Raja? Had a pit road speeding penalty. Now he's battling for a spot inside.
He's running 10.
Yeah, he's in the top 10 looking for a spot here.
Solid comeback. I mean, there's so many different strategies playing out right now, and the way this restart went down, I think finally everybody's ready to settle in, but who knows?
Well, the 18 of Chandler Smith and the 52 of Stuart Friesen right there around the top 15, and well, a lot of full contact racing going on there, Reagan.
A lot of full contact racing, and also to update the fuel situation for Chandler Smith, Vince, they believe they got 30 pounds of fuel in it on that last stop on No Larry back, so I don't know the equation as to how many laps that is, but I can tell you the calculators are smoking down here trying to see if they're going to be good to go to the end of the race or not.
Sounds like enough. 30 pounds, fuel 6 pounds a gallon.
Call me up and tell me when I need to stop if it's not enough.
So Rhodes and Kraus, Tanner Gray, all put on 2 tires at their last stop. And we saw Grant Enfinger put 2 tires on early, and it seemed to work for him.
It'll work as long as you get clean and away on restarts. But if you get stuck side by side, that's when there's that iffy loose on entry.
But if you get that track position, and if you can use those 2 tires to get the track position.
You watched the National Spelling Bee?
That's what the guys up front are hoping for right now with that whole week from.
Rain all race, yeah.
He's right there.
So we're gonna have rain tires.
Mike, we said it at the beginning of the race. I mean, you said Derek Kraus needs to win. I mean, he's 52 outside the cut line coming into this race. I mean, he's not going to point his way in, and here he does. Here he is finding himself in a position potentially to do just that and win this race.
He started last. He didn't qualify. I talked to team owner Bill McAnally yesterday, and he said, we know we have the speed to win. We've just got to execute all day long. But what happened in qualifying? They didn't even qualify. So they said, well, we're not off to a good start, but obviously have really maximized this race today.
Definitely has. I mean, you just got to try to hold this track position right now. If there's other yellows that come up, you got to be able to charge in there. No, you're not going to have lane choice, but you got to get the best out of it. So he's just right there. He's in position.
Matt DiBenedetto in that 25 running 7th and looking for maybe his best finish of the season.
I like this graph. It tells you how the ups and downs of the truck series take place, and not a whole lot to hang your hat on there for Matt DiBenedetto. A couple of good finishes.
But look, it forms a W,
yeah,
doesn't it?
I picked him to win, so maybe he just did that in honor of me.
Xfinity rain race equals chaos, yeah. I'm pumped for it.
Just a notch off of having the speed it takes so far this season to win.
Yeah, Matt Crafton right there behind him in 8th.
I called out of work for the Xfinity race. I never would call out of work for an Xfinity race, but a new track and a fucking rain race, I'm not going to miss that. I'm supposed to work at 5 today, but I'm not.
Bank manager and mom of the year. But when she gets on her bike, she becomes Rebel Renee. Rebel Renee is the most outspoken member of her book club. And she didn't even read the book. It's rumored she once used her phone at trivia night. And she isn't above greasing some palms to get things done. And Rebel Renee rides with Geico because savings and great service are 2 things she'd never rebel against. Geico, savings and service for both your sides.
Pain used to keep me from what I love most.
Where they were clueless
Not
on
anymore.
crashes, yeah.
Blue Emu gave me my horsepower back. It's the powerful relief my joints need.
Blue Emu, it works fast
And you won't stink.
There's a reputation on the track, being built this very minute. One that embraces the crazy, the fast, and the unpredictable.
The truck race has already been pretty good. I mean, it won't be if fucking Ben Rhodes wins. Fucking prick. Somebody better fucking keep Ben Rhodes from winning this goddamn race.
I am the NASCAR Xfinity Series. I am NASCAR.
Saturday, Baseball Night in America is on Fox. Otani and the Angels take on Harper and the Phillies, or the Cardinals battle the Cubs. Baseball Night in America.
Oh, caution's out. The 91 is in the wall.
The sports world is buzzing about the USFL. This week on Fox, the Philadelphia Stars look to make a push for the playoffs against the Michigan Panthers. The USFL, tomorrow at noon Eastern on Fox.
All that matters this season.
Who's the 91?
Under your hood.
I don't even know.
You saw Colby Howard in the 91.
Colby Howard.
With that heavy damage to the left rear, was running 16th. By the way, the free pass goes to the 38 of Zane Smith.
Really? Zane, he was 2 laps down, and now he's back on the lead lap.
Man, just gets loose. Running in the 16th position.
That was a weird getting loose. With the arrow being okay on the right side, but maybe his truck was just handling that way, and maybe spike the brake. Sometimes you can spike the brake at the apex of corners that are this tight and get the rear to kind of steer for you.
Would that have been a chance maybe that he downshifted right when that happened as well?
Very good observation, yes. That is right where you'd be downshifting.
So he's coming to pit road with a bent-up truck.
Man, lots going on here today. Plenty of things to sort of
Indeed.
All right.
Rich Lucius on the radio with his driver who leads the race, Ben Rhodes. We're going to take advantage of the opportunity, hit one more break, and come back for the finish.
Meet Ron. That man is always on. And he's on it with Jardiance for type 2 diabetes. His underhand sky serve, on fire. His grilling game, on point. And his A1C, Ron is on it with the once daily pill Jardiance. Jardiance not only lowers A1C, it goes beyond to reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease. And Jardiance may help you lose some weight.
Jardiance may cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
A once daily pill that goes beyond lowering A1C? On it with Jardiance. Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
At the Tiny Cats Innovation Lab, we live to solve litter issues. Odor control? Under control. Absorption? Absolutely. Clumping? Conquered. Performance is part of every Tiny Cats litter. No wonder we're America's #1 litter.
Want more from your vitamins? Get more with Nature's Bounty. From the first ever triple action sleep supplement to daily digestive support to more wellness solutions every day. Get more with Nature's Bounty.
I'm the latest hashtag challenge, and everyone on social media is trying me. I'm trending so hard that hashtag common sense can't keep up. This is gonna get tens and tens of views. But if you don't have the right auto insurance coverage, you could be left to pay for this yourself.
Get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem for a whole lot less.
If you don't repaint every now and then, it's like the old you is still hanging around.
And listening to music.
So today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand, and make your home yours. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels. Let's ride!
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Just over 2,000 miles northwest of St. Louis, the Xfinity Series.
The first ever Indy 500 was 6 hours and 42 minutes long. The average speed was 74.59 miles an hour.
We'll be here. See you then.
Baseball is Cardinals. I have no idea on hockey. I didn't even know they had a hockey
St. Louis Cardinals?
Cardinals and Blues. I watch race cars going around in circle. I don't watch people hit.
St. Louis Cardinals.
St. Louis Blues. The Ravens.
The Ravens. Our Blue Emu race summary. It's been an exciting one today, and Ben Rhodes has found himself to the front. John Hunter Nemechek out of the race. Ty Majeski 29 laps down after heavy damage. And it's been an interesting day for the 18 of...
Bro, look up how many people have died at Indy. It's insane. Oh, yeah, I've seen. The 1973 Indy 500 was probably the craziest. Someone died in qualifying that month, and then a fireman, or no, a pit crew guy got hit by a fire truck during the race and died. And then fucking Swede Savage died while leading the race.
People fired up, that's for sure. And that happens though when you have a really good truck and then you're just working your tail off. I mean, it's hot inside those trucks. I mean, I like defending drivers.
Yeah, you drivers.
Yeah, it's that fun. And we just don't really have to press.
All right, how about it here, Derek?
Green flag back in the air. They did not care about safety. Back in the day, no one cared about safety.
That inside, wow, that inside lane has such a responsibility. I mean, it's like it's Martinsville as far as how you got to block.
Yeah, Swede Savage, he was a cool guy.
Sport had 3 of the top 5 here last year.
Apparently, his daughter was born after he died, so like he never even got to meet his daughter. Like his wife was pregnant, like before he died, but then he died like during her pregnancy.
Yeah, and that 51 was our pole winner today, but and led 17 laps early, but has not been to the front since. Trying to get back there.
What about Christian Eckes running that higher lane?
Imagine getting into every race thinking I'm probably going to die. Yeah, shit's crazy. The safety has gone a long way.
Look at this battle. 3 wide into 3. This usually doesn't end great.
Like it's actually weird to say that this is one of the safest jobs you could have. It really is. Like driving a race car nowadays is one of the safest jobs. You're more likely to die in a 60-mile-per-hour crash on the highway than a 200-mile-per-hour crash in, you know, a NASCAR race car.
Let these guys go. That was a good move by the 7. Look, he's trying to put back up.
Oh, Roger Carruth in the wall a little bit.
A little bit wide off turn 2, bounced off the fence. Not bad though. We're all right. Yeah, that's gonna do a little damage.
And caution is out to debris. We understand down in turn 1.
Debris.
All right, not too bad on the 7.
So we'll back it up and you know, when you're Raja Caruso, you just want to run the laps, don't you? Or either one of the other 2 guys that are starting this race in their very first truck start.
Well, I mean,
motherfuckers had some balls. Hell yeah, they did.
30 to go. It's your first start, and you're feeling comfortable. I mean, he was running in the top 5 at certain points due to pit strategy. I mean, he just turned 3 and 4 very wide. Turns 1 and 2 very tight.
You know, you mentioned earlier, Kurt, how that turn just kind of jumps out at you when you come off turn 2. A lot like the old Phoenix used to. That wall would scare the heck out of you. And it's interesting also, I talked to Roger yesterday, and he said, I'm used to running cars with composite bodies. I could bounce off the wall, and it wouldn't be that big of a deal. I know I've got to take care of the right side of this truck. That's where all the aerodynamics take place, is the right side of the truck, front and back sides. But, you know, it's an important part of the puzzle.
That's cool. All right. That means he's not afraid of racing hard, rubbing, and getting some damage. That's a cool part of it. But clean it up a little bit and make sure you're keeping your fender straight. That's a key thing.
Yeah, Raja Caruth coming to pit road. We saw Jake Garcia there making his first career start as well. They were running 15th and 16th together, and Mason Maggio was back in the 29th spot, also making his debut. So while Caruth comes to pit road, we're going to get set.
That's why I like Kyle. Engine came through the firewall and broke his legs. He healed up and won the championship that year. What a boss. After this race, you're getting a slushie.
Tubi, free movies and TV.
I want you to make some friends this summer. Lots of them.
This summer. Find all your friends. Foes.
Houston, we have a problem.
Family. Streaming free.
there? Obviously, we're dealing with superior intelligence.
Bravo!
Tubi. Watch free.
All right, I'm gonna change your world. That's a shot. Let's go. I loved Food for Great. Hey, I want to watch history. Yes. You want to root for the underdog? Good luck with that. In sports,
Apollo 13 is a good movie. I've never seen it. I don't watch many movies.
We know that, obviously.
I showed Nick Talladega Nights the other day, and he fucking loved it.
How many times I'm right, you'll still argue with me. This is The Herd.
This is awesome! It's Friday Night SmackDown on Fox. Listen to this place. Crowd is witnessing history tonight. Tap into network television's greatest spectacle. As the baddest superstars on the planet are unleashed in prime time. All new Friday Night SmackDown, sponsored by Progressive at 8 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Everybody that has come to pit road just to do a little bit of repair, maybe pull a fender, as was the case with Rajah Caruth. The Grant Infinger's truck is all taken
Somebody better keep fucking Ben Rhodes from winning this race. I'm serious.
today, and that leaves us with
This is my home track. Don't disrespect my home track like that.
And how about Derek Kraus lurking there inside the top 5 with an opportunity for his first career win? But how about Rhodes in that 99, Jamie?
Yeah, his weekend didn't get off to a great start. You know, he was going to practice and qualify the 16 Cup car for A.J. Allmendinger, who's in Portland in a race coming up after ours today. But just a few laps in, he had a tire going down, got into the wall, so they had to repair it. Then he came over here and qualified 15th, so it didn't get off to even a better start. But today, they made some good adjustments on that truck. They're good on the long run, but they've made it a little bit better on the short run as he continues to run up front here, Reagan.
Well, Jamie, how about Matt DiBenedetto having another solid performance in the 25 truck right now? Hey, all day long they've been battling a loose race truck right there. Excuse me, that truck has been loose all day long. They finally got that truck where he is happy with it. A couple moments ago came on and said the balance is good. I really like what I got right now.
And Mike, you said at the beginning of the day you thought he was a guy who could win.
Yeah, he's got the experience, the knowledge, everything it takes to be a winner. It's been lacking that last notch of speed, just another tenth or two of speed in order to be a real contender.
Interesting here on the choose the two ThorSport trucks, Rhodes and Eckes. Instead of Eckes taking the front row spot alongside Rhodes, he's going to line up behind his teammate, and that puts Derek Kraus on the front row. Okay, Kurt Busch, you're racing this track tomorrow.
Matty D 5th, holy fuck, yeah, it'd be cool to see him get the win.
File away for tomorrow.
I mean, we knew this racetrack had different ends. You know, turns 1 and 2 is very tight. 3 and 4 is a bigger sweeping corner. Kind of like Loudon. Reminds me of Milwaukee. But the outside and the way they're able to generate some momentum on the top side, that goes into these big, long straightaways. So I raced here 22 years ago. I thought...
Watch the front tires for Rhodes. It's old and may fail.
Arrow was a big player. Now with this side route...
Yeah, that's true.
Cars are big and heavy. I think the top lane, the middle lane and moving up, you're going to find some grip and find some momentum.
Yeah, I was born in St. Louis.
About Eckes rolling in behind Rhodes is he opens himself up for Kraus to run into him. But they wanted to team up and push each other.
This track technically isn't in St. Louis or Missouri. This track is in Illinois, actually, but it's close enough. You can see the arch from the track. My dad said that he would pass by this track every day on his way to work back when we lived in St. Louis when I was a baby.
Third from Corey Heim, and he does so.
I think Heim wanted to fall in line right there. I think he wanted to get to the outside and get in that track.
Who you're rooting for, but if it's Ben Rhodes, you're feeling pretty good about things, but I'll tell you what, Derek Kraus just keeps hanging around.
I think he's good on the short run, and then it seems like he drops off pace just a little bit. We'll have to see how this plays out. I mean, his best career finish is second at Darlington.
You know who won that race when he was second at Darlington?
Come on, are you throwing that softball? You teeing it up for me?
Yours.
Ben Rhodes?
Yeah, you got
okay, all right. I mean, I'm learning at this deal.
A lot of great battles here. Chase Purdy is trying to get around Matt Crafton very aggressively, too. It's hard to hold that bottom, as we've seen all day long. But he goes in there confidently and stomps
When was the first race at? It was,
Chandler Smith right there.
I think 2001
Heard on the radio, Smith's
was the first race here.
He's had to go from the back to the front multiple times.
I'll tell you, those boys are battling hard, and then these refires in the tires, this guy makes a mistake, this guy gets checked up. It's like you want to just complete a normal pass with this track.
Oh, it opened in 1967. I thought it was way later than that.
Excuse me, Mike. I was going to say Chase Purdy just ahead of Matt Crafton there. They say there's horses for courses. His career best finish was 6th here last year. And now he's running in the top 10, 7th right now. Lost some ground there in 1 and 2 as Matt Crafton pulled back to his tailgate.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Chase Purdy, and we talked quite a bit today about Derek Kraus up in that second spot in the 19 truck. But I like what Purdy has done. Jordan Anderson has
What's up with the 35? 35 is off pace.
Garcia, a little bit of an issue as came off some contact.
It's a tough break. I mean, he was doing so good. 14th, 15th, first race. Sandwich.
Yep. That's a tough slide for Tanner Gray.
Camping World 20 to go.
And he missed pit road.
Limp it back to pit road.
Might be a caution.
Tries to chase down Ben Rhodes.
And he's gaining on him, Vince. We saw Rhodes with that nice advantage before the caution. Ben Rhodes is getting heated up. Wonder what he's thinking right now.
Here comes Derek Kraus. And not going to get by him. Jeff Favigano is in Missouri. Yeah, I love Jeff Favigano. He's one of like the first YouTubers I ever actually watched. Oh, here comes Derek Kraus trying to pass on the outside. He takes the lead. Ben Rhodes has an issue.
Jamie.
And right before that radio communication on the 99, I did understand that he said I'm tight center, and that's where he's making up the most time on me.
Could Derek Kraus get his first win today?
To me, but this is huge for the playoffs as far as this win, the possibility for Kraus. That's huge.
Well, Matt Crafton, the last thing Matt Crafton wants to see is Derek Kraus win this race, because if Kraus would happen to win, Crafton would be on the outside looking in.
And he is battling back in this 8th position with Chase Purdy. Not in a spot to even probably see what just happened up front, and that's probably best for everybody. He doesn't want to have that issue.
Corey Heim continuing to try to make his way past Matt DiBenedetto. They're battling for 4th, and there's Johnny Sauter.
Oh, you're talking about the IMSA race?
So Heim secures that position from Matty D in the 25 truck.
Yeah, again, look at that. The momentum on the outside, turns 1 and 2. Sauter's able to make that pass. And there's the way that Kraus, again, was able to take the lead. He's definitely something up with the 99, but he's still right there, half a second behind.
Derek Kraus in the lead with 16 to go as he crosses the line. Started at the very back of the pack. He did not get to qualify. They had an issue through tech, had to go back through. Did not get to make a qualifying attempt. Started dead last.
At Darlington in 2020, he ran second. Was leading late. Just a couple laps to go, and Ben Rhodes put him away. See if he can hang on today. Remember what happened last Friday night in Charlotte?
Yeah, we don't need to be jinxing anybody, okay? Just let it play out, Mikey.
Zane Smith and Carson Hocevar just outside the top 10. Hocevar, you see that damage there on the right side. At one point, he said, "Why does everybody keep running into me?" It's been one of those days for Hocevar.
And Zane Smith was 2 laps down. Now here he is in a position to get a top 10.
And he's been doing this on the same set of tires. As far as the wave arounds, 2 laps down. I mean, he's going to make something out of this as far as points. It's just a crazy day with a lot of the big names having trouble.
When you mention the points and Ben Rhodes, you see the pylon there with Rhodes running second. John Hunter Nemechek came into this race with the regular season points lead. Nemechek is in the garage out after crashing. So Rhodes is going to regain the points lead in the regular season. And if you win that regular season title, 15 playoff points come as a bonus, and it is huge. So this, as you said, Kurt, is a big turn of events in that regard.
Yeah, you get to carry those 15 points with you through each of the rounds if you keep advancing. And then with Kraus, possible winner, playoff picture really is beginning to unfold right in front of us.
Rhodes on the outside, Eckes inside in the 98. Thorsport teammates for second. Tanner Gray bringing it to pit road.
Yeah, that's from that contact that he had earlier.
Yeah, with Garcia off turn 4, and then, like you said, we've seen everything. Your teammates take each other out there. Hopefully these guys keep it clean.
Eckes in that 98, arguably the hottest driver in the series. I mean, he came in with 3 straight top 5 finishes, and he's working on another one today as he runs third.
I mean, this pass for second, if there's another yellow, this could be huge with Eckes making the move and clearing him and getting up to second spot. I mean, it's just a nice, good momentum run through 3 and 4 on the low side. And is able to work his way by. And I think Rhodes, you know, that's teammate courtesy. I like that move on Rhodes' part.
Yeah, Eckes 4th last week at Charlotte, 2nd the week before at Texas, ran 5th at Kansas, and here he is in 2nd today, and he's chasing down Derek Kraus, but does he have enough speed in that Toyota Tundra? Can he get Kraus here in the final 10 or 11 laps?
I think he just threw the fishing line and it hooked on the back of the 19 truck. We'll see if he can reel him in, but I'm watching that right there on the pylon. It was 0.9, now it's 0.6. We're gonna have 10 to go.
And you talked about the hottest driver. He's done a great job week in and week out. As Chandler Smith picks up another one, that puts him up into the top 5. Back to the front, back to the front.
You're kidding. Like, he's back up to 5th after all.
Coming.
Now Corey Heim about to pass Ben Rhodes for 3rd as Rhodes, Jamie reported really tight in the center and losing speed, and at one point was leading and has now dropped back to 3rd and about to fall into the clutches of Heim. And Rhodes will drop down to 4th. Hey, Derek Kraus on that last pit stop took 2 tires at lap 96. Christian Eckes took 4 tires. Have you seen tires make a big enough difference that that's going to matter here in the last stand?
I just think Eckes is faster right now, and that the tires certainly would make a difference, right, Kurt?
Well, yeah, at this point they would, but at track position, the refires, I mean, all the different tangible things that come into play, it's really hard to tell. But at this point, of course, you want 4 when you're 30 laps into a run.
But you got what you got. And how about Derek Kraus? Let's talk about the emotion and the mental, trying to get his first career win. Is he? The nerves at this point playing a part, cause you maybe to miss your marks. And Eckes has been there, done that.
You got to keep your eye on that mirror, and that's you need to keep it out of the mirror. But that's exactly where your eyes want to go. Where's that guy at?
He just moved up last lap. You said it, Mike. You got to look in the mirror, but you don't want to. I think he looked in the mirror or a spotter. There was information relayed to the 19 about how Eckes was making the high groove work through 3 and 4, and now he's up there taking that air away from him and trying to use that high lane and put dirty air on that 98's nose. I mean, we watched this last week in the Cup race with Larson up front and with Briscoe. This is that same type of scenario. Let's see how this plays out.
Derek Kraus
chasing it. I mean, this is great. This is going to be a good battle.
Hoping that this is the day he gets his first career win. We talked at the beginning of the telecast about drivers potentially that would get their first win today. We talked about Hocevar and Majeski, and now Kraus is trying to hold off Christian Eckes so that he might get his first career win. And he's a racer. He's been racing his whole life. In fact, missed his high school graduation to run a trucks race back in 2020.
Eckes.
He's trying to hold off Christian Eckes.
Eckes racing for the lead. Got a good battle here for the lead with only 6 laps to go.
Eckes' truck is motoring through turns 3 and 4. Yeah, he is able to do it in dirty air and to get side by side off turn 4. That's how the 98 just won this race.
Well done, Christian Eckes.
Sorry, can't see that right away. There's still 5 to go.
I mean, we remember last week? Yeah, absolutely. You don't have to think.
Why do you hate Eckes?
Sure, but Eckes at this point just wants it to stay green.
That was the way he was able to reel him in. I thought the 19 had more speed in it at this point, but it does not.
We mentioned that Eckes has had some good runs here before, all in a Kyle Busch Motorsports truck when he ran for KBM. But,
he's annoying.
Never really got much launched the show.
You hate everyone.
Best finish here was 14th, although he led nearly 100 laps in the KBM trucks then, but couldn't finish the job. And well, today, driving a Toyota again for a different team for ThorSport. 5 laps to go. He's closing in on that much sought after victory.
All the great stories.
His name is stupid. You got beef with this man for the dumbest reasons.
Sauter comes off the couch. It's so interesting on how this race is played out with all the different sequences and different restarts. Track position is still key.
Chandler Smith running 4th. But it's Eckes continuing to stretch the advantage to 8/10 now.
Taking advantage of those 2 fresher left side tires, but just a really fast.
What does Eckes mean anyway? It's a name. It doesn't have a meaning. There's no definition. Do you know how names work?
Prince, the crew chief for a long time, was the truck chief on the 88 at Crafton for crew chief Junior Joyner. He's moved up to the crew chief position over the last couple of years. And for Eckes himself, he's been through a lot of adversity. Didn't have a full-time ride last year, ran a part-time schedule for ThorSport, gets the full-time chance.
Caution! Oh, the 15 in the wall.
Are you kidding me? This is that just happened.
You hate Kyle Busch due to what he did to Junior at Bristol. I think you mean Richmond. And I thought you didn't hate Kyle Busch. Plus, that was like 15 years ago, and they're both over it. Literally, Dale Jr. says that he's over it, so.
Damage. Just when you're getting ready to go out and mow the grass, do some gardening, get right back on your couch, get in your chair.
I want to know when the last time I would like to know when the last time you mowed the grass was, Kurt.
That's how I made my living when I was 16 years old. $5 a yard. This is going to get big. I mean,
well, you know how big that inside lane is. You stay side by side with a guy. I'm sure Eckes is going to take the outside, but you just open yourself up into getting hit. And desperate men take desperate measures at times, and Kraus tasted that playoff spot. He tasted that win, his first win in the Napa truck, and now he's going to get a chance to go overtime and see if he can get it.
You know, last week we saw Carson Hocevar sail it in there, desperate to get a win, and ended up.
We're only going to have a little bit of wait time in between these races, which is nice. I don't like when we have to wait like a long time in between 2 races.
Yeah. Does that make Christian Eckes a little nervous? It might make me take the inside if I was Christian Eckes, just to make sure I'm not vulnerable.
Yeah, that's a legitimate option, man. This is going to get bonkers again, and these tires are so fatigued. The air pressures are up so high. It's not the same type of restart that you would think you'd even be close to, and that's why these races are so exciting, so crazy at the end. I mean, can I put a blindfold on? You know, I really don't even want to watch.
I don't think anyone likes Harvick anymore. Fuck Kevin Harvick.
You're racing tomorrow in this race. What's your options, and where are you at mentally right now? Are you going to take the bottom, or are you going to take the dominant high side? And are you being able to clear everything out of your brain and just focus on this last restart?
I mean, I'm wanting to take the top side because that's where the stats will say is the best opportunity to keep your momentum up and keep your position. You then have to evaluate who's going to be on your inside. That's Kraus. He hasn't won. Heim is going to be in this mix. Is he going to help you or hurt you? I mean, Chandler Smith is charged. You're evaluating the guys that are around you, but then you got to just stay calm, listen to the crew chief, find a little bit of a nugget that's going to give you an advantage on somebody else.
And remember, Christian Eckes has led at the white flag the last 2 races and hasn't won either one of them. And he looks to be in that situation potentially again here today.
Yeah, right now, just cool your tires, just get calm, you always have to anticipate there's going to be another yellow. If you're upset or you're like, man, why'd that yellow come out? That's going to hurt the whole psyche of it. So let's go down to Reagan, let's check in, let's go to pit road where we can find some calm therapy.
Well, Kurt, I don't know how calm it is down here. It's been pretty hectic all day long, actually. But you talk about the restart and what's going to happen with the 98. Well, the 19 truck's got a decision to make as well. They've struggled on the bottom, trying to figure out which way they want to go. Listen to the
Don't like Syndic since he's stupid. Yeah, Syndic's an idiot.
I mean, I'm leaning towards taking the top behind him.
Yep, Syndic did that.
Really big
And that's why I hate him.
Put yourself side by side with a third place truck. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, well that comes from the launch. That's like when you're in second gear, accelerating, and I haven't seen the launch on the 19 be that good. That's what they're saying right there.
You agree with that or not?
It's almost like saying I'm going to be okay with second a bit, but it's
because you don't think he.
So we're going into overtime.
I don't think so. But we would go for it on the bottom. I would go for it on the bottom for sure.
I think we're about to get the one to go. Yeah.
Not win anyway, but at least I gave myself a chance. Be beside the leader in case he misses a gear or has an issue. Give yourself that opportunity.
I would go with you, Mikey. I would go on the inside if I'm the 19. I would not follow. But let's see if the 98 has to choose the outside, but he could switch it up to your original thought, Mikey. I'm picking the bottom, and that way you're in charge of sliding up.
It is NASCAR overtime, and we're overtime for the 6th time this season. You know the overtime rules. We take the green flag, and if we come back and get the white, the next flag, whether it's caution or checkers, will end the race. If the leader has not taken the white before the caution comes out, we re-rack them and do it again as many times as it takes.
You know what I love about this job, Vince? I feel like I'm in the race car, a race vehicle every week we do this. I mean, my palms are sweating. I'm really anxious about what we're going to see.
Mom spaghetti on your sweater?
That's right. Just having some issues over here, trying to sort out in my brain what's going to happen. And
oh, I guess we're not getting the one to go.
The guy that's most interesting to me is the back to the front guy, and he's back to the front now. Let's hear what he's thinking.
I get a good start here. This must be a lot of hurt feelings. I'm going to do the best I can. No, you are. I wouldn't want nobody in this position than you.
They were just having an arguing match a bit ago, and now it sounds like they're pals again.
I really like Danny Stockman, the crew chief on this Chandler Smith truck, and Chris Lambert, a veteran spotter. Chandler Smith, just a teenager. He's young to the sport. I mean, he's going to make mistakes and has made some mistakes. But
yeah, I would. I'd be pretty pissed if Ben Rhodes somehow wins this race. But he's running 7th, so.
Get through this season.
Yeah. Didn't sound like he's planning on playing it safe. He's planning on going for it.
Well, we talked about Derek Krause, and what's he going to decide? Is he going to pick inside, or is he going to stay up top? And we're about to find out as they come to the choose zone.
He's going top.
He's going top. And look, that surprised the 51. And now you're kind of just seeing everybody fall in line.
So now you got 2 KBM teammates on the inside.
KBM trucks on the inside.
And we know the attitude of one of them.
Wow.
He said he gets a good start. And that means 3 wide into 1. Kurt, watch for that. If the 18 truck gets the launch he wants, he'll put his teammate 3 wide in the middle.
You think he'd burn his teammate like that bad?
That did not work out the way Eckes wanted it to work out. I mean, he did not want 2 KBM teammates back-to-back, did he? I mean,
do you think that Krause missed that opportunity as well?
Eckes, radio.
Remember, buddy, you got the best truck here right now. You're faster than everybody. This is all you. Nobody can run the top like you in 1 and 2 or 3 and 4. So you got this, man.
There's a lot of psychology going on right now.
You need it. These are kids. You know, they haven't been in this position. They know that what's on the line, and that's a win and one of the top series of NASCAR.
Man, if I was a kid, I'd be like, whatever, I got this. I want this. I'm going to own this. And that's where the 98 Eckes needs to keep his truck in at least the clean rubber. Don't get up in the marbles. Don't let somebody push you up there. If he can keep that nice run off the top side, he has the possibility of clearing these guys off turn 2. But you got to get to turn 1 first. But you
all right, we're going to go back green.
Right now first.
This is NASCAR overtime. Christian Eckes.
Green flag's back in the air. 2 laps to go. Corey Heim takes the lead. Oh, boy.
Technically, they're cleared. And the 51.
Here comes Chandler Smith.
Look at that. That's awesome.
The restart under review. We're told by NASCAR as Eckes is.
Oh, boy.
Smith trying to put the block on. Not going to work for now.
Coming to the white flag.
And look who's in fourth. Friesen's back.
White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go. Will Corey Heim get his first career win?
It'd be interesting to see what they make as far as the call. Eckes probably took off first, and then the KBM trucks passed.
The white flag. The next flag went into
Got a crash in 4-2.
Eckes down the backstretch, and they have
Caution is out. The race is over. Corey Haim wins. Oh, man. That's a big crash.
the restart deemed good by NASCAR.
Corey Haim gets his first career NASCAR Camping World Truck Series win. Well, as soon as he crosses the flag, then it'll be official. Corey Haim wins it.
Instead of the front row. Went against what you were talking about, Mikey.
Yeah, he finished 7th, too, so that didn't work out at all.
Wow.
But wow, I think maybe you've got to give Chandler Smith as much credit for winning this race as you do Corey Haim. Chandler had his nose all the way under 51's tailgate and got him that great launch.
Well, there have been some big hits. There's
That looks like a pretty hard crash.
From his 5 truck, we saw Carson Hocevar.
Yeah, let's double check the restart. Let's see if they're in the zone.
They passed the zone.
Yep. It's a launch by the 98. And those 2 KBM trucks just hook up and go.
Yeah, the 18 right there on the bumper, giving the 51 a great push. And then tried, I thought he was going to wreck him right here.
I mean, but he had to stay in line till the start-finish line and then try to make that move. And they were able to hold it in turn 1. A lot of times the trucks wash up.
I looked like maybe Eckes might have spun the tires a little bit too. And
what about that commitment of Haim to block off that charge by Chandler Smith? He said, yeah, you might turn me, but I'm going to block you.
He wheeled it, and that was where there was real no looking like team orders. But KBM trucks ended up 1-3. Eckes was denied a win once again. That's a tough break.
Christian Eckes has been right there 3 races in a row.
I want to see the crash.
Before that yellow, here's the final yellow.
Kraus gets into Hocevar, it looked like. And watch this contact.
Oh, man. Oh, Jesus Christ.
That was big. So glad to see Tyler Hill and also Carson Hocevar get out of their trucks. The 19-year-old from Georgia. Yeah, it is winter time. Second time. Victorious in the Camping World Truck Series. Reagan Smith is down there with the winner.
Vince, what a thrilling finish to this race. Corey Haim going to go grab the checkered.
Somebody got hurt? I don't think so. I think everyone's fine, but it was a pretty big impact.
I love that tradition, sharing the checkered, sharing the victory with the fans.
Corey getting all the equipment on. Corey, you got the bottom on the restart. Had the opportunity to have a teammate behind you. Had to fend off the teammate who made a big surge to try and get down to the bottom and put you 3 wide there. But when it's all said and done, you found a way to get it done and get your 2nd career victory.
Yeah, I can't believe I got the bottom right there. That's unbelievable. But great push by my teammate Chandler Smith right there. But you know, all the dedication to my team these past couple weeks has been just everything. I've been putting so much time and effort in to try to improve my craft. And Cowboys Motorsports, everyone back in the shop, Marty Lindley, Derek Nealon, awesome spotter, awesome crew chief. So, man, I'm out of breath right now. That was awesome.
You came here and tested. Your crew chief told me had a lot of confidence in that test and how fast it was. How pivotal was that towards this truck being so good today?
Absolutely. You know, anytime we can get the extra seat time, it's super important. I feel like it's getting better every week. But like I said, everyone back in the shop does a phenomenal job.
Corey Haim wins in St. Louis.
Running a part-time schedule, and he is a winner for the 2nd time this season. Jamie?
And Christian Eckes led 9 laps, brings it home 2nd. Take me through that final restart. What happened?
Yeah, I just spun tires a little bit, then the 19 picked my rear wheels off the ground and some of the motors and just didn't get a good launch. But, man, it's just 2 of the last 3 races we've been leading and our caution comes out late. It just sucks, but very proud of my Thorpsville racing team. Thankful to Curb Wreckers, AHI Facility Services, Total Racing, Wiley X. Just really frustrating. You know, the past three weeks we should have won and we didn't. So I'm gonna go back to the drawing board and try to figure some stuff out.
Thanks, Christian. Vince?
Well, I think it was just bad luck. I mean, you know, he was going to win the race if not for the accident involving Tanner Gray. But
wow, you're the leader and you choose the outside. That's what the percentages all say to do. And then with Kraus picking the outside, it put the 2 KBM trucks to the inside. He never knew he was going to have to go through that battle.
Well, after Infinger had that crash. Matt Crafton jumps up to the 9th position, and Infinger slips down to 10th, and Derek Kraus, oh so close to getting up above that cut line, but not today, and that might have been the chance.
He's a great young talent. I think that team has wins in them. See if you can get one before the playoffs start.
All right, y'all. So we'll be starting the race here shortly, the Xfinity race.
Chandler Smith, and we heard you talk about.
I can't even switch over to the channel because it's just the same channel. So just whenever their coverage ends.
To be honest with you, if the 23 didn't run out of talent there in stage 2 or whatever it was, we'd probably lapped half the field easily. Our truck was stupid good. I mean, hats off to Danny, everybody at KBM.
23 ran out of talent.
Charged me Toyota Tundra. Man, it sucks really bad because even there at the end, like, our tires are probably beat 4 times as much as everybody else in the field, and we still ended up 3rd.
Hit the like button. Everybody drop a like on the stream.
But drove all the way into the fence once again. So, yeah, it is what it is. Glad to get a top 3 out of it, but definitely sucks.
Fix up that truck and hang on to it, put it back in the shop, and bring her out later in the season, Vince.
It's been interesting, that's for sure. And there's Grant Infinger. I mean, man, the storylines today. We could spend the next 30 minutes talking about the different headlines that you could get out of this one. And there's Carson Hocevar, who they ended up putting on a stretcher once he got out of the truck, but great to see him give the thumbs up sign.
Carson Hocevar actually did. It looks like he did. I don't know. I think he's fine. He gave the thumbs up. He's awake and alert. I think he's fine. Probably just got the wind knocked out of him.
The Xfinity Series race, which is coming up next from Portland. How about Corey Hine, part-time driver, just 9 career starts, 2 wins. I mean, he's won 2 of his 9 starts.
That's impressive. Yeah, last year at Darlington, the run he had there, he wrecked late on a restart, was on the front row at Darlington. The kid that, you didn't know a whole lot about, and he comes out and is able to put himself in a position to win it. The lady in black, the track too tough to tame, that told me he has everything it takes. Not only, Kurt, I'm going to make this statement, not only to win in the Truck Series, which he's done twice now, this kid will win in the Cup Series one day. When you show up with that kind of ability and put yourselves in those positions this soon, at that age, the sky is the limit.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt that the sky's the limit, and you're right. I think we'll see him move his way on up. And there's something that KBM sees in him. There's something that Toyota sees. And
my win pick for the Xfinity race is AJ Allmendinger.
And how many starts?
Yeah.
Like there's limited starts on tough tracks.
Carson got hurt. I don't think he's. I think he's fine. He gave the thumbs up to the crowd. He was on the stretcher. I mean, I'm not too concerned, but I mean, there's a little concern, obviously. You never like to see a driver on the stretcher.
I feel like that could have happened possibly, but I guess we probably should have, looking back at it now, but overall it was a good day.
Anthony Alfredo on the pole, that's awesome.
And we'll move on to Sonoma.
Very strong day for Derek Kraus. 7th place finish, Vince.
Yep, and I think that when you look at it, 7th place, ultimately you're going to be pleased in the big picture. I mean, that's his best finish of the season, but this was really his chance to win a race.
What do you think, Kurt, when he popped out front there, he said, I'm going to cruise to victory, and then looked in the mirror, and the 98 truck just kept getting bigger and bigger, and then before you know it, he's in a bind.
Yeah, things changed pretty quick in those last 10 laps. And, with Kraus, his West Coast kid, maybe Sonoma will bring us some good luck next week.
Johnny Sauter dropped in and finished 5th. Another good run for him. DeBenedetto 6th. Ben Rhodes, Zane Smith, and Raja Caruth filling out the top 10. Congratulations to Raja in his Truck Series debut, getting a top 10 finish. Well done. Well, coming up next, it's Xfinity Series racing from Portland. And, of course, tomorrow, the Cup Series right here at Gateway. Don't miss it. Thanks to Reagan Smith and Jamie Little for all the hard work on pit road. Michael Waltrip, Kurt Busch, always enjoy it up here in the booth. I'm Vince Welch. Thanks for being with us, and congratulations to Corey Hine, career win number 2. Now let's go to Portland, Xfinity Series racing with our good buddy Adam Alexander. Take it away, Adam. Have fun today.
Thank you, Vince. Fox NASCAR now in the Pacific Northwest. It's the 2nd road course race of the year for NASCAR's Xfinity Series, but the first time ever at Portland International Raceway in Oregon, Our coverage today on FS1, presented by Credible. Now, let me tell you about the fans in this region of the country. It rained here all day yesterday. They showed up for practice and qualifying. The forecast today, rain all day long. And here they are once again. They are craving some NASCAR. And today they've got it. It's the first time the top 3 series in NASCAR have made their way to this racetrack in more than 20 years. And we look forward to what we're going to see here today. Let's get you now to drivers to watch. We begin with this fella, Noah Gragson, starting in the back in a backup car. He was a victim of the rain yesterday.
I honestly thought Portland would be on the same weekend as Sonoma and Xfinity would instead of be a gateway. I mean, ideally, yeah.
Wins leader when it comes to the Xfinity Series and road courses, A.J. Allmendinger. He qualified 10th, as you see on the graphic, but they made some changes to that 16 Chevrolet, so he will come from deep as well. No problems for this guy, Ty Gibbs, 19 years old, qualified 6th for this race. He's got 2 wins on road courses and appears to be in a real good mood as we get set for the green flag. And perhaps the story of the day is the pole sitter, Anthony Alfredo. Huge upset in qualifying yesterday. He drives for Our Motorsports. It was his first career pole and the first ever for the organization. It's the 3rd consecutive week we've had a first-time pole winner. It's going to be some kind of afternoon. 75 laps of road racing goodness from Portland International Raceway. Let's go trackside now for pre-race ceremonies.
Please welcome Billy Malden from Motor Reaching Outreach to give today's invocation. Heavenly Father, as we rise up to prepare for what's going to be a great day of racing, we do so to pause and recognize your presence in our lives. We ask you to be with these drivers, teams, the officials. Bless everybody with a safe day of racing. Father, as always, we remember the men and women of our armed forces and first responders. We ask you to be with them and be with their families. Keep them safe as well. Father, may your peace and your presence be with us all. It's in your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
And now, welcome to the stage, national recording artist Kurt Van Meter for today's national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's hear it for Kurt Van Meter.
And welcome in, everybody. So good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon.
Amen.
On FS1 with Jamie McMurray, Trevor Bain. I'm Adam Alexander. These guys both won the Daytona.
Oh, they're not even in the fucking. They're not even at the track.
Meteorologist, and since the weather today is going to be one of the big storylines, tell us what that will do to impact this race.
Yeah, well, lots of rain, and they started practice yesterday. We had about a 15-minute session in the rain. It started to dry out. It's not raining right at this moment, but what we know, actually it is raining right at this moment, it's going to rain throughout the course of this race. They're going to have to deal with wet conditions. visibility is going to be a huge word that we hear today, or the lack of it.
Well, and the favorite in this race, and I feel like every time we go road racing, he is the guy, A.J. Allmendinger. I said it earlier, he's got to start at the rear. So with the rain and him coming from the back, is he still the favorite to win this race?
Well, there's no doubt about it. A.J. Allmendinger, any road course is going to be a favorite in this series. But you throw in the rain, and I think his expertise and experience that he has had at these kinds of tracks in the wet conditions make him more of a favorite. Now, starting at the rear of this field, that can be a little bit chaotic. As Jamie said, it's tough to see. It's hard to get through the field, and people are going to make mistakes. So he's got to take care of that 16.
Portland not ready for Cup at all. Yeah, they're not. They're barely even ready for Xfinity.
Patience and aggression. You go to the board. His worst start in the last 7 road course races, 14th, but he's never finished worse than 4th. So you feel like he hasn't had many adversities when it comes to racing on the road. He'll have plenty of those today. He's got to stay out of trouble, get to the front, and then, of course, we know he will be a player. So we talk about the rain, and here we are in the booth, in the dry, and all I can say to our pit reporters is I'm sorry. Josh Sims, Jamie Howe, they're hanging out at the track enduring the rain. I'm sorry about it, guys. Jamie, lead us off. What's your storyline going into today's race?
Well, right now, Adam, it is the weather, but it's not that bad. NASCAR did make the decision that it's going to start off as a wet race. Talk about drivers that are starting at the back of the pack. You mentioned Noah Gragson. He had his incident during practice yesterday. It happened in the rain. Now, he explains it that he was coming down the start-finish, right past the start-finish line. The racetrack is crowned. He went to the left. There's a puddle there. The racetrack dips down. He hit it, takes lap, smacked the wall. The team had to go to the backup car. Now, the good news is that the backup car he was able to take out in qualifying. He knows that there's no performance disadvantage between the two. He feels very confident in the equipment that he has for the race today. The other good thing, he now knows when it starts raining again, not to go to the left side of the start-finish line. So he's learned a lot. He's excited about the race today. He's going to keep his head down, stay smart. He says the key is going to be to stay on the racetrack. You also mentioned A.J. Allmendinger starting at the back. For more, here's Josh Sims.
Well, Jamie, no one has more wins on road courses in the Xfinity Series than A.J. Allmendinger. Now, unfortunately, if he wants to go from 7 to 8, he's going to have to do it coming through the back of the field. He had issues during practice yesterday, couldn't figure out exactly what was wrong, had issues once again during qualifying, made some changes. Well, they had to make more changes, which is why they're going to the back of the field. He told me they basically changed everything but the motor in this car, and he still doesn't know if they got it fixed, but he says hopefully they did, because this is a place that's special to him. Got a champ car win here back in the day, and he said it's all about being smart and calculated moving his way through the field here today, guys.
It's incredible. We're going to put a number on this. Unofficially, they made 31 different changes to that 16 car. And Josh, you touched on the fact that he won here in Champ Car 16 years ago. This really kind of kick-started his career in open wheel, Jamie.
Oh, it did. You see right there, that's a 24-year-old A.J. Allmendinger. This was his first big race break in professional racing. Went on to win 3 races in a row, 5 races that year that he won for Forsyth Racing.
June of 2006, almost 16 years ago to the day. It was on Father's Day. His dad was there. It was a special afternoon, no doubt. This begins today, the second half of the regular season. Let's look at the leaderboard. We've already had 7 different drivers win, series regulars win, and lock themselves into the playoffs, Trevor.
Well, you know, right at the top of the board, Ty Gibbs getting those 3 wins early on this season set him up well, but lately, those 3 drivers right behind him, Noah Gragson, Josh Berry, Justin Allgaier, the JRM team, they're coming on strong. They've won 4 of the last 5, and they're a team to watch for sure.
Now let's go to those drivers below the cut line. And some really good stuff here for drivers that we think could perform well this afternoon in Portland, including our pole sitter, Anthony Alfredo, who's the first guy outside looking in.
Yeah, Anthony Alfredo obviously has the best starting position today, but the guy that I'm looking at is Sheldon Creed. He won a truck race on a road course a few years ago at Daytona, had a huge gain last week of 20 points on Ryan Sieg for that last cutoff spot. It's all going to be all about staying on track today, getting those stage points, and getting the best finish these guys can.
Sheldon Creed had a pretty good run at COTA earlier this year. Was 14 points above the cut line. Since that time, he had some real bumps in the road, things that you would expect from a rookie. But last week, a bounce back at Charlotte, top 10 finish, gained 20 points to the cut line. Jamie mentioned his success in the Camping World Truck Series, racing on the road. Maybe today is the day that he takes a big step toward the playoffs. Let's get the command now to fire engines.
Race fans, it's time for the most famous words in motorsports.
here to give the command once again. Please welcome from Pacific Office Automation, Fall Newsome. Driver, start your engine.
The engines have fired, and for the first time, the NASCAR Xfinity Series ready to go racing in Portland, Oregon. Stay with us. We go green next.
We've got your back, Road Warriors.
Who I think
We
spins
know you're
first?
picking up the pace. Steering life at 10
Riley
to.
Herbst.
You're hitting the road
My pick to win today is AJ Allmendinger.
with confidence. So skip the counter without missing a beat. Choose any car in the aisle and be the boss of you. Go national. Go like a pro.
You know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Like how I customized this scarf. Check out this backpack I made for Marco. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Ace now offers free assembly and delivery, so it's never been easier to get a great grill for your family, like a Traeger wood pellet grill, Weber gas grill, or Big Green Egg charcoal grill. Only at your neighborhood Ace.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Expectations come with the territory, but raising expectations, that comes with determination, pushing ourselves further, lifting others even higher, and knowing that recognition isn't given, it's earned. Ram, J.D. Power's #1 brand and new vehicle quality.
Bryce Harper with his DQ Flamethrower Burger and Blizzard Meal, and Tim Anderson with his DQ Bacon 2 Cheese Deluxe Burger and Blizzard Meal.
Vote spicy. Vote cheesy. Cheesy.
Try both and vote for your favorite burger and Blizzard Meal at DQ.com.
DQ. Happy tastes good.
Think Dad's searching doggy diet plans for Josie? No, he's switching his choice cashback category to home improvement, so he earns more on a new doggy door. Extra large.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
Out here, you're a landowner, a gardener, a landscaper, and a hunter. That's why you need versatile, durable Kubota equipment.
At the Tidy Cats Innovation Lab, we live to solve litter issues. Odor control? Under control. Absorption? Absolutely. Clumping? Conquered. Performance is part of every Tidy Cats litter. No wonder we're America's #1 litter.
The road less traveled can lead us to some interesting places, like a hidden gem of the racing world tucked away in the Pacific Northwest. It's been over 20 years since Portland has seen NASCAR action, but this road course has been humbling drivers for 6 decades and is now ready for some fresh blood. Nearly 2 miles of twists and turns promise to keep you on your toes, and one wrong move will leave you in the dirt. Everyone wants their rose, but only one rider will be crowned King of the Rose City. It's NASCAR Xfinity Racing from Portland, Oregon, next on FS1.
The Chamber of Commerce did not greet us with the best weather here in Portland today, but I think we are going to have a fantastic race. 1.97 miles is the layout of Portland International Raceway. What do you say we take a trip around this place and tell the fans what it's all about, Jamie.
Yeah, you see we're going to head down this really wide front stretch down into turn 1. Really slow chicane. You're going to see guys use a ton of curve on the inside of turn 1. Then it's about getting a good drive on the exit of 2 into 3. And it's a fairly slow section through 4, 5, 6. And then it sets up another, what I think is going to be a good passing zone into turn 7, Trevor.
Well, that might be the last passing zone for a minute here, Jamie, because after that, you've got the long straightaway down to turn 10, and that's a kind of a banana shape, people call it. It's not actually straight, and it looks like from the map, turn 10 would be a prime passing zone, but all the drivers are talking about how narrow it is there and how sketchy it is to try to make a pass, coming back around to turn 12 to get to the start-finish line.
And everyone says you got to get a good run off the turn 12 because you want to maximize that speed down the front straightaway. We look at our starting lineup. We told you about Anthony Alfredo on the pole, front row with Austin Hill, row 2. Daniel Hemrick, a pair of runner-up finishes in his road course career. Sam Mayer on quite a run lately, starts in row 2 as well. Trevor?
Yes, sir. In row 3, we've got Jay Buford making his next start in the 48. He's been out for a couple weeks, but coming back to his road course roots. And then Ty Gibbs beside him. Next up, we've got Sheldon Creed and Connor Mozak making his first Xfinity start here in the 18.
Let's catch up. You see AJ Allmendinger right there in row 5. Let's see if we can catch up with him. Hey, AJ, it's Jamie Mack up in the FS1 booth. You got me? I guess we'll try again. Hey, AJ, it's Jamie Mack in the FS1 booth. You got me?
Oh, I got you, man.
All right. Yeah, it's good. It looks a little wet out there today. Tell us your plan. Like, how aggressive do you think you can be, knowing that these conditions, it's wet? Like, how much can you pressure here at the beginning?
Pit road speed this time.
Well, Adam, we chose to talk to him at a really bad time right there as they're trying to get their pit road speed. All these guys coming down to see, make sure their tacks are set correctly.
So maybe we'll just walk through the rest of the starting lineup. And you might have noticed there are a host of drivers that are dropping to the rear today. And you know what all that does? It helps negate the number of cars that AJ's going to have to pass to get to the front. Really good for him, right?
I would think so. I mean, it's an easy pass, right? Everybody's dropping to the back. In that situation, I always think I want to be the first one to drop to the back. So if I get in line, maybe they'll line up behind me here, Jay.
9 total drivers dropping to the rear for today's race. Let's get a final thought from our pit reporters. Before we go green, we start off with Josh Sims.
Well, guys, it's not often you have a guy making his Xfinity Series debut giving advice to other drivers about a race, but that's the case for Connor Mozak in the 18, who spent time after practice on Friday talking with his teammates Ty Gibbs and Brandon Jones, and that's because he has the most experience of the JGR drivers here. He competes regularly in the Trans Am Series, where he's a ton of road experience. What's more, he practiced here just a couple weeks ago in a late model stock type car. He described it as in the rain. So he showed speed during practice, qualified 8th, and he says he feels completely comfortable here. So look out for Connor Mozak to be a player at his first Xfinity Series start, Jamie.
Another driver to look for to be a player would be Sam Mayer. Over the last 8 races of this season, he has the most top 5s with 7. He's tied for the most top 10s also with 7. And he's just really feeling that momentum. Now, what he does know about racing here at Portland is that he had speed both in the wet and in the dry conditions. He's lining up 4th to take the green flag today, but he says it's not about the other drivers. It's not about who's around you. He said from a driver's standpoint today, you have to race the racetrack, race the conditions, and not let anything else get in your head.
I think that's really, really good advice as you get set for this race, especially with all the elements these drivers are going to face. Let's look now at our onboard cameras. This is the Ford onboard camera. Ryan Sieg qualified 27th. He will drop to the rear, however, to begin today's event. And we'll also go on board with Riley Herbst, the Circus Sports onboard camera. Riley qualifying 14th, driver out of Las Vegas, Nevada. And we're lined up and ready to go green as they make their way through turns 10, 11, and 12. Once they exit turn 12, the pace car will hit the pit lane, and the field will
so much rain, yeah.
by our pole sitter,
It's gonna make it fun.
23 for our motorsports. The rain's not going away. It's going to be an entertaining afternoon in Portland. First time ever for the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Here we go in the Pacific Northwest.
Green flag.
Look at Daniel Hemrick jumping out of line.
So awkward. Oh boy. Oh boy. They're already just fucking everything up. Everything's just destroyed. Are we actually going to do 75 laps of this, or can we just, like, not do this?
After all that, we stayed green, guys. I mean, we saw the one car sitting there, turned around in the middle. We saw
It's like the slowest race I've ever seen. God damn.
But that's something people are going to watch for this next restart for sure.
Now, it did appear that he did stop. Talking about Anthony Alfredo, who clearly missed the turn one. But
AJ Allmendinger's on pit road.
Something we're going to have to follow closely here. If
What the hell is happening?
With a ruling, and AJ's been off track already, as you see, he's on pit road.
Yeah, this was actually before they even came to the green. He got off, got into the grass.
Jesus Christ.
Got all plugged up, probably a little bit of mud in that as well.
Well, there goes my win pick.
Kick grass up on the racetrack, so a tough start for AJ Allmendinger. He just made a pit stop, Josh.
Again, coming in way sooner than he wanted to, but as you saw when he was on pit road, they were cleaning grass off the grill as he got into the grass on that first turn. So unfortunate start to the race for AJ Allmendinger, who was already having issues before this race after practice and qualifying, guys.
And he's about a half a lap in front of the leader, so he's not going to go a lap down.
Really good racing we got here, folks. Fucking not.
For him as he tries to regain all this track position.
Watch what happens here, dude. Motherfuckers.
Down the front straightaway.
Yeah, and you see, they're trying to figure out where the grip is. You saw Sheldon Creed all the way on the inside. You see the car behind him, Ty Gibbs, all the way on the outside. Everybody's searching right now to find out where the grip is. We saw in practice Noah Gregson run all the way to the right side of the drag strip, coming down into turn one.
Bro, they're going so slow. This race is going to take like 17 hours.
We went green here. The wheels haven't formed there, but all these guys right now, Trevor, are just searching around trying to find where's the grip.
Yeah, they are, and you can tell, you know, something you always fight for in the rain is grip, right? And so you want to run offline. You want to get the tires in fresh pavement that doesn't have oil and rubber and all these slick spots on it. So that's why you see them running an unconventional line off the normal racing route. But you see Ty Gibbs kind of cheating that a little bit. He might find some middle ground there where you can run a lower arc, but maybe still have a little bit of grip on your outside tires.
Yeah, the one thing about this track, because we haven't had a lot of running in the dry, just very minimal in qualifying yesterday, is that a lot of rubber is not laid down. And it's obviously rained quite a bit. They've run the air tides around. So if it's blown any of that rubber off down into the track or the oils, the grip, the preferred line might be the actual racing line. As you see Ty Gibbs, big braking zone there into turn 9 is able to clear Sheldon Creed.
Oh, gutsy there. It looked like he got his right sides off in the grass, and to me, this early in the race, that's what you're trying to test. Like, in these braking zones, can I push it, or is it going to back?
Sam, rate this race right now. Well, I gotta give it time. I mean, we're only on lap 2.
Gibbs, a guy that we felt like could contend for the win today. He's out front, other end of the spectrum. More problems for AJ Allmendinger. This is turn 5.
Yeah, you see he drops the wheels off the right side. That curve is pretty slick. Really tough start for AJ Allmendinger, who we, clearly even before we got here this weekend.
Oh shit!
The favorites. You see
Jesus
Sheldon
Christ!
Gets into the outside or the inside of Ty Gibbs right there. That's in turn 1 into that chicane. It's such a hard corner because of the
NASCAR Twitter is probably losing their shit right
now. They
now.
don't know the limit to where the cars are right now.
You know, and Jamie, I'm looking at some lap times here. They're running 20 seconds slower than what they qualified at. That's a huge adaptation, and even 10 seconds slower than what they did in practice in wet conditions. So this is some of the wettest conditions they've been on all week. Even though they've been battling this weather, this is the worst it's been, the slickest it's been.
And the rich get richer, right? Because you got one of the fastest cars out front where visibility couldn't be better. And this is what Sheldon Creed tried to do in the Shelton chicane. Turn 1, turn 2, there was plenty of contact there.
It almost looked like he tried to gas up. He thought maybe Ty Gibbs was going to run a little wide there and tried to fill the hole, but then Ty cut back down on him. Again, everybody just searching, trying to figure out where they need to be.
And that's one of those things in a slow-speed corner. When you try to set up your exit, I think about even a track like Richmond and Hopeville where you want to back up your entry and get a good run.
NASCAR Twitter is not losing their shit right now, but they probably are, and I'm just not seeing it.
I'll tell you where I don't want to be is in this thing, because that's called a gaggle, Adam, and that's not going to be good. All those those cars run together. It's so hard to see. We can't even see the car in the back of that group. But Noah Gragson making some pretty good progress. We know that he had to go to the back, already up to P20.
And look behind him, Jade Buford, who had a great qualifying effort, noted road racer, starts in the top 10. He's now outside the top 20. So two drivers that we felt like could make some noise today going in opposite directions.
You know, when I think about rain races, I think back to the Roval a few years ago, and it was just torrential downpour the whole race. And I know that A.J. Allmendinger won that, but Noah Gragson finished second that day. And I thought about him heading into this weekend, knowing that it could be wet. Noah's pretty fast in the rain, has been able to do that a few times, and has always been able to capitalize on it.
Another pretty good road racer, the 31 of Myatt Snyder, and he did the NASCAR Euro Series, and so he experienced road racing against some really good competitors.
Oh, Justin Allgaier around.
Another driver.
Is he in the wall or?
Successful road racer over the years in the
Oh no, he's not in the wall. He's just in the grass.
Turn 5 area where he went off.
The fortunate thing for him is, as we're looking at the grill of the number 7 car, it doesn't appear that a lot of grass has covered that grill. That's the issue with running off in that area, is that if that grill gets plugged, you know that the engine's going to overheat.
I actually spoke to Justin about that after practice, and he said when he spun out in practice, he tried to get the car backwards, not to rip that splitter off. Now, I don't know if you can be that heads up and that good, Jamie, to actually spin the direction you want to, but he's told me he did it on purpose, and he wanted to get the splitter from ripping off or getting grass on the grill. Right there, he just keeps spinning them.
Yeah, and let's watch right here and see if his tires get on that outside curve.
Well, don't be too mad at this race. I just think it's funny. Oh, it's very clear that this race is not good. It's clearly not a good race at all. But it's hilarious. You know, you gotta look at NASCAR like that sometimes. You can't always take it so seriously. Sometimes you just gotta look at it as like, well, this race is a fucking disaster. Let's just embrace the disaster then. You know? Let's just embrace this for the next 2.5 hours, alright?
The mental side of things. Let's get a report on Justin Allgaier. Go down to
There's like no visibility either right now.
I wanted to confirm what you guys were talking about. He said to the team, I'm sorry I got on the paint, no harm, no foul. They told him put your head down, stay focused. But look at the windshield wiper. You'll notice he's not using the wiper right now. If you look at a lot of the other cars out there, you'll see the wipers moving. Now, I talked to him about this, and think about, you know, all the rain and what you would do to your street car. They put Rain-X on the windshield, but it's only on that first layer of the tear-off. So if you run your wiper this early in the race, all you're going to do is get all of everything smeared on top of that Rain-X. You're going to deteriorate it a little bit. You're going to have a dirty windshield. So Justin was explaining to me you don't really want to use the wiper until they already pulled off that tear-off, and then you use the wiper as your only visibility helper out there in these conditions. But it's interesting to see some of the guys already having them going. But I tell you right now that the rain is picking up. It's raining much harder than what it was when the green flag came out.
That's some great stuff, Jamie. I gotta tell you, as I've watched these races over the years,
There's a 25-lap stage? Jesus Christ.
a bucket with a hole in it. Because by the end of the race, those things normally aren't even on the windshield. They've all been moved around, and they get down the straightaway to see.
They're going fucking 60. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I saw them get up to 120. That's like the highest I've seen.
Is forming more of a groove.
That's it, like got straightaway, like.
The moisture, or maybe some of the puddles. Their lap times are picking up pretty.
I mean, obviously it's gonna be a bit slower because of the rain, but like Jesus, makes me think even if it wasn't raining, like.
That starts to dry out as it builds some heat in it a little bit.
By the way, Justin Allgaier was 7th when he went off track. He's now being scored back outside the top 20. So he's another one of those drivers that we felt like could really get it done today, that's facing some early adversity. And here's the other thing to keep an eye on. With the clear track that Ty Gibbs has and the struggles for A.J. Allmendinger, it's not going to be long before he could maybe put A.J.
Third place is
wait,
no, fourth place is 10 seconds back.
And here comes Ty Gibbs as they head toward turn 10.
Yeah, and if I'm a spotter around the racetrack, I'm going to tell my driver, what is Ty Gibbs?
Rain racing works at Charlotte only. I thought it was pretty fun at Coda.
A second, almost 2 seconds a lap faster than what Sheldon Creed has. And I know that Allmendinger, we had him kind of picked as the favorite, but it's almost like we think they maybe had an engine issue, the engine, missing in qualifying. But right now, his car is not up to speed. He's seconds off the pace as he tries to stay on the lead lap.
Well, and I'll tell you what, Jamie, we talked about the rain line that we would traditionally see drivers move to, And I'm not seeing that from the fast guys right now. They're running a traditional line, and the cars we've seen issues of the experienced rain racers, A.J. Allmendinger, Justin Allgaier, people like that, are actually having issues and getting outside the groove and spinning out. So it's kind of a wild game to watch right now.
It's been quite a start in the rain, no question about it. 7 laps into this first 25-lap stint. Stage 1, Ty Gibbs in control. Creed, Hill, Moffitt, the top 4 were live in Portland on FS1.
The city famous for its music is quiet now, but it's about to be overwhelmed by the symphony of speed. Nashville Superspeedway will be rocking from the pit to the grandstand. June 24th through 26th, the Ally 400 NASCAR Cup Series race weekend brings a mix of incredible racing and live entertainment. Tickets are going fast, so visit NashvilleSuperspeedway.com today and join the full throttle fun.
Sunday, NASCAR is back on FS1. For the first time ever, the Cup Series rides into St. Louis for a battle in the heartland.
Gonna go for it.
Larson, Elliott, and Logano look to be the first to take that checkered flag.
Got a good battle here with Noah Gragson and Sam Mayer. Or no, sorry, not Sam Mayer. The fuck is a 23? Anthony Alfredo. Hell, work would be better than this.
Toyota.
I might uncall out sick.
The NASCAR Xfinity Series from Portland, presented by Credible with Jamie McMurray, Trevor Bain. I'm Adam Alexander, and this is the battle we anticipated we would see all day long. A.J. Allmendinger, Ty Gibbs. There's one caveat if you're just joining us. A.J. Allmendinger in danger of going a lap down. He's had a host of problems early in this race.
Yeah, he's been 3 seconds a lap off with Ty Gibbs is able to run. As we see Noah Gragson right here in turn 4. Just gets a little bit wide. Same thing similar we saw with Allgaier going off in that section. But it appears that so many cars have went off there in the last 2 days that all that grass is coming on and it's not getting stuck in their grills at this point. So no harm, no foul, just a little bit of time loss for Noah Gragson.
Well, he had come from the back to 14th. Gragson drops to 20th now, so we'll have to regain some of that position. The other thing I noticed, he didn't really get on the brakes when he got on the grass. It's kind of like driving on the ice, right? Don't hit the brakes because you're just going to slide.
Well, and not just the sliding factor. You want to make sure you don't put that splitter down into the grass. You stop like that, you know, the front end drops and you rip the nose off like you saw in practice. That's exactly what happened to Gragson in practice.
And AJ right here is hoping that he can force Ty Gibbs into a mistake. It appears that something is not right with AJ's car, just seeing how far he is off the pace. But we can see that line is starting to dry, and that makes it even harder for the car behind to be able to make that pass. But Ty Gibbs, aggressive, just like he was with Sheldon Creed, but this time he's on the inside of A.J. Allmendinger as they head down into turn 9.
Well, here's the deal. The other deal with this, he knows once he gets by A.J., he's going to be able to put these other guys a lap down, create a little buffer, and the more guys he can put a lap down, the better chance that A.J. will not get the free pass. We know we're going to get a caution in 17 laps at the end of the stage, but if he can make him 3rd or 4th in line in the lap down category, it's going to be very difficult for AJ to come back and be a part of this.
And what else plays into that is because of the way the rules are for this this race, where these guys are all going to pit during the stages. You're just not going to have those waiver rounds like we would normally have, and then come in and pit and do your fuel and tires. So this is a much different race, and we're going to try to walk you through as we get there. But AJ going a lap down right there, if some other cars get a lap down, he's going to be in trouble.
You know, and one thing about this track, we don't have a lot of runoff. There's a ton of grass right on the edge of the racing surface. And with all these cars going off track with the issues we saw at the beginning, we've not seen a caution. It's hard to believe at this point that we've been able to stay green, get every car back on the racetrack and rolling again. It's pretty incredible.
I will say, though, and we've had a lot of rain up here, so I think the incredible part of that is the fact that they haven't gotten stuck. But there is a lot of room to run off at this road course. So, and we've seen it. Once you get off, you're not into a barrier or a sand pit, right?
Yeah, the gravel traps are the killers, because you get in that, you get stuck, and they have to bring the tow truck out to, as you see another car, he was able to get slowed down right there and make that turn one.
He might have been faster to stop, go straight and stop, gas it back up.
That was Spencer Pumpelly in the 08, noted road racer. Darren Dilley driving the 38, and he's a lap down. And driving by him, Connor Mozak. This is a really good story for Joe Gibbs Racing, 23 years old. Had never been in an Xfinity car until this weekend, but he has been consistent, fast in practice, good in qualifying, and paying it off in the race, currently riding 5th in the 18.
Well, and it's hard not to look at organizations right now.
You're saying from Gibbs to Herbst is almost half a second?
The top 3, Sheldon Creed and Austin Hill. And then you look at Joe Gibbs with all
half a minute,
cars
yeah.
in the top 9. This is what
First, Ty Gibbs has a 12-second lead. It's ridiculous.
Everybody's talking about them in the garage. How are they so fast every week? And I know they were all looking forward to this road course as a reset button for them.
That 18 is strong today, Josh.
Yeah, it's strong today, and the big thing for Connor was the fact that he had experience here. He talked about the fact that he raced at a
You're watching softball, it's probably better than this.
A couple weeks ago, that gave him a lot of insight just as to how to handle this track, and it helped him give some insight into Ty Gibbs and Brandon Jones as well. So while he doesn't have Xfinity Series experience, he does have experience in the rain at this track, and that is huge for him, and you're seeing it out there on the track right now, guys.
Yeah, I thought it was funny, the story you were telling us earlier today, Josh, is here's a guy making his first career start, but he was actually providing support and information to both Ty Gibbs and Brandon Jones, who have been doing this for a while. It speaks to the respect his teammates have for him despite the limited experience.
Well, and the craziest thing about his story is he started racing at 18. He's 23 now. When do you see a guy only race 5 years and make it to Xfinity and be this tough?
The thing that I've seen when you bring, I would consider him a ringer because he has a road course background. They're typically always fast when they come to these races, but when we get down to those last few restarts, they don't get the same respect that the series regulars get. And they normally get used up after they've had a pretty good day. And some of it is self-inflicted. Maybe they've, been on someone a little too hard early in the race. It's just really hard for those guys to put the whole race together at the end.
This is a great battle here. Second, third, and fourth. The 2 of Sheldon Creed, 21 of Austin Hill, his teammate. And then the 0-2 of Brett Moffitt. And this brings into winning today, gets you into the playoffs. We talked about Creed's situation, 59 below the cut line. And Brett Moffitt definitely would have to win a race if he's going to get in. And our motorsports making quite the statement this weekend. Alfredo on the pole yesterday, and Moffitt has been incredible in the first 15 laps or so.
There's no doubt about that. I mean, these are the races that the guys
timing is fucking up.
Dream about,
yeah.
hope for, because this is their shot. This is the wild card that they need to go out there and punch their ticket into the playoffs for sure.
And boy, has it been a wild card. I mean, a crazy start to this race in Portland. We knew with the weather forecast it could be like this, but we've seen some things we really didn't anticipate. Several cars off track, including some we thought could go out and get the win. There's Alfredo, Austin Hill, and Sam Mayer.
Welcome to the future. Some assembly required. But if there's one thing this country has always embraced, it's a challenge. And after almost 120 years of building for those challenges, we're taking the vehicles you know by name and making them electric by revolutionizing the way they're built and where they're assembled. Not for the few, but for the many.
Ooh, that looks spicy. Yeah, you got a little heat to ya. Yeah, little kick, little zing, little Nice little razzmatazz.
Get one free sandwich with a $12 purchase on the KFC app. That's finger licking good.
That truck was on fire for good, what, 10 minutes? And this survived the fire. With ice intact.
Good buy?
Yeah, it was the best buy ever.
They say that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step. But maybe it begins with one single start. Turn, bump, grind, pit.
Caution is out.
Win.
I'm not sure why.
It's crazy what happens on the last lap here.
And celebration. In NASCAR, that journey starts here. I am the NASCAR.
Sam Mayer has an engine issue.
NASCAR.
Caution is out for Sam Mayer.
Verizon Visa Card, built to earn big rewards for everyday purchases. Turn rewards into tech, travel, and gift cards. Tech, built to help you save on regardless. Travel, a credit card, go right. Learn how you can earn up to 4% in rewards. Visit Verizon.com/Verizon Visa Card or the My Verizon app.
It's Murphy's Law, you go to break. And the caution comes out. Sam Mayer has been into something, and it's significant. You can see the damage on the front end of the one car driver that was trying to pick up his 8th top 5 finish in the last 9 races. And actually, it had some speed, did a pretty good job in qualifying. And you can see they're under the hood trying to assess where he's at damage-wise. His issues, though, really good news for A.J. Allmendinger, because he had gone a lap down. But he passed a bunch of drivers to get himself in the free pass spot. He will now, with this caution, get back on the lead lap. That's really big for A.J. Allmendinger. The 07 Joe Graff Jr., Brandon Jones in the 19 is spinning. And look up behind him. Yeah, it looks like some guys are checking up, seeing Brandon Joe spinning, and maybe Sam gets into the back end of somebody. Yeah, there was Parker Chase coming through in the 26, Alex LeBay, so he definitely hit one of those guys.
Yeah, potentially not even off track. When we first saw the damage, I thought he sailed it off turn 4 like his teammates, but you're right.
Sam Mayer's done.
What's up down there, Jamie?
Well, the crew you saw rush over to assess the damage. They looked up at the crew stand to Taylor Moyer and told him that we're done with the no oil pressure. Sam was on the radio. He said it's the stupidest thing I've ever done. So he's certainly taking the heat for this as he climbs back over the wall to go and talk to his team.
It's frustrating, but here's the deal. I know he hasn't won, but he comes into this race with an advantage over the cut line of nearly 150 points. And you want the track time, you want to continue to string a top 5 finishes, but the reality is he can stay in the game, and that's big for a young driver.
Yeah, and I mean, what's so frustrating for Sam Mayer is that he has a little bit of a road racing background. You know, he looks at road races as a place that he can capitalize, especially having the momentum that he's had over the past month and a half. He looked at this as a track that he would be able to win at, and it didn't start off that well. He got spun in turn 1 on lap 1, and then has damage from something that really wasn't his fault.
This could turn out late in the race to be an enormous storyline. The fact that he's back on the lead lap.
This is what I came for, Adam. This is why I'm here today. I came because I want to see A.J. Allmendinger get this car together and be able to drive back to the front and contend with Ty Gibbs, who looks like he has the dominant car. And you cannot count him out right now. They obviously are not where they need to be, but his car was really good yesterday in similar conditions to this. Whole time, Jamie. I thought you came to hang out with Adam, and you came for the race. I did. I like you guys as well, but I came to watch Allmendinger do his thing.
The truth eventually comes out with Jamie. You know, there's a handful of lap cars that are up here, but if you look at the top 10, it's pretty interesting, and not surprising that Ty Gibbs is leading. He's led in all 8 of his road course starts, by the way, in the Xfinity Series. We've talked about the guys from RCR, Sheldon Creed, and Austin Hiller, 2nd and 3rd, Brett Moffitt. But you look at some of these other stories in the top 10 right now. We mentioned Connor Mozak making his first ever start. Really good job out of the gates, driving the 18 for Joe Gibbs Racing behind him, who had been on a run of top 10s before problems last week at Charlotte. He's up in the 6th position. Daniel Hemrick, you know, he's our reigning champ, and someone that just has had not much luck at all. In fact, he was driving for Joe Gibbs Racing last year when he won the title, but he's off to a pretty good start in the 7th position. Jeff Burton's up there, Parker Chase, you got Alex LeVay. I mean, there are some really good stories when you look at the top 10 of the drivers that hold down those spots.
You know, as I look at this field, I see such a difference in upbringing. You look at Ty Gibbs and the way that Coy kind of developed him and put him through different types of racing. JD, you probably see it at the go-kart track every week when you go with your son. I think we're starting to see people realize the importance of road racing within the NASCAR schedule. You know, with as many races as we've added over the last few years, Ty Gibbs could be considered an expert road racer at some point with his experience. You throw in Connor Mozak, you know, trying to make it in NASCAR and going Trans Am racing to get there. It's kind of a weird dynamic to see how much road course racing is taking a precedence in our sport.
Well, and you look at the drivers that are having success in Cup right now. I mean, do it a different way because it might pay off for you. Great crowd on hand, Lorraine and Portland.
You inspired the Lexus ES to be, well, more you. So thank you. We hope you like your work.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too, by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Oral treatments can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms first appear. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, even if they're mild, don't wait. Get tested quickly. If you test positive and are at high risk for severe disease, act fast. Ask if an oral treatment is right for you. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too.
I've travelled all over the country talking about saving with Geico, but that's the important bit, isn't it? Showing up, saying, hello, fancy a nice chat. And then we talk like two old friends about sticky buns and all the savings you could get by bundling your home and car insurance. But here's the real secret. Eye contact. You feel that? We just had a moment. Who'd have thought it?
Geico. Save even more when you bundle home and car insurance.
It's still the E-Fresh refresh at Subway, and now they're refreshing their classics.
With a classic refresh. Because their classic sweet onion sauce is getting refreshed. New sweet onion steak teriyaki.
You got a refresh too? Why?
We lost part of our forest to fire several years ago. We decided to stay and help it recover. People who have heavy machinery have the opportunity to reach out and help their neighbors for the common good.
Welcome to the next level. This is the Lexus NX with intuitive tech.
Watch for traffic.
And our most advanced safety system ever.
You're bored, actually? Me too. I'm extremely bored.
Welcome back here to the Xfinity Series race in Portland, and it's been a rough afternoon for AJ Allmendinger. Many considered him the best in the field, but right off the bat, he's had troubles. Came on the radio, very frustrated. His crew chief told him, take a couple deep breaths. When you come in, we're going to get you 4 tires. We're going to help out because he said he's sliding all over the place and has no grip. So they said, take a deep breath, AJ. We'll be fine. Plenty of race left as they continue to work on that 16.
And hey, by the way, these are the road crews that work on these cars that are doing the pit stops today. This is a standalone race. So the Cup guys that typically come in and service these cars not here today, and you notice Josh said they're putting on tires. They didn't fuel the car because you can only fuel today during the stage breaks. We'll talk more about that at the end of stage 1.
Well, and if you look right here, this is a huge issue because the mist is one thing from the car in front of you, but this fog that develops on the inside of the windshield, there's really no good way for the driver to clean that off. You see, he has a contraption, is what we're going to refer to.
Is that what you're going to call it?
A contraption with a rag on one end, it's a stick. But when the car comes in and sits in the pit stall, all that heat rises, and obviously that creates some moisture on the inside of the windshield from the water on the outside. And that's frustrating because there's just no way to get that off when you're out on the track.
You really did want to be a meteorologist, didn't you? I mean, when you were talking rain, I wasn't impressed.
Is the dew point high today? So the dew points that typically creates more moisture on the inside of the windshields.
Do you measure that scientifically, or is that something that your hair is impacted by, and that's why you know?
What's the truck gonna do exactly?
I know that you would know nothing about hair.
Absolutely not.
Zero.
Get us back to racing, please, Trevor.
I think we're going. We got the pace car lights off, so I'm ready to see some action.
How are the announcers being positive about this?
You know, that first restart, that was pure chaos, right? We had 3 wide going into turn 1. Even once they got through 1 and 2, they were wrecking everywhere, so I'm really interested to watch what
Why
happens.
is half the field like that far back?
For a regular lap, it's completely different than what you have on a restart. Now, Ty Gibson's going to have to learn that all over. He's picked a mark out on the wall for a racing line, but you see how much slower they're going.
All right, y'all.
You could drive in way deeper to turn 1 on a restart than you can on a typical line.
But
Back green.
For the top 8, look at the separation back there. Someone, has been off track or whatever. It might be Matt Jaskell in that orange car. And NASCAR's going to turn them loose here. That's surprising to me because there was such a big gap that the top 8 had created. And here we go into turn 1. That's Austin Hill out of line.
And you see Hill get to the inside. It's a little bit easier to be the car behind because you just wait for the one in front to brake and go just a little bit deeper. But
Oh,
he did
shit.
a great job of being able to roll in there on his outside and be in the preferred position.
And he gave up that bottom, and that was a very, veteran or experienced move to give him that, knowing that turn 2 was going to bend back to the left, and he got himself in a good spot to get the lead back.
Austin Hill does jump up to the 2nd position. Moffitt stays 4th behind Sheldon Creed. Hemrick lost a couple of spots in that exchange, I believe.
Well, the other thing that happens now is Austin Hill gets to gauge off of Ty Gibbs of, if he was 2 seconds a lap off, where am I losing that lap time at? Now that he's kind of close to Ty, he can figure that out. Is it on the braking zone? Is it on the exit of the corners? Is it down the backstretch? Where am I losing that time at? He's going to get a little bit of a better gauge.
Well, as I watch that 54 car, it's a little bit of everywhere. His braking zones look really good. His throttle application, this corner here is really fun to watch. You see all the cars get loose up off, and they're trying to judge how much more drive they have. And that, to me, has been the spot that the 54 has pulled. Everybody is getting onto this long straightaway. He's able to push that gas down a little bit quicker, a little bit harder than everybody else. It just creates a gap that they can't make up getting into the turn 10.
I mean, 2nd on back, the racing is good, but Gibbs just checks out. That 54 is spectacular right now. Well, let's hear maybe from Sam Bay or Jamie Down on the pit lane.
Yes, we saw Sam exit this race. He has been cleared for medical. What role did the conditions play in the incident that happened out on the racetrack?
Yeah, I mean, just everyone spinning out, going off track. I mean, that's part of great racing, but, just can't see anything. It kind of took me by surprise how...
This race is a waste of time, honestly. Part of me almost wants to go to work instead of watching this, but
Part of it, I mean, our accelerator...
I'm gonna go get my leftover pizza.
We got spun on the initial start, so that kind of completely messed up our race, but it's part of it, part of racing. Obviously, no one's been here before, so no one really knows when to check up for turn 1, so can't blame anyone for that, but obviously I expected it because how our race went last year, so this track just kind of feeds into that, but I'm definitely ready to go home.
The rain is picking up at this point in time. What effect did that have on the racetrack once the green flag fell?
Yeah, I mean, I got used to the racetrack pretty quick. I definitely had a lot of speed right away. It's just you can't pass because if you're on the racing line or off the racing line in this case, that's the only place where there's grip. So you can't really pass anywhere. That's why I just want to go home.
He said, again, it's time to go home.
Yeah, and he gets 2 weeks off, and unfortunately all that momentum he had comes to a halt. He's got 2 weeks to think about this, but no doubt he'll be back in Nashville and ready to go.
It looks to me like the 7's starting to recover a little bit from his spin off track. He's back up to 12th behind Brandon Jones, who also had a spin earlier in the race. So, typically you spin off track, you're back to 25th, and it's a fight to get position back. But we're seeing some of these cars that have had adversity already recover early in the race.
And right behind him, Allgaier is his teammate Noah Gregson, who started in the back, drove to the top 15, went off track, and now has rallied again.
One thing to look right here, off to the... Well, I'll come back to that. Was that a swing and a miss? I think I'll lob that up there and not swing at it right now, okay?
Hey, and speaking of swings and misses, another spot lost here by Austin Hill. Brett Moffitt able to go by. The 0-2 really doing some positive things in this race today. 7 to go in the stage. Oh, and Sheldon Creed.
Ooh, Sheldon Creed around.
And in position to get a bunch of stage points is now sitting idle in turn 4. Such a tough break.
Yeah, that is a really dangerous way to get back on. He's so fortunate that nobody ran into the back of him. He was trying to avoid getting any grass on his grill. But it's such a tough place backing into traffic, knowing those guys are all sliding out wide on the exit.
Man, it looks like he just got that left rear.
28 to 35 is a lap down because no one could see. Yeah.
And spins it out, but slow speed enough that he didn't even really get off track too bad.
He's now 14 and racing here with Andy Lowley.
I'm surprised at some of the issues we've seen this early from some of these drivers. You know, I kind of expected them to work their way into it, and maybe it's just that line is so fine, Jamie. When they step over it, it's not forgiving. You can't correct it and lose some speed. They actually spin out.
Yeah, and if you look right here, this is the spotter stand on the entry to turn 1. It's on the inside of the corner, and if you watch these guys, they're having to look down the straightaway. It's so hard to spot. A trick you can do as a driver, if you're right behind somebody, is just pull out a line. You don't have to even get up beside them. You just pull out a line, and the spotter will stay looking, because he's not sure if you're all the way beside them or if you're behind them. So you can normally kind of catch someone off track. And as we've seen on these restarts, when we saw Austin Hill get to the inside of Ty Gibbs, that view coming on is really hard to oh, you see 2 cars off here, Noah Gragson and Brandon Jones. They serve their penalty though and are able to go on. I gotta be honest, I don't know that it's not faster to just drive in there real quick, do the penalty and take off.
Well, because you have so much more momentum coming through turn 3.
And actually right there, Jamie, Gregson came in beside Allgaier and came out in front of him. So don't tell Wayne, don't tell the series director this, but I mean, that could be something you look at.
That might be officiated differently late in the race, because we saw it at the start. I mean, is there anything you can do there?
Well, and it's unique here because of it being wet. If it was a dry track and you could run the traditional line through turn 1 and carry the momentum, there'd be no doubt it's faster to stay on the track.
You may go play
Xbox.
Xbox.
Slow down so much on the entry to that corner to then make turns 1 and 2 that it just seems better to go straight there.
And the reason you saw both cars simultaneously slide in was what you were talking about, visibility. You can't see, so you judge off the car in front of you a lot of times. And if he makes a mistake, you're going to follow the leader right into that corner because you can't see. They're looking at these banners to the right, 600, 500, 400, looking for their braking marker, but you can't see that if you're right behind someone. You follow them, hope that they do the right thing and brake early enough, but Brandon didn't in this situation.
Well, and the lap time, you can make up a small amount of lap time in the braking zone. But the key is not locking up, because the extra 50 feet that you might drive in and braking when you lock the brakes up, the car then, it actually feels like it accelerates once you start sliding. So the key here is to lift a little early and be able to get off the brake pedal and roll around the corner and not ever have a lockout.
Noah Gregson is now top 10 in position to get stage points here after quite the start to the day. The man out front, Ty Gibbs, he leads with 5 to go in stage 1.
Only 2 things are forever. Love, Liberty Mutual customizing your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. And if anyone objects to this marriage, Kevin, no, not today. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. It's still the E-Fresh refresh, and now Subway's refreshing their classics, like the sweet onion teriyaki sauce topped on tender shaved steak. That's a real slam dunk, right, Derek? Just hold the sub, man. Subway keeps refreshing and refreshing and refreshing.
I am tradition, passed down from the families that race to the ones that watch us every weekend.
That's all I've ever known, racing. I was fortunate to be in Victory Lane 20 years ago, and I'm here again.
I am meant to be passed down from one generation to the next. Because the only thing better than seeing a race is sharing it with someone. I am NASCAR. Sunday, NASCAR is back on FS1. For the first time ever, the Cup Series rides into St. Louis for a battle in the heartland.
Gonna go for it.
Larson, Elliott, and the
You've walked away from the TV.
first to take that checkered flag.
You're not missing much.
The NASCAR Cup Series, St. Louis, Sunday at 3:30 Eastern on FS1.
Stop and go there for Justin Allgaier as he missed turn 1. And you saw that as we were coming back from break. So here we are, inside of 5 laps to go. Opening stage at Portland International Raceway. With Trevor Banks, Jamie McMurray, I'm Adam Alexander. It's been the Ty Gibbs show. He has dominated this race, leading 20 of our 21 laps after starting in the 6th position. A number of big-name drivers have been off track.
Riley Herbst off track.
Riley Herbst, who was running inside the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about how good Riley was doing. Worked his way into the top 3. Actually, it just passed for 3rd. And then he goes off track. And that's the common thread.
Carson went to the hospital? Jesus
As soon as you
Christ.
step too far on this wet racetrack, there's
I'm sure he's fine, though.
Yeah, that whole turn 4 and 5, it seems like the majority of the cars, that's where they run off at. And the interesting thing about that part of the track is it's one of the slowest sections of the track, so I think you almost build up a little too much confidence knowing how slow you're going. But I heard a few of those guys talk about the track almost feels polished when it gets wet, and you can see where it's really shiny on the left there.
He hit that paint as well.
He just got on the curb again. They're going to have to stay off the curbs. And he probably didn't want to be on the curb. It was sliding out. But the curbs are just a guaranteed spin out.
The bad thing in the rain is when you start to spin out, you know it a long time before you're off in the grass, and it just keeps going. And you wonder if it's ever going to stop. You get to the grass, and it picks up more speed.
He failed the concussion protocol. He might have a concussion.
Looks like he's almost trying to get a little bit of the draft off of this car, and then he's going to pull out when he gets down to the braking zone. And you just wait for that guy to let off and hope you can go a half a car length farther. And he was actually able to get his car slowed down and not miss the chicane.
Riley had dropped back close to 20th. He passes Alfredo 17th, and he can get a couple more here before the stage is over, certainly.
You know, I was kind of surprised there. I expected Riley to short shift a little bit, Jamie. I don't know about you, but in these kind of conditions, when you have that much RPM wheel spin on that slow speed of a corner, a lot of times I like to go ahead and grab another gear if you're in first, go to second, and try to eliminate a little bit of that wheel spin.
And when you listen to the throttle input right there,
AJ Allmendinger off track again.
He had worked, he got the free pass, had worked his way up inside the top 20 after restarting back around 30th, and now off track one more time.
You've got to wonder what's wrong here, what's going on with the 16 car. It's very uncharacteristic for AJ to have these kind of issues, and I'm surprised by it for sure.
I think it's all our fault, because all we talked about all week long is...
You two sold that. I did not jump on that wagon. Okay,
Jamie, you were on the wagon.
You two were on the AJ wagon. I said there was a chance that some other guys could step up.
It's one just about everywhere we go when it comes to road racing. To put it in perspective, Charlotte Motor Speedway, 3 races on the oval, all of them outside the top 10, 3 races on the roval. He's won every time. I mean, the guy is just incredible in this format. Today, though, not his day. And as we go to 2 laps remaining in the stage, they've closed pit road, and Ty Gibbs continues just to drive around at his own pace. His advantage now, 17 seconds.
He just looks smooth, Adam. I mean, I've not seen him bobble yet, and I'm not saying it won't happen. You see the car sliding around some, but he just seems under control, and it's fast. And a lot of times that happens in road racing. You try to overachieve and you go slower, and it just seems like he's got his pace set. He's out there by himself. He's not having to outbrake anyone, and he just looks fast.
He's going to have to be careful right here. I know we're coming to go on the stage, but you see all these cars in front of him. They're going to brake at a way different point than what Ty Gibbs is going to brake at. The other thing is, if they're trying to stay on the lead lap, they're going to push their car just a little bit harder, and he doesn't want one of those guys to run off and him become a victim of circumstances.
Did you see him drop his right sides off there in turn 12? It was almost like he got him over the paint and onto that little concrete patch that's on the inside of the curb and used that as grip. I saw some sparks come out from under the car.
All right, final lap of stage 1 here.
Around for where that grip is and being aggressive with it.
I'm kind of surprised he's even put himself in. Well, I'm not surprised because it's top, okay? Let me clarify. But there's no need. I mean, 1 lap to go on the stage. You lead by almost 20 seconds. Just ride.
Yeah, if I'm a spotter preaching the 54 car, I'm just preaching patience right now. And you see right there, the 78, Josh Williams get loose underneath him. It's just going to take one of those instances to knock him off the track, and then he'll end up losing all of his track position.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to put full trust in the drivers around you, and that's no ill will to any of these guys, but most are just very inexperienced road racers, and in these conditions, certainly anything can happen.
or their cars don't have the grip that your car has. I mean, we're coming to a track that nobody's raced at in the Xfinity Series. So setups, I mean, that was one of the questions coming into this week. How soft do you need to be versus how stiff? Was the tire fall off? And then you throw them out on the rain. And AJ's defense, they can have a really stiff rear package. The car can be low grip. But for Ty and these guys, I know that they've been working hard at the simulator for the last 5 weeks on this track, and it's showing up today.
So it's the final lap of the opening stage, and Ty Gibbs has been in control the entire way. He's going to end up leading 24 of the 25 laps in this opening stint.
So Ty Gibbs wins stage 1.
Green and white checker flag. He's got 3 wins this year, and now he's got 3 stage victories. It's the second time he's won a stage on a road course in his career. Stage 1 to Ty Gibbs, and as he woes it down behind the lap car of Scott Hecker, we will pick up some of the other action way behind him as guys are racing for positions in this stage. Austin Hill comes home second. Connor Mozak with a really good start is third in stage 1. You got Henrik there, Moffitt, Alex LeBay. Noah Gregson got back to 7 after starting in the back and also going off track in the final driver to get a stage point. Justin Allgaier with a nice rally late in the stage. He spent some time in the grass. He too is able to come back and get a point in the stage. He's only 19, but boy, the kid's got a lot of talent. It was on full display today. Ty Gibbs shows the way in fourth.
Moderate to severe eczema still disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it disrupts my skin with itch. It disrupts my skin with rash. But now, I can disrupt eczema with Rinvoq. Rinvoq is not a steroid, topical, or injection. It's one pill once a day that's effective without topical steroids. Many taking Rinvoq saw clear or almost clear skin, while some saw up to 100% clear skin. Plus, they felt fast itch relief, some as early as 1 week. That's Rinvoq relief.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least 1 heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your eczema specialist about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Hey, hon.
Hey.
Want to do some laundry?
Some laundry?
Your Roman delivery came.
Oh, laundry. We can do that.
Want to do our taxes?
Oh.
Honey mustard.
We have to go.
Whatever you call it.
Want to do it?
Be ready with Roman.
Okay.
Roman makes it simple and convenient to take care of BD. So when the moment's right, you're ready. Roman ready.
I found the Tundra. We have to take down the security.
All right, the fuse box is right through the store.
Which one is it? Securing the package now.
Some soccer analyst this week asked why there isn't a direct route to the MLB. Oh my god.
Abort mission.
Get your helmets. You guys are gonna love this thing.
I told you we should have just called them.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too, by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Oral treatments can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms first appear. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, even if they're mild, don't wait. Get tested quickly. If you test positive and are at high risk for severe disease, act fast. Ask if an oral treatment is right for you. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too.
It's still the E-Fresh refresh, and now Subway's refreshing their Italians. Like the new Supreme meat, topped high with new Italian-style capicola. That's one half of Italian.
Thanks.
Not you, Garoppolo. Subway keeps refreshing and refreshing and refreshing.
Tomorrow on FS1, for the first time, the NASCAR Cup Series heats up in St. Louis, where Larson, Elliott, and the best drivers in the world look to be the first to take home that checkered flag. Coverage begins 2 Eastern time on FS1 with race day. We're racing just outside the arch across the Mississippi in Illinois, 3:30 Eastern time tomorrow. Chase Briscoe won the pole earlier today. You saw live on FS1. And I can't say enough about the fans in the Pacific Northwest who are braving the elements 2 days in a row.
It's unbelievable. You saw the forecast. You knew it was going to rain today. All these fans came out. Look at that. Excited to be on TV. So cool to see all of them there.
Pacific Northwest here, Jamie. I mean, they had to. It's going to rain. This is a sunny day for them.
156 days a year they get rain in Portland, Oregon. Here are your results from stage 1. And a couple of names we need to point out. I mean, certainly Brett Moffitt, who got a top 5. Alex LeBay, noted road racer. We mentioned the comeback for Noah. Landon Castle, who could use some stage points, got it done. Brandon Jones, Justin Allgaier, both spending time in the grass, both able to pick up some stage points in that first 25-lap run. In our format, a little bit different. We mentioned earlier that we didn't have the traditional over-the-wall pit crews here this weekend. And so what NASCAR has done, as soon as we wrap the stage...
So this is not an official red flag.
And
this
the
is...
stage brakes is the only time you can fuel the car. It's a 3-minute break. They come down pit road. You can't do anything to your car until everyone is stopped. NASCAR gives the go-ahead, and then that's when you can begin the service of tires and fuel.
And so if I'm anybody but the 54 car, I love this procedure because it allows me to work on my car. These guys can pull spring rubbers out. They can adjust the shocks. They can adjust the track bar. They can adjust a lot of things. They can take their time doing it. And that's so much different than when you have a live pit stop. And a lot of times the crew chief will tell you, hey, we want to do this, but we can't give up the track position. And in a scenario like this, you have so much more time to work on your car. These guys might be able to make their car just a little bit better to compete with Ty Gibbs.
I will say, though, the one thing where this will favor a guy like Ty Gibbs is this, in many ways, takes the strategy element out of a road course race. And I'm not saying he's going to win today, but he's been the dominant car. And typically what gets a guy like that beat on a day like today is strategy. That probably doesn't come into play in this race.
No, you're exactly right. I mean, a lot of times people short pit, right? At the end of that stage, if you're dominant, you want to go ahead and come down. And if you're not worried about stage points like Ty, he had won races already, he would have come down, gotten tires and fuel, and then not had to pit under this caution. But now we see people run to the end of the stage break. They come in, do their service that you were talking about. I don't know what adjustments you make if you're Ty Gibbs, so that's the only bad thing. You can get behind here by not adjusting if you're that good.
The other thing I like about, from a driver's perspective of being able to sit there, is that they're going to have 3 minutes. You can clean my windshield and really get the inside, try to get it dried off, get the outside cleaned off, and make it to where I can see, because that's going to be the #1 complaint from all these drivers is just visibility.
This is going to be like cleaning the kitchen after my kids. It's just going to be a disaster again as soon as you clean it, though, because you're sitting there and there's no airflow. So you talked about it earlier, the steam that kind of rises there. I always like to have a fan up in the front to kind of circulate that air, because that heat's just stagnant. There's no airflow, nothing moving, so it could get worse.
I mentioned you freeze the field at caution, and everybody maintains their running position once they exit the pit lane, and we return to the green flag. So no positions gained or lost here, unless you would have some kind of a penalty. And there are a few things that could go wrong, and the main one is just either starting work on your car before the 3-minute clock begins, or working on it past that 3-minute allotted time. Mason Philippi, driving for Mario Gosselin this weekend, is the last car in place, and now they've given the go-ahead, and here come the crews to put tires on and fuel all of these NASCAR Xfinity Series vehicles. All right, Josh, they're hard at work.
Help me understand. So, for the non-companion races in the Xfinity and Truck Series, so what a companion race is, if you don't know what a companion race is like, so the Cup Series race would be at Dover, and then they'd also have the Xfinity race at Dover. This is a non-companion race, where like the Cup race is at Gateway, and then the Xfinity race is at Portland. So for those like non-companion races where they're at a different track, they after the stages, they have like a 3-minute break to do pit stops, and it's like a non-competitive pit stop kind of thing. So we're not actually under the red flag right now. It's just
So he's just got to wrap his head around
they're just doing this dumb shit.
Any adjustments, but one of the things to think think about for the next stage break, one of the conversations that they're having is about the tire world. Do they need to take tires at the next stage break? They're going to take a good look at the set that comes off of the car after this first stage. Then they'll make that evaluation. Why would they do that when they have to sit here for 3 minutes? Well, because they know that the cars perform better with the warmer tires at the higher pressure.
This is not a red flag.
Wet conditions. So we're going to take a look at that. I want to also move up to the number 02 of Brett Moffitt.
Even though it says it's a red flag, it's not actually a red flag.
That he needs at this point in the race.
My lights are the official lights of what the flag really is.
There you see cleaning out the driver's side. He said, I don't care about the passenger side of the race car. I need to be able to see what's ahead of me. And that's where he was really struggling in this first stage, Josh.
Let's talk about the 36 of Alex LeBay. He's been really happy with what he's been able to do. No surprise for him that he's in the top 10. During practice yesterday, he wasn't able to run that many laps because of an issue. Just ran one lap, but he said he was strong and fast in that one lap, especially in the rain. So he's a strong road course racer. He's got that in his background as they continue to work on that car, working on the windshield right now. But otherwise, he's happy where he's at, guys.
Well, Noah Gragson is another one that we've been watching. We talked about the accident that he had in practice, had to bring out this backup car. There were a couple of unknowns with the rain because when he went out for qualifying, it was dry. So this particular car hadn't seen the wet conditions yet, but they decided
Facts
not to
on the
make any
lights,
changes.
hell
They
yeah.
were really happy with the way that the car was balanced in the rain. They didn't want to change anything, but what they did do is peel off that first tear off. We talked about this earlier. The rain exits on the outside of the
It's like also the same thing for like when NASCAR, like when they do that during the All-Star race where they like don't count the caution laps, they'll say it's a red flag even though it's not actually a red flag, just because they're not counting caution laps. So yeah, my lights are the official, what the flag actually is.
The car did not make any adjustments. And then as we watched the 54, they had the wedge wrench in the left side of that window, putting rounds into the left rear. So Ty's still working on his car, even out front with a 15-second lead. And you've got Noah back here at 9th or 10th. It's two different takes, two different strategies. Sometimes as a leader, you can work yourself out of that box that you were operating in, though, so you got to be careful there.
Well, they have not told Noah the lap times that Ty Gibbs has been running, or he'd be saying, we got to change something to get this thing faster. But we'll have to wait and see once the track position works out. Grayson's going to be a little higher on this restart, and we'll see what they have. They're going to have to get Ty on the restart if they got him.
No doubt about it. That's the opportunity, and we'll have the restart for you for stage 2 when we come back.
We've got your back, Road Warriors, because we know you're picking up the pace. Steering life at 10 and 2. You're hitting the road, and we're helping you get there with confidence. So skip the counting without missing a beat. Choose any car in the aisle and be the boss of you. Go national. Go like a pro.
We love our house. Been here for years.
Yeah, but there's an animal in the attic. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We save a lot.
What happened to Alfredo? He was on pole. Well, everyone just fucking sucked on the first lap, so like he fell back like 10 positions, I think.
Don't PTA meetings end at 9?
Oh, got lost.
Wait.
The Lexus RX, built for modern families.
We lost part of our forest to fire several years ago. We decided to stay and help it recover. People who have heavy machinery have the opportunity to reach out and help their neighbors for the common good.
All that matters this season is what gives under your hood.
Are you both U.S. citizens?
Flyer Chevrolet is your premier pre-owned destination. We combine 18 franchises certified programs into one premier option. All premier pre-owned vehicles go through our rigorous 285-point certification. To find your next premier vehicle, visit McGuire Chevrolet at ball10.com.
I absolutely hate breaking my fingers. You get these calluses and these sores. Pick a finger, you know. Which one you gonna hurt today? Once I was able to use Dextop, I could simply monitor all my falling, and I didn't have to prick. I'm not relying on the finger stuff.
Hurry into Mattress Firm's best Memorial Day sale ever. Save up to 60% on top-rated brands like Sealy Queen mattresses starting at $279.99 or Sleepy's at $169.99. In stock for fast delivery, only at Mattress Firm.
Pesky leaks? Gorilla Waterproof Patch and Seal Spray seals out water, air, and moisture. Stops and prevents leaks indoors, outdoors, and virtually anywhere you need for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Bryce Harper with his DQ Flamethrower Burger and Blizzard Meal, and Tim Anderson with his DQ Bacon 2 Cheese Deluxe Burger and Blizzard Meal.
Vote spicy. Vote cheesy. Cheesy.
Try both and vote for your favorite burger and Blizzard Meal at DQ.com.
DQ. Happy tastes good.
I've always wanted to do that.
Next round on me.
We've been celebrating the fans, but you have to be prepared if you're going to watch a race in the rain. And we've got a nice mix here. We got the old clear poncho. They probably got at the corner store this morning. And then these other fellas, they are all decked out with the rain gear.
That was the model for the Gordon's fish sticks right there.
Look it up if you haven't already. It's pretty good.
And Google being lit up with searches as we speak. You do that 3-minute break, and everybody has a chance to cycle where they need to go, and there's really no positions changing hands, right? So we're already one to go to get stage 2 underway. I like that.
I do too, and the main reason why is because I can see again. You know, you saw all those drivers get the inside of the windshields clean, saw a tear off get pulled off, and I'm telling you from a driver's perspective, when they pull that filthy tear off, it's new life for every driver.
I go back to that last restart, and Austin Hill, tried to jump to, he was restarting third behind Ty Gibbs, and he tries to jump down to the inside. Gibbs managed it just fine. Here, Austin Hill going to restart beside him. Totally different thought process. And, if you're Ty Gibbs, you probably don't want a lot of restarts because you don't want to continue to show your hand on how you're going to handle, that front stretch chicane.
Well, and the other thing, they just sat there for 3 minutes and got to think about where they were going to restart. And his cycle did not change any of this track position. So Austin Hill's been sitting there thinking about his attack. Connor Bozak, I don't really see him dive bombing here on this start because it is his teammate in front of him. But Daniel Hemrick tried to make it 3 wide on the first start, tried to get to the lead. I think these guys in row 2, 3 have really been thinking about what they're going to do here.
But because Ty Gibbs was first on the last restart, he picked a braking point out. He's now going to drive in just a little bit deeper because he knew that Austin Hill got to his inside. I'm a little shocked how far down this front stretch that we see the restart zone. It's a lot further down than I thought it was going to be. And to me, they just don't have the speed. But Ty Gibbs has a braking point picked out. He's going to go just a little bit deeper right now.
Ty Gibbs led all but one lap in the opening stage. He restarts inside row 1, the control car. Stage 2.
All right, green flag. Stage 2 is underway.
Good restart by Ty there. He got a good jump, kind of a clean entry.
And his teammate right behind him, Mozak, not playing any games. Brett Moffitt also in that inside lane, staying clean, safe for the night of Noah Gragson.
Fairly uneventful there, guys. That was pretty clean.
And just as we said that, someone goes around.
I believe that might have been Riley Herbst getting turned.
Oh, man. He took a hard hit after that.
Again.
Holy Jesus.
A lot of contact.
Caution is out. Jesus Christ.
It looks like Ryan Vargas actually got into Riley Herbst right there. The track gets so narrow when you come out of turn 3. It's like 65 feet wide on the front stretch. You get to this little area of the track, it starts narrowing down. It's only around 30 foot wide, so one of the narrowest road courses that we run on.
Yeah, you mentioned Ryan Vargas was there. Greg Gaulding also got a big piece of the action. Looked like
Bad.
Matt Jaskell might have been pulled off in the 13, so 4 or 5 cars.
That's how one would describe this race.
In the second stage, and we've now got our
Bad.
It's amazing the damage on these cars as we talk about how slow that section of the track is, but a lot of damage to all these cars involved.
There's no time to slow down. You hit the brakes in the rain, and that thing, like we said, it picks up speed. Yeah, that's right.
We got to tell this story. Darren Dilley making his first ever start in the Xfinity Series. He's from Oregon, SCCA veteran. He's a PE teacher. That's what he does during the week. But he found out about this opportunity, jumps in this second car for RSS Racing. Obviously, the day didn't go like he wanted it to. But just the experience for a 55-year-old who is used to influencing the youth of America. Awesome.
He instantly became the coolest teacher in the building.
Coolest gym coach of all time.
For sure.
Right there. Absolutely.
Now, I said, if you added a rope climb to the end of qualifying, he might have been on the pole for this race. Only the second start of the year for Greg Alding, and we go back and see what happened. All starts with Riley Herbst.
Sheldon Creed looks like he got a little loose off the corner and just kind of hooks the 98 in the right rear, right in front of the field.
Yeah, and if you look at this,
we're not even
visibility is
halfway.
about zero. All you can really see are the blinking lights, and that's why NASCAR has added those to the cars. Riley Herbst being in a black car, worst color you can be in today because you just can't see anything if you're the driver's behind.
And once he was turned sideways, there was no red light to even see for Riley Herbst, or for the 6 car there of Greg Galding when he was looking ahead.
Let's just right here and feel the impact because he got popped hard by Greg Galding.
Here, just trying ever so much to get the throttle put down. It's a first gear, shifted to second, gets turned as soon as he's getting ready to shift right there. And Riley's just along for the ride right now, hoping that he's not going to get hit. See Greg Galding come in and just clobber him.
Yeah, never saw it coming. You see his eyebrows go up when he gets hooked there.
And you see he gets spun out of here. I bet he's going to look up in the mirror to see.
Ooh, big hit.
Man, that was a big hit right there.
You think about his story, and the one thing he had been preaching about his season is we need consistency, something they felt like that they lacked.
I don't know why this race isn't flagged red yet.
6 consecutive top 10s.
I don't know either.
He has an issue last week at Charlotte. The streak comes to an end, and a number of problems. A couple of issues here today.
Well, and in his defense, he's gotten up into the top 3, and we've seen 75% of the
Halfway
the
is lap 33, I think.
His way back up towards the top 10, and in that instance for Riley, again, I think he's just along from the ride.
No, it's
from the
like
start of it.
You know, Sheldon Creed, you
37,
see on
I
the graphic
think.
here is where that began when he and Riley got together. Sheldon actually has
Yeah, 37.5. Let's just go to halfway and then call it a day. We don't need to do 75 laps of this shit.
Anytime now. And so, obviously, no baby yet. Sheldon is in the car and going to be able to run the race today. But we send him well wishes. And I know you can't necessarily time these things right, but 2 off weeks coming. So that's a really good thing for the Creed family.
Any parent that has been through that, the stress, thinking that you might not get to be there for that day. And I'm sure when he looked at the schedule and saw that they had to go all the way to Portland, Oregon on this weekend, he's going to look forward to getting home and get to be a part of one of the coolest moments you can have as a parent.
Well, I can promise as soon as they got that due date, they went to the calendar and looked at it. They were like, when is this fall? Where am I going to be? And he saw those 2 off weeks. He said, nailed it.
Early stages of our second stint of the race. Stage number 2 in Portland. And we're under caution for a 3rd time. Riley Herbst with a big hit.
Was there something missing in my life till now? An absence I could not quite place but knew somehow. And when the speeding bakery came sliding down my street, and never done repaired and tightened up my seams. Voila, my chez Houdin, remix French dip and squid cuisine. Endless lit, infinite possibilities. I'm down. A world where personalized ads help good ideas get found.
eBay Motors, they have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels. Let's ride!
Think Dad's searching doggy diet plans for Josie? No, he's switching his choice cashback category to home improvement, so he earns more on a new doggy door. Extra large.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
Ace now offers free assembly and delivery, so it's never been easier to get a great grill for your family, like a Traeger wood pellet grill, Weber gas grill, or Big Green Egg charcoal grill. Only at your neighborhood Ace.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks. When you hear best-in-class range or best-in-class fuel economy, you may be thinking of really tiny cars. horse. And you'd be really, really wrong. The Ram 1500. V6, Hemi V8 with e-torque, or eco-diesel. Exceeding expectations. Again. No wonder more people are switching to Ram than ever before.
Bryce Harper with his DQ Flamethrower Burger and Blizzard Meal, and Tim Anderson with his DQ Bacon 2 Cheese Deluxe Burger and Blizzard Meal.
Both spicy, both cheesy, but cheesy.
Try both and vote for your favorite burger and Blizzard Meal at DQ.com.
DQ, happy tastes good.
Out here, you're a landowner, a gardener, a landscaper, and a hunter. That's why you need versatile, durable Kubota equipment.
At the Tidy Cats Innovation Lab, we live to solve litter issues. Odor control? Under control. Absorption? Absolutely. Pumping? Conquered. Performance is part of every Tidy Cats litter. No wonder we're America's #1 litter.
I've always wanted to do that.
Always wanted to do that. Tonight, it's Baseball Night in America on Fox. Catch the 1-2 punch of Trout and Ohtani as they take on Harper and the Phillies.
Why does the same car wipers go full windshield and only some drivers? I don't know.
Check your check for the game in your area. You can also watch it on the Fox Sports app. You know, I mentioned that the Xfinity Series is getting set for a 2-week break coming up. Racing in Portland today. We get the 2-week break, and then it's kind of the run to the playoffs. A lot of opportunities to step aside after they go away the next 2 weeks. We go to Nashville, and then the run is on. You're actually driving in Nashville, Trevor.
I'm really looking forward to Nashville, and then up there in the Northeast, we go to New Hampshire. I'm in that one as well, so I'm excited for this upcoming schedule.
We should have put a special graphic on all the races you're running. We wrap once again the regular season in Bristol, Tennessee. I love that as a regular season finale.
I love Bristol too. I think you're going to be a fan of Tennessee here soon. Your daughter's coming to town, right?
Yes.
To go to school there, so you can be a local with me.
Hey, can I use your address for in-state tuition? How do you feel about that?
I don't know how that works, Adam. Definitely not live on air.
Yeah, we'll negotiate that deal later. So, hey, we're getting ready for the restart. They've cleaned things up down there, and I would anticipate we'll get the 1 to go when we get back around to turn 7. And as we await the restart, we go back to pit road and hear from Jamie Howe.
Well, I've been listening to the scanners and listening to Austin Hill. One of the things he's saying is that there's not a lot of grip out there. The rain has really stopped falling at this point in the race. The jet dryers have been going, so the track is starting to dry out a little bit. He's complaining, Andy Street, about having no grip. He said with the new tires, the cold tires, he can't get any heat in them. What do you do at the next stage to fix it?
The only thing I know to do right now is to adjust on some tire pressure and maybe do a little chassis adjustment for him to help him build a little heat. Mother Nature's done a good job of keeping the tires cool today, so hopefully it looks like it's lightening up a little bit, so hopefully we'll get some heat in our tires here.
Thank you. Josh?
Here with Jason Radcliffe, and Connor's running great out there right now. Track is drying out. At what point do you consider switching the tires to the slicks, and what's the biggest concern for you guys right now?
Well, we've been talking about that very thing right now. I think it'll take a while to dry out. Yesterday in practice, it stopped raining similar to this, and we were able to still run, 12, 15 laps. But if it happens, man, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a tough call for a lot of crew chiefs here. I kind of hope it does. It put a little more excitement into it. I'm not sure about these guys doing pit stops today, but it might be entertaining as well.
I appreciate your time. Good luck the rest of the way, Jason. Guys.
So if we just go back to the industry interview, he's like, what can we do to the tires? If you put a little more air pressure in the tires, they will build heat just a little bit quicker. The downside is, as this track dries out, you're going to want less and less air pressure because of all the heat that it's going to build up. The other thing that I know, based on the Xfinity races that I have watched in the rain, you do not want to be the first guy to put slicks on, because the caution will come out from the first guy to put the slicks on, because it is so hard to drive if you hit a wet spot on the racetrack.
Well, and the other thing is, as this does dry out, it changes your air pressure strategy. We heard him talk about that. When it's really wet, when you've got puddles, to get grip, you actually do the opposite of what your brain would think. You put air in to try to expand the tread, to try to tread that water out of the tire. As it does dry out, you have to readjust that and try to get the air pressure right.
It's got to be the most confusing race I've seen. I hate every
Well, the guys
second
been
of this.
given, so we're all sized up for the restart here. Front row, Gibbs and Hill. Mozak, Hemrick in row 2. Moffitt, Gregson in row 3. And I can't say enough about Noah Gregson. If you weren't with us from the beginning, he crashed his primary.
It looks like it stopped raining, though.
Yesterday, they go to a backup. He did get some laps in qualifying, and we knew the car had speed. But he starts at the rear today, is really fast, drives into the top 15, gets off track, but comes back for a top 10 in stage 1, and has gained some track position since then. I mean, restarting on row 3, he's got a real opportunity.
Apparently one driver has no wiper.
To contention. Oh, I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Well, that's mandatory, so they need to get one.
Mozak is right now because we know that he'll get aggressive and try to get to the inside of Ty Gibbs.
You still see Austin Hill all the way to the restart zone trying to get that heat in that he's talking about.
We complete lap number 6 in stage 2 as we return to the green flag.
All right, green flag is back in the air.
Reagan Jones jumping out of line.
And this time, teammate.
Did not expect to see that.
But once again, Gibbs doesn't push the panic button, seems to handle it quite nicely as they come through the chicane clean and head to turn 4.
Well, you see Connor having to protect a little bit for Austin Hill there, looking to the inside. That was a gutsy move into turn 1 there, Jamie, for a first time.
He was pretty calm the last restart, but he obviously felt like maybe Ty lifted a little early. He knew that his car, he could keep it under control, braking just a little bit deeper. He's in full defense mode right now with Austin Hill behind him. But as the track dries out, I know that Trevor and I talked about it a little bit earlier, you're going to run offline when the track
Jaden!
the rubber and the oil that's in the preferred lane. You see Andy Lally there jumping to the inside. But as this track dries out, all you're looking for is the dry area of the racetrack. There'll be so much more grip. As you can kind of see it there on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see it puddled up. Where the cars are running, though, it's a little bit of like a flatter, matte finish, and that's just the track drying out.
We did get word Greg Alding released from the care center after that hard hit that probably hurt, so we're glad about that as we continue to watch, Ty pull away, and that battle for second is great. And here's Brett Moffitt just sitting right where he needs to make a move. If the 18 of Mozak, the 21 of Hill were to get together, Brandon Jones, nice recovery from an early spin. And you mentioned Andy Lally now in the top 10. Noted road racer, we don't see him all the time, but when he comes and races in the Xfinity Series, he typically has a very nice finish. And look at Austin Hill. He's going to miss turn 1. Got to do the stop and go here.
Whoa, that was a long stop.
He made sure that he was stopped, yeah. Without a doubt, I'm wondering if maybe the drivers didn't get a little bit of a warning from what we saw earlier where they were almost gaining a little bit of track position.
And to be honest, I was surprised to see Austin make that mistake. I was looking for Connor to do that when he was under pressure from Austin to push it just a little too far.
Big lockup right there from Jeremy Clements. You saw him driving deep on the car in front of him. Got that locked up. He's probably going to have to pit because of the grass that we see on the grill right there.
And, he had just worked his way back into the top 10. Then Clements goes off the track in turn 4. Jamie, what do you have for us?
You see Andy Lally, he talks about him being one of the road course specialists, and he had a horrible qualifying session. I asked him why, what happened, and he said it was really all his fault. He went out to the racetrack to take a look at it on foot between practice and qualifying, told himself, these are going to bring my brake markers. This is where I'm going to do it. Got behind the wheel of the car, hit those markers, but was way off on where he should have been. So he's had to make up for it. He said in order to get to the sport that he's in right now, he's going to have to be patient. That's what he's been doing through the first stage to this point right now. Just a lot of patience, not letting anybody force him into mistakes, but then a whole lot of luck also. The team made a lot of adjustments to this car. He talked, worked with them, worked through all of those adjustments, what they need for the wet weather on a road course. And they've really been working together to get up into the top 10.
Battle for second here.
Brett Moffitt put some pressure on. He's going to try to make the same move that Austin Hill attempted the last lap when he slid off.
Connor got just a little bit defensive. You saw him running a little bit wide. He was trying to make sure he stayed in that preferred groove of the racetrack, and Brett Moffitt conceded that corner to him right there.
How much of the moves that we see on a restart like the one we just had, and that move right there by Brett Moffitt, how much of that is just getting a feel for where you are and educating yourself on what maybe you can do later in the race or on a lap or two from now?
Well, I talked about it a little bit earlier. We talked about Connor Mozak, about always being fast, but sometimes people not giving you the respect. I can tell you the way that he's racing right now, Brett Moffitt's going to run out of patience, and it's going to move him in a second. It's cost Brett a position now, as you see Hemrick getting by.
Rain racing, hell yeah, Jaden. This shit's weird.
But you just have to.
It's probably the worst race I've ever seen.
Race together every week, and you're kind of an outsider, and they're going to be a little more aggressive with you.
Well, and it's not just the respect level; it is the aggression level. I think in NASCAR, when you get to a road course, and especially in the Xfinity Series, the level of aggression is pretty high in this series. You know, when you race in Trans Am or some other sports cars where the officiating's a little different if you touch, you know, it's not that way in NASCAR. People put a finger on you and move you out of the way a little bit.
I don't want in any way to take away credit from the advantage that Gibbs has built up, which is like 7 seconds. But the reality is, he's driving by himself, and these guys have been racing pretty hard behind him. I wonder if he's not pacing himself a little bit early in this second stage.
You would definitely think so at this point. If you've got this much of a lead in adverse conditions like we see here, you're going to take care of the car and try to just, you know, match the times of the car behind you. And if you need to pick it up a little bit, then you do.
Noah Gregson working on Connor Bozak. Brett Moffitt just in front of him. We know, and you've said it a couple of times, Jamie, we know that 9 is going to be aggressive. And you think about how patient Brett Moffitt was with Connor Bozak, that will not be the case, I don't believe, for Noah Gregson.
Noah probably won't be quite as patient, and also knowing what happened just the lap or two before this, he saw that, he was behind it, he can see the 18 blocking just a little bit, and that's okay. If you have one bad corner, it's okay to block the next 1 or 2 to try to get your position back, but it just looks to me like the 18,
You think they could put cup cars here? They better not.
during that pit stop, the 18 car isn't near as good as it was in the first stage. Jamie, you got something down there?
Well, remember, the number 9 didn't make any adjustments. That's Noah Gregson. All they did was put on a fresh set of Goodyear tires and give him a fresh windshield. He's still happy with the race car. What he did learn through the qualifying session and the practice session is that there's very little room for error around this racetrack. He doesn't have the same experience here that Connor in front of him has, but he does know where you could get into some trouble. And he said, if I can keep the car clean, if I can stay off of the grass, he can easily have a top 5 finish. You see him moved up 22 places since the green flag fell at the start of this race, all the way up into the top 5 right now.
That line that we just saw Noah run through turn 10 and 11, the only other car
It's barely ready for Xfinity, dude.
Is the 54 of Ty Gibbs. We were talking about it in the first stage. It's almost like he's found some grip, so almost high-side the car on the curb.
Plus, we don't need any more road courses. I feel like we have like the perfect amount.
And it really straightens out that section from 10 to 11. Noah Gregson's found that now, and it'll be interesting to see how much he uses it.
Let's go back and tell the Noah story from this weekend. We've talked about it yesterday practice. Spins out, no harm, no foul here. But watch this, just past the start-finish.
I think they should have 6 road course races in the season, which I think they do. And then they need to have 1 road course race every 6 races.
And Noah didn't do anything wrong there, other than just run on
That
the
way you
wrong
kind of
side
like
racetrack. But it's a new
have
track.
them
We weren't
evenly.
sure where he needed to run at. We saw him all the way to the right-hand side of the drag strip. There was a couple of puddles. He just started hydroplaning and lost control and was just along for the ride at the end. If you take a look at the car right behind Noah Gregson right now, that's Brandon Jones. We talked about the 18 car of Connor Bozak maybe making the wrong adjustment. The 19 car has come to life. He's quite a bit quicker than he was in the first stage.
And what a day for Joe Gibbs Racing. I mean, we've talked about Ty Gibbs, Connor Bozak, but Brandon Jones, all 3 of those Toyotas in the top 6 now. So a really good effort for the coach's kids.
You know why? Because all those other guys are like, just put my car with tie hats. That's what I'll take for the rest of the day.
Trevor, who's driving that 18 part-time, he's hating the fact that he's sitting here today. He wants to be racing.
These superstars, man, they're so good on the brakes. They're so good on acceleration. We saw it at the short tracks this year. They've just got it figured out for Ford Drive, and I really think that's where Ty is beating him out today. You're not really maxing out the braking zones the way you would in a typical road course race. You're kind of sliding around. But on acceleration, we watch it when he comes out of turn 7 there and he's able to get to the gas through turn 8 and carry that speed right here. He's just able to push it down. The car doesn't bobble. It's almost looks like he's in the dry sometimes.
As we watch Ty Gibbs right here, if you're at home and you're
Can we not do Portland ever again? I think we've learned our lesson.
How do you practice for being in the rain?
But then again, NASCAR doesn't learn lessons, so they'll probably come back here next year.
Ty Gibbs, my son races go-karts here in Mooresville locally, and I see Ty Gibbs at the kart track all the time riding his kart. rain or shine, he's out there practicing, trying to learn.
Maybe next year we can actually have, like, it's not raining,
it's a go-kart
and
to
it's like a dry racetrack, and maybe it is a really good race. Who knows?
About running off line, braking in a straight line, accelerating in a straight line. But he, Brandon Jones, Noah Gregson, I see those guys out in the car track all the time, and I think it's paying off today.
I was lost the first time I went to the kart track in the rain. It's such a different thing. Riley Herbst, we saw there.
Ty Gibbs 10 seconds ahead of Brett Moffitt in second place.
It might be done for the day.
We're halfway through stage 2 in Portland. Ty Gibbs leading Brett Moffitt, Connor Bozak, Noah Gregson, and Brandon Jones.
They say that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step. But maybe it begins with one single start. Turn, bump, grind, pit, pass, win.
It's crazy what happens on the last lap here.
And celebration. In NASCAR, that journey starts here. I am the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. I am NASCAR.
I love my new home. I always wanted a house with historic architecture, but it might be too Victorian.
Gosh, interesting headline on this. Pants? Yes, I do believe they're called pants. Pardon me?
No.
Pardon me.
At least Geico makes bundling my home and car insurance easy. I save so much. Just text me while I'm heading out.
It's a ghost.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
It's called self-care.
Expectations come with the territory. But raising expectations, that comes with determination. Pushing ourselves further, lifting others even higher. And knowing that recognition isn't given, it's earned. Ram, J.D. Power's #1 brand and new vehicle quality.
The sports world is buzzing about the USFL. What a championship this week on Fox. The Philadelphia Stars look to make a push for the playoffs against the Michigan Panthers. Real football for real fans. The USFL, tomorrow at noon Eastern on Fox.
All that matters this season is what beats under your hood. I am NASCAR.
So good to have you with us live on a Saturday afternoon on FS1, NASCAR Xfinity Series, racing in Portland, Oregon, Portland International Raceway, playing host for the very first time with Trevor Bain, Jamie McMurray. I'm Adam Alexander, Josh Sims, Jamie Howell on pit road. We've been singing the praises of Brett Moffitt, but the 02 just went off track, was running in the top 5 and only lost 1 position, so he goes from 4th back to 5th in the running order. You know, Sheldon Creed, just in front of him, has made a nice rally. I felt like he was a driver that really had a huge opportunity to make gains in that opening stage. Went off track, got no stage points, but they've stayed with it. He had that contact with Riley Herbst, really didn't hurt the car. And here he is, stage 2, 4th, and in position to pounce. What's their story, Jamie?
Well, the word to Sheldon at this point, with 11 laps to go in the second stage, is just click these off 1 lap at a time. He's turning the same lap times as the leader, so he's really happy with the car that he has. I talked to him just before the race started, and he said, we put a lot of resources into this weekend. We really think that with 4 road courses over the next 9 events, that we can capitalize on this. He said, I'm a road racer. I don't mind racing in the rain, so the team has a lot of effort into this. He's got his head down, just clicking off the laps, just like they said, one after the other, staying in it.
Yeah, you know, the one thing I think about there, Jamie, is just the ability to forget, right? Because when you have a problem, I mean, that can lock you up mentally and you see what might have been. And the reality is, Sheldon's done a good job of forgetting about
Caution's out.
Get a caution. And if we hadn't had it for whatever it is, and we're not sure, we might have had it for Noah and Connor there.
No doubt. Gregson was more patient than I expected. We saw him kind of get anxious for the last 4 or 5 laps.
Yeah, and the caution for debris, and it's just some grass and mud that's been some sod that has been kicked up onto the track. Well, Look at this.
Ooh, you know what I like?
Look, I know. You say it. You say it.
I like the lineup right now because we've got Ty Gibbs leading, but when I look at who's in third, it worked out perfectly for what I said earlier. We're going to get to see a restart here. And Noah Gregson's lap times, and Ty Gibbs has been in his own league, but Noah Gregson is not far behind him. It seems like as the track is drying out, that Noah Gregson's car likes that a little bit more than maybe what Ty Gibbs' car does.
And right before that caution there, they actually all ran their fastest laps of the race. Ty Gibbs ran his fastest.
I can't believe that's
the
fucking
entire race of
caution.
anybody. And so it is drying out. It is going to get more racing.
What happened?
What's up with Ty Gibbs?
Ty Gibbs. This is in the front.
Oh, wow.
Straightaway chicane. The Shelton chicane.
I heard the crowd in the background, and I wasn't sure what happened.
Oh, what? Oh, my gosh. He just gets tagged by Jesse Awuji.
What is he thinking?
How does
what
that happen?
Yeah, we got to get another replay to see.
Did the pace car pull out and slow him down pretty quickly in front of the field is the question. I had this happen. I was at ORP leading the race. Pace car pulled out in front of me. Stephen Wallace got me, spun me out leading the race. So I know what he's feeling right now, but man.
It looks like the car's okay. Some damage on
That was definitely intentional.
For Jesse. Jesse 3 laps down.
Jesus, dude. You're going to wreck my man under caution?
Yeah, I mean, like, we need to see more to really tell the story, but we've been under caution for a while. So there's really no reason for Jesse to be running that fast, and it's certainly not getting into the leader.
And I thought maybe, but he wouldn't have been the driver in position, like, to get the free pass where he's thinking, you know what I mean? Like, I just, it's hard to imagine, like you said, Jamie, without seeing a broader perspective replay, if we have one, exactly what transpired there and why.
Tell you what, Jesse's got a lot more damage than Ty does. Fortunately for Ty, I mean, that could have been really big if he was a little further up on that right rear tire, just like Riley Herbst, what we saw happen with his track car.
Well, and I mean, after seeing that, I have a little more concern for Ty Gibbs' car, because that's quite a bit of damage to the 34 car, even though it doesn't look bad on the 54. Did it bend something in the rear suspension of that car?
We speculated, but it is official now. Riley Herbst out of the race. He's with Josh.
An unfortunate incident for you. From your perspective, I know you haven't seen it yet, but what happened from what you could tell?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's pouring rain here in Portland. I mean, I could be mad at everything, but I should be mad at myself first, because we are going to finish third in stage 1 in our Monster Energy Ford Mustang, and I overstepped the line and put us in the back. So then once you run with the squirrels in the back, you're going to get wrecked. And coming out of the chicane there, I kind of looks like the two just kind of hooked us there, and then I thought we were okay. It's kind of hard to see there, and then, I mean, just everybody wants to pile in, and then we got destroyed. But like I said, I can't be mad at anybody but myself, because I put us back there from stage 1. So, man, we were having good runs going the last few months, and then all of a sudden, these last 2 weeks, we haven't finished where we wanted. So we'll take these 2 weeks to regroup and try to go win Nashville.
Thanks for your time, Riley.
Well, that was Riley's frustrated right there, but that was a good interview, because you could tell he was mad, but took a lot of the blame for himself, and we've all had those days, Riley. So 2 weeks you can recover from that.
But what I hate for both he and Sam Mayer is they had it all going in a positive direction, and then you have a bad day today.
Oh, the 2 weeks off, to think about it. Yeah, you get to win today, you get to kind of bask in it for the next 2 weeks, and you have a bad weekend this weekend. That's such a good point, Adam, that you got 2 weeks of dwelling on it.
Well, our leader, Ty Gibbs, was about the only car on the track that hasn't had some kind of issue to this point. And until now, they just couldn't let him be alone, right?
We're going to get the restart here with 8 laps to go in the stage, and they will penalize Jesse Awuji here. They're going to hold him 2 laps for the incident that happened under caution with race leader Ty Gibbs. But I want to go to another story that is starting to develop here. We've got 8 laps to go on the stage when we return to green. A.J. Allmendinger is going to restart in the 11th position. He started at the back after unapproved adjustments. We had heard he made as many as 30 adjustments on that car that put him at the back. He was off track more than 2 or 3 times in the early portion of this race, lost a lap, got the free pass, and now here he is with a chance to finish stage 2 in the top 10. And with his ability, you absolutely never write him off.
Now, as long as he doesn't get a Wuji, he'll be safe right there, Adam.
There you go.
I've got to think AJ's hoping this track dries out. As bad as his car was in the rain, as slick as it was, as it dries out here, maybe his car becomes a new animal for him.
Yeah, we knew Ty Gibbs was good yesterday. It didn't appear he was a second and a half lap faster than some of these other cars. But these are similar conditions to what we had yesterday. It was wet at the beginning of that practice and then slowly dried out. And they almost could have went to slicks at the end. And as you look, the cars, there's not near as much spray coming off. I know we're going slower right now, but the track is starting to dry out.
So it will be 8 laps to go. When we go green, front row, Gibbs and Mozak, the teammates at Joe Gibbs Racing. Mozak in the 18, 23 years old, making his first ever start in the Xfinity Series. Has been such a good driver the last couple of days for the coach. Gregson and Creed in row 2, and Jamie pointed it out. The 9 is really going to be the one to watch, restarting behind our leader, Ty Gibbs. Austin Hill has been good today. He's back there on row 3 with Brett Moffitt. Landon Castle in the top 10. So is Myatt Snyder, who's had a good afternoon. And then Andy Lally and Justin Allgaier complete the top 10, followed by, as we mentioned, A.J. Allmendinger in 11th.
Yeah, Ty Gibbs is going to have to be a little more defensive here. And if I'm him, I'm going to pull down a little bit lower so that the 9 can't get inside of me. And I'm going to do it early so that he knows what my plan is.
And you see the lights are back on the pace car. We've had to add a lap because they found some more debris on the track. And so it'll be a 7-lap run to end the stage. I'm curious, and you see Matt Jaskell's car is banged up, and perhaps that's the reason we've added some debris that they had to pick up. I'm curious for you guys, because I think about the days that some of these drivers have had and the comebacks, and we've told those stories. But do you feel as a driver when you go road course racing there is more grace to come back just because of all the different changes and complexities that a road course race can go through?
Well, I definitely think a clean day pays off at a road course race. First of all, when we went to a road course race, we said, stay on the track. If you stay on the track all day, you're going to have a top 5. And that was kind of the mentality of a lot of these drivers coming out. Now, doing that is easier said than done, right? But it's obvious today that A.J. Allmendinger, Justin Allgaier, Noah Gragson, pretty much everyone has had an issue, and they're still in contention. That does not happen at an oval at Charlotte. You spin out, you get into the wall, you have an issue, you're done. And these guys have battled back, and I think the rain plays to that some, but also, having those stage breaks where you can work on the car, make sure everything's right, that also helps them recover a little bit.
There's also a bigger discrepancy in ability when you come to a road course. So yeah, if you're a good road racer and you have a couple issues, you know you're probably going to be able to make that up. But what changes today completely is not only is it a road course, but it's been raining. And that whole factor, when you key it into how easy it is. We saw Justin Allgaier, who's 3 road course wins he has in the Xfinity Series, barely get on the curb and spin out and run off the track. Those are the things that you just can't plan for, that you don't know are going to happen. So definitely easier to recover in this. And as we see Noah Gragson run a little wide there, it's almost like he's trying to get in the water maybe to cool his tires down, which I wouldn't think we're to that point yet. But it appeared that's what he was doing right there.
Yeah, I definitely think he went for that puddle, and you can see the difference in the sheen of the racetrack, and maybe it is getting to a point where it's drying out enough. We didn't think we'd see dry tires today, but we might see some slicks later on. He's probably, just like you said, cooling them down.
Now we get to our Xfinity fastest lap, and I know you're going to find this hard to believe, but best lap of the day goes to Ty Gibbs. Brett Moffitt is up there. Noah Gragson and his tremendous run back to the front, 3rd on the list. Creed and Mozak have been fast today as well. Here's something that will blow you guys away. Today marks the 8th start in the Xfinity Series on a road course for Ty Gibbs. He's led all but 1 lap. He's now top 10 all time.
Wow.
In laps led when it comes to road racing in the Xfinity Series.
Well, his very first win was at a road course. His first ever Xfinity race that he ran, and that put Ty Gibbs on the map, I think, for a lot of us. Saw something kind of vibrate there on his right front. I don't know what that was. Maybe he was running over the rumble strips, but it caught me off guard when I saw that on camera there.
Well, and we're going to see him at speed for the first time since he had that hard hit with Jesse Owuji. So if, in fact, he had any kind of damage, we'll probably find out right here. 7 laps to go. Stage 2. Teammates on the front.
All right.
Gibbs and Mozak. Row 2. Creed and Gregson in that inside lane behind the race leader, Ty Gibbs.
Green flag is back in the air.
Well, it looked like Ty waited a long time in that restart zone. As you see, that's exactly what I would do. I would pull down to the bottom as quick as I can, and Noah decided to go to the outside.
Wow, he's
almost caught him off guard, but can he get it turned? He does. Gets into the...
Oh, there we go. Back in the pack, but they get going.
Went through the chicane, right? He did not make the corner, but I did not notice him stopping. We'll continue to follow what the 18 does as the battle for the lead is
Oh,
on.
boy.
Here comes Noah Gregson.
Noah Gregson takes the lead.
The 9 is out front. Gibbs rallying back with Creed in the mix.
Oh! Gregson around!
Gregson who's in the grass. All of this happening with 7
Jesus.
stage 2.
Well, this will get interesting if Noah Gregson can ever get back up there, because it looked like Ty was a little bit mad.
Oh, yeah, that was definitely intentional.
Didn't push him all the way off the racetrack, but then it looked like Ty did retaliate and go ahead and spin out the 9 car.
This damage we see on the left rear might tell more of a story here, Jamie, other than being run off to the left side of the track. When they were coming out of turn 2, I think there was some pretty heavy contact there to get Noah to the...
Yeah, Sheldon.
He was in going into turn 4.
And I don't know about that damage left front or how long it's been there for Sheldon Creed, but he's been able to get around Gibbs. So Sheldon Creed is now the race leader. Gibbs is second. Andy Lowley is up to third now.
This will be a test of mentality for Ty Gibbs. Can he regroup and get this thing back together? He got spun out under caution, ran off, and now he's got to get going again.
Gregson's down to 21st. Sheldon Creed's off track.
This is the replay of the restart here.
And you see Noah hits that curve,
right,
and then gets into a little bit of damage to the left rear of the 54 car. Lowley came out hero on that restart. Great job by him.
By the way, Mozak did get a pass.
So Andy Lowley, what happened to Ty Gibbs?
Is the new race leader after Gibbs and Creed went off track in turn 12.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, we saw Ty looked like he got to the inside of Sheldon Creed on the entry to 12, and both of those guys ended up running off and spinning out off the racetrack.
This race has gotten crazy, and running 6 now, A.J. Allmendinger.
Yeah, this race actually got good, I'm not going to lie.
Exactly what
This is a terrible race, and now it's pretty good.
When you start having adversity and you know you're the fastest car by far, trying to recover and be okay being second for a split second is okay. And it seemed like he got a little bit antsy and wanted to get that lead back really quickly.
Well, and the other thing that has done for Ty Gibbs, I'm going to say his troubles are not over yet. It has put him back there in the clutches of where Noah Gregson is. And I'll assure you that Noah Gregson's going to be furious when he gets back to Ty Gibbs.
And here's the other thing I would point out. Second stage today, where Creed is running in the top 2-3. There he's leading. And he's got an opportunity to do huge things for his chances to make the championship. And he's wrecked late in the stage. Let's go now to the battle for the 9 and the 54, Gregson and Gibbs.
So Noah ran Ty a little bit wide there, but it doesn't look like it ran Ty all the way off the racetrack. And you see Ty come back, get to the inside. I'm going to say that was a little bit of frustration on Ty Gibbs' part.
Probably getting into that corner for sure, but then you see his front tires locked up and slides into him. Similar thing here. He's not had to try to outbrake anyone or race around traffic. He gets in second, you know, stump on his windshield, drives in deeper than
Jeremy Clements around.
And locks up the tires.
Jeremy Clements is off track.
Some of that grass. Oh, yeah, he's got damage.
Water coming out of the right front of that car, so heavy damage for Jeremy Clements right there.
And a lot of grass on track as Ty Gibbs comes through. It's 5 laps to go. And it looks like maybe Clements was racing with the 39 of Ryan Sieg. At least Ryan Sieg got a good view of this. Let's see what happens.
This has been a great passing zone all day long. We've seen guys pass on both sides, the inside and the outside, as they enter turn 10. And it looks like Jeremy Clements just had a little bit of a wheel hop right there, got on the brakes. Nothing that Ryan Sieg did wrong right there.
Yeah, once it starts with wheel hop, I mean, you're kind of doomed. You know, in a dry condition, can gas it up a little bit to try to get the wheel hop out.
How is that not a
but
caution?
In rainy conditions, there's just no recovery from there.
Watch Brett Moffitt. Slides wide, Landon Castle into him. Brett goes around. And that right there, a product of road racing in the wet.
And we've got stuff happening everywhere, guys.
Yeah, all the tires have fallen off in this race in the past 5 laps.
this 5 to go in the last stage or the second stage here?
But there to update, Gibbs is now back in the 26th spot, making 25th. He just picked up a position. Noah's running 22nd. Sheldon Creed is 15th. And you can see Stephen.
What is up with these fuckers?
Last time around has got a lot of damage, and that thing is not where it needs to be.
What is up with these dudes?
He's gonna have to pit right here. He's got to.
This is like just the weirdest shit I've ever seen. This entire race has just been
right now is AJ Allmendinger.
one fuck
All of
fest.
the issues he had. What a battle for the lead right here with Andy Lally and Myatt Snyder. We haven't really got to
Maybe
talk
these
about
two will
these
race
two,
each
but
other
the
nicely.
Top 5 right now is pretty incredible.
I did not have
Andy Lally, experienced veteran road course racer,
to win stage 2.
2011 NASCAR Cup Series Rookie of the Year.
Castle, somebody we barely talked about all day because he's been pretty clean for today. But right here, AJ Allmendinger running off the track right behind Landon Castle again.
He was up to 4th. I thought he was going to get Landon get up to 3rd. Yeah, and look at all the debris in the. It looks like some damage on the right rear too now.
I'm going to say he had some help right here, seeing that damage on the right rear.
Josh, what do you have on the 16?
Yeah, AJ came over the radio and said right rear might have went there. That's why he ended up off track. An issue with the right rear for AJ Allmendinger, guys.
Myatt Snyder now is taking over the top spot, getting by the 44 of Andy Lally.
Your brain is mush.
Off of turn 12 this time.
Yeah, same here.
Laps to go in the stage. Now we go back and show you.
Myatt Snyder takes the lead.
Was able to get around Andy. It's down that back straightaway. This is the area you just talked about.
Yeah, that's been a great passing zone if you can get the drive you need off of turn 7. Even if that car in front of you blocks to the inside, you have the option to go to the outside. If he blocks the outside, you can get to the inside. So that's been one of the better passing zones we've seen all day.
And this is the funny thing to me. Coming here where nobody has experience and you talk to drivers.
Oh, he's locked up.
Myatt Snyder locked up a little bit. Andy Lally's going to take the lead. Oh, maybe not. On the defense, Myatt Snyder.
As soon as you get to the lead, you have no reference. You don't have that rabbit. You can't back up your corner and judge it off the car in front of you. And the only person with experience as the rabbit so far is Ty Gibbs, who's back in 25th place. So all these drivers, as they get to the lead, they now have to start looking for braking markers. The track is drying out, getting faster, so you have to push that marker, and it causes mistakes.
Andy Lally having quite the day. Second right now, under attack from Landon Castle. What's their story, Jamie?
Well, Andy, before this battle started, said that his limit out on the racetrack is the attack under braking. So they're going to make some adjustments once we do come in for the stage break. But I want you to look right back behind his pit. So this is one of his crew members. They are now prepping the slick tires. I can tell you, standing on pit lane, there is no rain falling right now. The communication over the radios is that the track is drying out from turn 1 all the way through turn 12. So I anticipate some slicks coming out. We might see them out on the racetrack today, guys.
Saw Justin Allgaier just went wide there coming through turn 12. 2 laps to go in our second stage. Listen to this top 5. Myatt Snyder, Andy Lally, Landon Castle, Austin Hill, Josh Berry, whose name we've not said today.
Well, keep on going there, Adam, because look at 6. There's your pole sitter, Anthony Alfredo, who's working his way back up through the field after having some issues early on.
Yeah, the leader, Myatt Snyder, you saw a little bit of smoke when they went into turn 1 and he got on the brakes. I thought initially that he had locked the brakes up, but it appears he's just got a little bit of damage on that right front fender. It's pushed back in when the car travels and squats down to get on the brakes. That had a little bit of rub, and that's not going to be an issue for him. This battle for the lead, though, has just been awesome. What a job this guy is doing. Landon Castle, clearly not a guy, when I think of excellent road racer, do I think of Landon Castle, but he started off the season a little bit off. It just seems like every week, though, this 10 team keeps getting a little bit better.
Well, I tell you what, Landon Castle's been around for a long time, and he's got experience, and he's one of those people that know, just keep it on the track all day, and it'll be a great day, and that's what he's done to get himself in this position. It wasn't raw speed or making great passes, and let everybody else implode, and here he is in 3rd place.
Well, this is a team that faced a ton of adversity at the beginning of the year. His first season driving that 10 car for Colleague, but handling the day quite well. Currently has a playoff position when you look at the standings, although he just lost a spot on track to Austin Hill.
So Jamie Howe was just reporting about they're getting slick tires ready. All these teams wish we had about 10 laps left at this stage because the track is dried out. It is going to be so hard. You see the dry line that's developing on the front stretch. It's going to be so hard for these guys to make that commitment because there are parts of the track that are still pretty wet, and the rain tires will shred. in the dry, but those slick tires, it's brutal trying to get any traction. You see it's still really wet right through here. This turn 4 that's coming up is where we've seen so many issues today.
Maya Snyder just ran his fastest lap of the race. Now that he doesn't have the pressure of Andy Lally right on his bumper, he can open up his lines and start to run where he wants to and not charge those braking zones, and it's showing up as he pulls away here in the lead.
The car, this 21 car right here of Austin Hill, watch him. He's being super aggressive. He's going to set up Andy Lally right here in turn 7, and he's been so good into turn 9. We've seen him be able to pass multiple cars, and his car is
Now that Ty Gibbs is a little farther back, this race got good because now it's not just like the leaders pulling away by fucking 20 seconds.
I've not had much experience going from wet to dry as the track dries out. You still need to try to track into that rain line or the wet line to keep the tires from wearing out too much.
Well, they're definitely wanting to try to keep it cool, but this is the last lap, so I don't care about my tires because I'm going to give it all I have trying to get these extra stage points.
And think about coming into this. Junior Motorsports had won 10 consecutive stages. They ran high in the first 2 stages of the race. He won 4 of the last 5 races overall. That streak has come to a close today. Stage 1 goes to Ty Gibbs in dominating fashion.
Myatt Snyder is going to win stage number 2.
Stage win, the first of his career for Myatt
Snyder does it.
31 for Jordan Anderson. Congratulations to Myatt. Andy Lally is second, Hill is third, Castle fourth. Barry gets back to the top 5. Best running position of the day for him. Anthony Alfredo, Justin Allgaier, AJ Allmendinger 8th. Scores some stage points. So does Sheldon Creed in the final car. In the top 10, stage 2.
I've lost brain cells watching this race.
Myatt Snyder got his first career win last year at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Could he be in line for win number 2 today? He got that green and white checker in our second stage.
If it looks like an F-150, tows like an F-150, hauls like an F-150, thinks like an F-150, and powers like an F-150, it must be an F-150 hybrid. The 2022 F-150 Power Boost Hybrid. With 570 pound-feet of torque and 12,700 pounds of max available towing.
Mac and cheese. Fries. Tenders. Silence.
KFC Sides Lovers Meal. Pair 3 sides with tenders or your favorite fried chicken. That's finger looking good.
Let's play our favorite song again.
Okay.
Think Mom's calling 911? Nope. She's switching her choice cashback category to dining, so she earns more on our backup plan. Delivery.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
Time powers the Angels against the Phillies, or the Cardinals battle the Cubs. Baseball Night in America, tonight at 7 Eastern on Fox.
We've got accessories for the everyday and ones that go much further.
A cup race of this track would be interesting. Yeah, it would probably be like the worst. I've seen cup races where stages ended between 1 hour and 1 hour 30. What? What did you just say?
You save more. Start shopping at Verizon.com/products. Verizon Visa Card, built to earn big rewards for everyday purchases. Turn rewards to tech, travel, and gift cards. It's built to help you save on your wireless bill too. A credit card, go right. Learn how you can earn up to 4% rewards. Visit Verizon.com/Verizon Visa Card or the My Verizon app.
Switching doggy diet plans for Josie? No, he's switching his choice cashback category to home improvement, so he earns more on a new doggy door. Extra large.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
There are many names for enthusiasts, but there's only one way to become one.
by going all in. The Lexus IS. All in on the sports stand.
Declared winners in 13 races across the country. Few have snagged the flag more than once this season, but this is the first time NASCAR's Xfinity Series has seen this track. These boys are hoping not to spin out and get lost in the woods.
First trip to Portland International Raceway for the NASCAR Xfinity Series. And it's safe to say everyone getting their money's worth today. And the one observation we're all making here is there's a dry lane on the track, and we've got the dry tires on the wall. What does that mean for this final stage?
Well, don't get out of the dry with slicks on, right, Jamie? That could be a recipe for disaster in a passing zone.
Yeah, it's going to definitely narrow up the passing lane. You're going to have to be, obviously...
All right, so they're doing their
those dry tires.
dumbass pit stop
It'll
things
make it really
again.
edgy for those guys pulling down the line, but it's drying pretty quick. I mean, if you look at that, and really just the wind of those cars going by will continue to dry the track out. Those guys also keep pushing the limits of where the wet is, which will help some as well.
I mean, I still see reflection in the dry line a little bit of the caution lights here. This is kind of a gutsy call to be going to dry tires already, but if you don't, you get caught here.
Here's what happened, stage 1, stage 2, and the combined points the drivers...
Most stages I've seen end 1 hour or an hour 30 after the race stage starts. Yeah.
This race, he did win that opening stage. Good day for Landon Castle. Obviously, Austin Hill the best of the bunch. Connor Mozak speaks to his consistency despite the penalty. Got a bunch of stage points. Josh Berry with in stage 2. And given attaboy...
Jaden!
Both Brett Moffitt and Anthony Alfredo on the board.
Jaden!
Everybody stopped on pit road. We put 3 minutes on the clock, and you can fuel the car, you can change tires, and for coverage of all the pit lane activity, let's send it down to Josh Sims.
Let's start with the 31 of Maya Snyder.
Jaden!
The team happy with the car right now. No adjustments. They're going to put those slicks on like everybody else is doing out here, but the 31 has more road experience than most people in the field, so he's stuck to his plan. He's doing what he wanted and got that stage win. Jamie?
Also sticking to his plan is Andy Lally in the number 44. We saw him battling at the lead.
Post your picks.
And the big communication to him at the stage break was that he still needs some more rear stability, so they are going to make a shock adjustment. Here you can see that work being done right now. He also needs to get better drive off the corner, so he's going to get a track bar adjustment. Saw the yellow Goodyear logos up on the wall, looking to switch over to slicks right now. Andy said to the team, that's going to be a gutsy decision. He thinks it's still pretty wet on the backside, but they're going to make the call, Josh.
Let's talk about the 10 of Landon Castle. He kept asking over the radio if it's on the radar, it looks like it's going to rain again. They're going with the slicks as well. Feels comfortable with that. Now, this is a guy that only has one top 10 on a road course in his career, but he's in line to get another one. He said the key was patience for him going into this race. He's been patient and finds himself in good position right now, Jamie.
We've also seen Josh Berry move up through the field. He had to start at the back after changing the splitter after hitting the curb and qualifying. He alluded to this race as being like bowling. He said somebody's just going to lose it. The track is so slick, they're going to knock over all the pins. He's been able to capitalize on that, find his way up into the top 5 at this point. He was one of the first drivers to say to the team, give me some slicks. This track is drying off fast. I want to go out and fight. They've made that decision. A couple of adjustments, but overall he's happy with the car, Josh.
Speaking of being happy with their car, AJ Allmendinger not happy at the beginning of this race, had all the problems you can imagine, but he's found his way into the top 10, and with those slicks on, and as the track that is dried out, he's gotten stronger and stronger with the day. They wiped off the grill. They're taping up and putting some work in on the back of that car right now. You see some damage on the back right side of that, but otherwise things are getting better for AJ Allmendinger, guys.
Well, we see everybody trying to fix the 16 AJ Allmendinger, a little bit of damage there, and you can't count him out, Trevor. He's had such an up and down day and still finds himself in the top 10.
Anthony Alfredo has the wets on there. You can tell from the white letters on the side of the tire if you can't see the tread. The slick tires will have yellow lettering, the traditional Goodyear color. So if we get into a situation where there's a mixed bag, that's a quick way to tell for you fans.
I mean, the dries are going to be faster if you can see the dry line, but I just think it's such a risk right now to take putting the slick tires on. They were cutting it close there on the 16. Did you see them? I mean, the clock was winding down and they were counting, and they got their hands off the car right as the clock expired. Final stage going to be eventful for you, and we got it next.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
It's good? Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces, find new roads. Chevrolet.
Attention, please. Millions of AT&T and Verizon customers are suffering from unexpected price hikes and economic adjustment charges. But there is a solution. Right now, when you switch your family to T-Mobile Magenta Max, you can get up to $1,000. And you'll get T-Mobile's price lock guarantee. They won't raise the rates of your rate plan ever, because you are entitled to more.
If you've been impacted, act now. You may be eligible to receive up to $1,000 from T-Mobile.
And you should listen to me. I'm a British actor.
Ace now offers free assembly and delivery, so it's never been easier to get a great grill for your family, like a Traeger wood pellet grill, Weber gas grill, or Big Green Egg charcoal grill, only at your neighborhood Ace.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
I've always wanted to do that.
Always wanted to do that.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too, by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Oral treatments can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms first appear. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, even if they're mild, don't wait. Get tested quickly. If you test positive and are at high risk of severe disease, act fast. Ask if an oral treatment is right for you. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too.
Jaden, post your pics.
With his DQ Flamethrower Burger and Blizzard Meal, and Jim Anderson with his DQ Bacon 2 Cheese Deluxe Burger and Blizzard Meal.
Vote spicy, vote cheesy, cheesy.
Try both and vote for your favorite burger and Blizzard Meal at DQ.com.
DQ, happy tastes good.
It's the summer of baseball on Fox. And every Saturday night, prime time, it's Baseball Night in America. On July 19th, the stars align in LA for the All-Star Game. Then the Reds and the Cubs take center stage in the Field of Dreams sequence. It's everything baseball all summer long on Fox.
It's their last chance.
I don't know if I need a chair or sit back.
For a second chance.
This last apron goes to.
An all-new MasterChef Back to Win, Wednesday on Fox.
Make way for the first ever Chevy Silverado CR2. With Multimatic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials.
Dude, this is awesome, but we should get back to work.
It's good?
Perfect. If you're going to work remote, work remote. Find new workspaces, find new roads. Chevrolet.
It's time for the final stage in Portland, Oregon for the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Our coverage today on FS1 presented by Credible. With Trevor Bay, Jamie McMurray, I'm Adam Alexander. Reminder, tomorrow, Cup Series racing in St. Louis for the first time. Coverage begins 2 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. That's race day. We're racing just outside the arch at 3:30. Chase Briscoe is on the pole. As we line him up for the final stage, we get a quick report from Jamie Howe.
Well, our pole sitter, Anthony Alfredo, one of the only cars, I only counted 2 of them, but there's just a handful of cars that went back out on those wet weather tires. His crew chief, Pat Tryson, is out spotting. That leaves the car chief, Tucker Scanlon, down here making some decisions. Why not go to slicks right now?
You know, I think it's still a little bit too wet out there for dries. If you get out of the groove where it's dried up, we're going to be out of luck, right? And it's going to get shoved out and then be on slicks and we're wet. So, you know, I think wets are definitely a way to go.
All right, we're going green, guys.
Yeah, so Andy Lally and Maya Snyder.
Yeah, and they're both on slicks, but P3 Austin Hill is on the wet tires. It's going to be really interesting to see. He's clearly going to be better, I think, for the first few corners. But just be curious how fast they go away.
From what we saw, 4 guys on wet tires here. We'll see what happens.
And Maya Snyder taking the outside lane.
Yeah, total. We haven't seen that all day long. He must feel like
Green flag.
Dry line is going to be, and that's going to put him up in a better position. Got to get to turn 1, but a great jump by Maya Snyder.
He did a really good job of manipulating where he wanted to be as they got the green flag.
This track just got a lot more narrow, guys. With all these people on dry tires, they have to stay in that drive. Brandon Jones back here is another guy that got wet tires, so I saw him dive out of line when all the people were fighting for real estate to dry. He used that wet with wet tires and said, "I'll take it."
They're gonna let him have the wet area because obviously they don't want to be in it. This guy being on slicks is great because he can go exactly where he wants, not contested. He's going to have a little bit of a lead, not have to push his car. But for some of these other guys, if they slip a little bit and Austin Hill or Anthony Alfredo gets inside of them and gets them in the wet part of the track, they're gonna be along for a ride.
The guy to watch for me, 16 of AJ Allmendinger. And the other thing I would say here, because of how narrow it is, it's probably going to be incredibly aggressive, especially in these early laps.
You can already tell the pace, though. Like watching these guys, there's no rooster tail. The pace is picking up tremendously here.
Maya Snyder is checked out by 15 seconds.
Caution's out.
And
fucking debris
is erased because of debris.
And I bet all the wet tires
goofy ass race.
are gonna be
Damn
erased
right.
as well. They're coming and putting on some slicks right here.
So that debris right in the middle of the racing groove there where things had dried out. So it'll be inside of 22 laps to go when we return to the green and work.
Welcome to the future. Some assembly required. But if there's one thing this country has always embraced, it's a challenge. And after almost 120 years of building for those challenges, we're taking the vehicles you know by name and making them electric by revolutionizing the way they're built and where they're assembled. Not for the few, but for the many.
We love our new apartment. Plenty of parking, big closet.
There's too much pressure in the bathroom.
Hey, good luck with the future in-laws tonight.
Don't overthink it.
But don't underthink it.
Don't talk about your cover band. Don't talk about your fantasy team.
Don't talk about your cat.
You're gonna do great. At least Geico makes bundling our renters and car insurance easy.
We do save a lot of money.
Oh, no.
Oh boy, where are you going for dinner? 1987?
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Alright, so we rescued this off a boat fire. Oh, yeah.
How long till this is over? 22 laps, so I'd assume probably, I don't even know, bro. Just wait it out.
Fox Monday. Can she survive enough to be this season's first millionaire?
Would you like to stay or play or take a bow?
New Don't Forget the Lyrics, part of $1 Million Music Monday on Fox.
Sunday on Fox, the road to the World Cup continues. As Christian Pulisic leads the Stars and Stripes in a battle against formidable Uruguay. Sunday at 4:30 Eastern on Fox.
This one is perfect. Not as perfect as this one. That is not a mango, Lenny. No, but this
Jaden!
with no calories or sweetness. How can water taste just like fruit? How can our feet look
Jaden!
Water with a touch of true fruit flavor. Oh boy, I'm freaking out here.
We're back in Portland. And I would say we're closing on the end, but I would anticipate we got a long way to go, despite the fact we're just over 20 laps remaining. Oh yeah, the Jackman went down hard there. But this is Austin Hill coming in to make a pit stop, and they're doing what we quite honestly we thought they would be doing in this circumstance, going from those wet tires to the dry.
Yeah, they took off on the slicks a lot better than I thought they were going to be able to. We know that groove is narrow, but it seemed like everybody was able to manage that. Jamie, you got more down there?
But you see them taking their time, the reason being when they have to come to pit lane with this set of rules to make this tire change, they have to eat up 60 seconds regardless. So there's no point in rushing through this tire change here. He said to the team, we're going to have to take our medicine. I'd rather pit now, go ahead and make this change, and then have to drive back through the field. By doing it early, he still has 20 laps or so in the stage before the checkered flags to get it done.
Well, Adam, based on what we saw in the last 15 laps, he has plenty of time. There was been a lot of action in this race, and it's only going to get wilder as it gets down to the end.
He doesn't even have to do anything. Just stay on track and let them spin out.
Well, and you know, comebacks have been the name of the game all day long. And if you just look at the top 10, it is littered with guys that have been off track, had problems, and you thought maybe were out of the game and somehow found themselves back into contention.
The one that, Trevor, that I'm a little surprised by is the 23 car. You see, he's trying to get those, still has wet tires on, trying to get those cooled down in the water. He stayed out on those wet tires and is going to take a chance. I can't imagine with the way it's drying out and the radar that we looked at a few seconds ago, it doesn't appear there's any more rain on the way. I just can't imagine those are going to last very long.
This is when you know you have a bad hand and you just keep going. You just keep going. You know, that's what he's doing here. I think Austin Hill and his team did the right thing. It's the hard thing to do. I mean, they just gave up all their track position they fought so hard for. But at this point, you've made your bed. Like, you've got to take the beating now, I think, versus later. Because at some point, I just don't see these wet tires holding up very well when this drive a track.
How about Brandon Jones back there in 13th, Josh?
Yeah, that's the big question for the 19 team right now. Brandon Jones saying there's like a single lane of dryness they might be able to run, but the guys on slicks are just passing them, so they're trying to make a decision on what to do. They said when you took off those wet tires yesterday in practice, you got surprisingly better. So there's a lot of debate right now on the radio of the 19.
A little too late for debate here, Adam.
I will never get the time of 4:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. on June 4th, 2020 back. Yep.
Well, the problem is
it'll be longer than 7 p.m. too. So
seconds of the leader, you're going to go a lap down on top of that, and it's going to be hard to get.
We got 20 laps to go. We're gonna take the green. A lap is like a minute and a half, so if it stays green, then it'll be 25 minutes.
Predominantly throughout the afternoon, and you see Andy Lally trying to push him more to the inside because they both want to get on that dry line, but it appears that that's widened out just a little bit. Both those guys are in an okay position.
I can't believe he flip-flopped it here. He got the lead easily from the outside the first time. It's almost like he got lucky once and said, all right, I'm not trying that again.
Well, maybe he didn't like, maybe something happened.
All right, green flag.
He didn't like the position that he was put in after that. The key is the launch. And you see Myatt Snyder again got a great launch. Really no contest getting down into turn one.
AJ Allmendinger driving.
Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh man!
Turn, they have to do the stop and go, and this is going to completely reshuffle the lineup. And Sheldon Creed got damaged there.
Well, he had already felt like he did his stop, and whoever that was right in front of him decided to stop on the backside of the chicane. Caused Sheldon Creed to get some damage to the front of his grill.
What a
This
mess!
is a new line we're starting to see for him already. They're pushing that down more and more to a traditional line as this does dry out, but.
You know, the other thing to watch is we put dry tires on.
Look at this shit.
Castle's car, you can see it carrying the inside. Sheldon Creed, you were talking about Sheldon Creed there.
Jeb Burton.
Jeb Burton's being weird.
Going as well. It's unfortunate. Looks like that's another instance like with Sheldon Creed where someone's checked up in front of him.
Sheldon, Jesus, Sheldon.
Can't see where he's going right now.
Man, this is going to be such a day of what might have been for Sheldon Creed. Fastest here in practice yesterday. Qualifies top 10 in position to get stage points. That never pans out for him, and now this with 20 laps to go.
You know, I've not
Caution.
broadcast with you before, but I feel like an auctioneer. I can't keep up in here.
We've got a caution.
That's just sad, man.
Not only for Jeb
The fucking Rob Elementary
but
car.
also for Sheldon Creed,
That
who
sucks.
is dropping fluid.
Sheldon.
And because he continues to ride around. This could
Sheldon.
be a lengthy cleanup here.
Jesus Christ.
See Jake Buford get hit in the left rear and kind of start this whole gaggle you called it earlier.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a chain reaction. You saw that happen kind of early on. And it's wet when you get down there. So if you're not in that preferred line, those guys, they all just start spinning. And you see that Sheldon clean up. That's so frustrating for him to get spun out and then get that damage, not knowing that car was going to stop in front of him. You see Ty Gibbs immediately on the top of your screen right there stopped, paid the penalty, and then was able to get going. And I think that's the best way to go about it. Don't wait to the end like you see the 36 car right there do. Do it early and get it over with.
Well, and even that, he chose to go to that straight line. He didn't even try to get through all the mess that was happening to the right. He just said, I'll go straight. No harm there.
Jeff Burton, he has the slick tires on, got in a little bit of that water, and was just along for the ride and cleaned out 3 or 4 of those guys. It's going to be interesting to see how much oil the two car is putting down, because at some point that had to run out of oil. But yeah, it's going to take a while to clean that up, and that's my guess is that he eventually just ran out.
Hopefully this team's radiator, that fluid coming out of the very front of the car could potentially just be water, and they've had their fair share of water today, so that would be
there we go. There we go.
Oh, shit. Oh! Sheldon just went up to Jade Buford and gave him the middle finger.
Didn't like how things went with Jade Buford. I'm looking at the scoring pylon, and I look at 9th, Ty Gibbs. I look at 10th, Noah Gragson.
We could see more number ones before the day's over, is what you're saying.
You know, and for all the off-track activity today, I feel like the AMR safety team has had a fairly quiet afternoon, but the game might be changing because this could be the first of many incidents like this that we'll have the rest of the way.
Well, before in the rain, the wrecks were all slow speed. If you're going slow, you spin out by yourself, go off track. Now we're on more dry conditions, the speeds pick up, that contact is much heavier, the wrecks get bigger and more chaotic.
We're going to step aside, 18 laps remaining in Portland. And this is the biggest crash we've had. A pile-up in turn 1.
For Toyota, racing isn't all about the numbers. Like 162 Cup wins.
Our 3 Cup Series championship.
How about those 3 Daytona 500s?
It's about the thousands of bumps and bruises. It's the millions of fans and the endless rain of confetti.
It's the countless I love yous.
Our success is in a generation of memories. Here's to the next.
Hey, hon.
Hey.
Want to do some laundry?
Some laundry?
Your room and delivery came.
Oh, laundry. We can do that.
Want to do our taxes?
Oh.
Honey mustard.
We have to go.
Whatever you call it.
Want to do it?
Be ready with Roman.
Okay.
Roman makes it simple and convenient to take care of ED. So when the moment's right, you're ready. Roman ready.
Oh man, we love Sheldon. We fucking love Sheldon.
And squid cuisine, endless lit, infinite possibilities. I'm down. A world where personalized ads help good ideas get found.
This is Sonoma. This is what the drivers will see. And this is what you'll see. Get your tickets now at SonomaRaceway.com.
Should have been the happiest day of her lives. Instead, she was injured during childbirth. She has cerebral palsy, and her doctors say she is permanently disabled. What does this mean for her future? We don't know where to turn.
Has your child been diagnosed with cerebral palsy, Erb's palsy, or other birth injury caused by medical errors? The team at the Porter Law Group will get you the answers you deserve. Call 833-99-BIRTH for a free case evaluation or visit nybirthinjury.com.
Since 1931, the Serum has been delivering the highest level of care.
Well, my win pick was AJ Allmendinger, and it's still possible. He's running third.
Take care of your
NASCAR Xfinity Series racing in Portland, Oregon. Second road course race of the season. Portland International Raceway playing host. And this race in Stage 1, Stage 2 exclusively run in the wet. But things started to dry out at the end of Stage 2. So a lot of drivers went to the dry tires at that Stage 2 break. Some did not. But you see Anthony Alfredo finally making the move to the dries from the wets. And you can see why, because that dry patch really widening out down the front straightaway.
Yeah, and you see most of the front stretch is dry, but as you get down into turn 1 where you see these wreckers of the jet dryers driving through, that's what Jet Burton hit. And so you have good grip until you hit the water, and then you're just along for the ride. And essentially that's what it looked like happened to Jet Burton, is that he moved down, tried to make the pass, and then the track and the water kind of flares out a little bit just there. And look at all of
Your
this
pick,
water,
Anthony
I mean,
Alfredo's not doing well. He's running back at
area,
22nd right
can't
now.
get in that with these slick tires.
No, and you're going to be too wide in turn 1. You have to be on a restart. And to the left side that we saw early on in this shot, it's really wet still. So somebody's going to be in that at all times on a restart. The other thing you point out about that zone into turn 1, as we go back green and these drivers get their braking zones mapped out, as soon as they start racing someone else and have to make a pass, or someone tries to pass them, they're now in the wet. And it's going to dramatically change that ability to make a pass.
That's the equation. Speedy drive.
And you see these guys driving through it. It's like just static when it hits your windshield. I see all those guys. I'm like, stop driving through it. Let this guy blow it off, because on top of your windshield already being wet, when you get some of this, the dust and stuff on your windshield on top of that, it's just like glue.
17 laps to go, which feels like an eternity based on how this race has gone. Here's a race recap.
How can we recap all this, guys?
It might be done by Tuesday.
I mean,
start before the green flag.
Allmendinger didn't even make the green flag before he ran off for the first time.
Yeah, AJ started in the back. They had made a bunch of adjustments, and you saw his issues. He eventually went one lap down. And Sam Mayer, one of those getting damaged early in the race.
Very first restart.
This is it, right? I mean, this is the start. Anthony Alfredo on the pole misses that opening turn. Daniel Hemrick was forced in the action there, and things got crazy early. And the festivities were just beginning for the 16 of Allmendinger.
Yeah, you see Allmendinger running off of turn 4, which has been an issue for everybody all day long. Here you see Sheldon Creed trying to get to the inside of Ty Gibbs. A little bit of contact. This was for the lead early in the race.
Brandon Jones goes around here. We've seen a lot of issues here. And then after this, we have cars checking up. Sam Mayer piles in, knocks the nose off of his car, and ends his day.
Into stage 1, Ty Gibbs, who led all but one lap in that first stint of the race.
What a difference from stage 1 to now. Look how wet it is at this point in the race. This is with Riley Herbst. He doesn't really have any damage until right here. You see Greg Gaulding's going to come in, clobbers him in the right rear, ends both their days.
Early stage 2, there were 4 or 5 drivers involved in this one. And Greg Gaulding was done for the day. Same for Riley Herbst. This was under caution with Ty Gibbs leading.
This is the weirdest thing in the whole race. Jesse Iwuchi's 3 laps down. We think he's trying to get past Ty Gibbs. Somehow ends up running into him, spinning the leader of the race out. This, though, Trevor, this is when it got interesting. You see Noah Gragson moves Ty Gibbs a little bit out of the way, and what does Ty do in return?
Listen, these guys are aggressive. We knew that Noah Gragson was going to push it. I don't think I saw the 54 pushing him back that hard that early.
And then Ty Gibbs, just a few corners later, on the inside of Sheldon Creed, and both of them spin out and run off the course. And this was kind of just the start of the end of Sheldon Creed's day.
They were running 1-2 at that time, Gibbs and Creed. Here comes the battle for the lead. Second stage, you got Myatt Snyder in the 31, the 44 of Andy Lally. And stage 2 goes to Myatt Snyder, his first ever stage win, the first for Jordan Anderson Racing. And here's the big one. Restart final stage, and we got cars everywhere in the Shelton chicane.
Right here, Sheldon Creed's end of his day. LeBay checks up for his stop-and-go penalty, and Creed has nowhere to go.
Yeah, and Sheldon actually ends up being mad at Jake Buford. We're obviously going to skip that. That might have been the best part. And I skipped it, Adam.
Well,
come on.
Maybe you'll give me one of those later. 7 cautions today. We have 27 cars on the lead lap, so there are many that you feel like still could make some kind of a play in this race. 6 lead changes among 5 drivers. It's Myatt Snyder out front right now. Landon Castle, A.J. Allmendinger, Andy Lally, Justin Allgaier, the top 5.
I feel like we should just not have overtime in this race. Like, if we get down to that, I feel like NASCAR should just announce that we're not going to have overtime.
But now I can disrupt eczema with Rinvoq.
Like, do we really need overtime?
Topical or injection. It's one pill.
We need more of this nonsense.
Without topical steroids. Many taking
Because it's like pretty much definitely going to happen.
Up to 100% clear skin. Plus, they felt fast itch relief, some as early as 1 week. That's Rinvoq relief.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin cancer. Death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your eczema specialist about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
I didn't win the lawsuit, but everybody knows I wrote that song.
Oh, gosh, it's been forever. You look fantastic. It's John. Ham, from the blind date we went on years ago.
Ah, the struggling actor who didn't believe he could save a snapshot based on how and how much he drives.
I'd love to talk about it over dinner sometime.
Well, I usually don't talk on the phone during dinner, but for a potential customer, Tom Ham, I will make an exception.
When you hear best-in-class range or best-in-class fuel economy, you may be thinking of really tiny cars. And you'd be really, really wrong. The Ram 1500, V6, heavy V8 with e-torque, or eco-diesel. Exceeding expectations. Again. No wonder more people are switching to Ram than ever before.
Ace now offers free assembly and delivery, so it's never been easier to get a great grill for your family, like a Traeger wood pellet grill, Weber gas grill, or Big Green Egg charcoal grill, only at your neighborhood Ace.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks. This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoy today's broadcast.
After an explosive Friday in qualifying under cloudy skies, the sun is out and conditions are nearly perfect in Epping, New Hampshire for final qualifying at the NHRA New England Nationals. Who will set low ET for New England Nationals? Tune in next and find out after the Xfinity race next on FS1. 15 laps to go in Portland. Sheldon Creed is out of the race. Let's go to Jamie now.
It is a frustrated Sheldon Creed. They had such a solid run going. You said it earlier. You put so much effort into this race. We saw the displeasure you had for the 48 at Jay Buford. What happened on the racetrack?
Yeah, I mean, I thought we had an okay day going. I made a mistake running second there. Drove back to the lead. And I don't know if the 54 got me or if we both just spun together. Yeah, and here's the 48. Just no. But, I mean, we've gone through there so many times and just go straight. I get rolling here, and I'm looking left, and the 36 just stops in front of me. So, yeah, the way my year's gone, every time we have speed, something goes wrong. So, hats off to my wheeling guys. Everyone at RCR has been working really hard to make our cars faster, and yeah, today I feel like, you know, we had a really good shot at winning. So, frustrated that a RCR Alliance car drives through us like that and kind of takes us out of it. So.
Frustrating way to end the day. Thank you, Sheldon.
But you know, everything going to be put in perspective because he's going to come back home to Charlotte, and his wife Cammie is expecting their first child any day. So I know he's disappointed, but in advance, congratulations to Sheldon and Cammie on the birth of their new child.
Yeah, and I know Sheldon. I see him out at the kart track. He's a part of Josh Wise's program. He works extremely hard. Great race car driver. We've seen him do so well in the truck series. Had high expectations for him this year. And I just don't, his luck, and I feel like you make your own luck in racing, but he's had a lot of things. Just like he talked about, he was looking to the left right there, exiting the chicane. He was looking to the left because he thought cars would be coming, like exiting the chicane like he was. He did not expect Alex Saube to be doing his stop and go right in front of him. Let's go back down to Jamie.
Well, Jeff Burton has also been released from the infield care center. Talk us through what the conditions were like out there.
Oh, it's pretty crazy. We
We had a decent day going. The first stage, I made a mistake. We should have got stage points. We finished 11th. And the next stage, I think I was running 10th and tried to get just a little bit and hit the curve and spun out. And then there at the end, I think they were wrecking, get into one, and I got into the water and wheel hopped and just couldn't stop. It kind of crazy because you think it's dry and then you try to make a move and then it's too late. Just hate it for our guys, our first DNF, and we had a special paint scheme this weekend with Robb Elementary and all the victims there, so praying for their families, and we got 2 weeks off, and we'll try to go get them in Nashville.
Thank you, Jeb.
Yeah, it's great that Jeb ran that paint scheme, thinking about all those families in Texas with that tragedy at the elementary school 10 days ago, and unfortunate for him, as he said, they have run well this year and always finished in front of where you probably would have expected. Had a good car today.
Sheldon wears the nerd glasses. I think it's beautiful.
We're going to get the restart with 13 laps to go. In the front row, going to be Maya Snyder, Landon Castle, and waiting in the wings, the 16 of A.J. Allmendinger.
I was about to say, it's go time. Business is about to pick up. But I don't know if business could get any busier right now for us. It's been a wild race so far. You know, the thing is, when you put dry tires, slick tires on these drivers, confidence sometimes can outweigh grip level. And that's what we heard from Jeff Burton. You know, he went to make a move, and there was water there. And so this is a really, I'll call it diverse for lack of better words. You've got wet, dry, all kinds of stuff going on, along with just trying to be better than the next guy. The other thing is, your car can change tremendously from a wet condition to dry. We might see somebody like A.J. Allmendinger, who struggled so bad early on in the wet, his car was no good, come to life right here.
Yeah, and we've talked about Maya Snyder. He was on the outside, now he chose the inside. This is the second restart in a row, but it's been all about that jump, and he's done a really good job. Landon Castle has to time this out just right so he can be side by side with Maya as they get down into turn one.
First time Castle has been on the front row for a restart today. We'll see how he handles it. 13 remaining in Portland.
Allmendinger thought about it. You see Maya protects just a little bit in that water, though. Is he going to be able to get it slowed down? No.
Oh, Maya Snyder. Oh, boy.
A.J. Allmendinger comes through to take the lead.
And pulls away.
Maya Snyder able to gather things up.
Oh, boy. Oh, there we go. Brett Moffitt around. And oh, god damn. Holy shit.
Bailey Curry spinning.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's just a product of guys barely getting off into the wet.
It's not a caution yet, but it probably will be.
Trying to get into the dry. Super frustrating for all those guys involved.
Very similar to Ronnie Herbst's wreck early on. You know, that area just tightens up so much. It's hard to judge, I think, of how hard you are on the left rear and get turned. A.J. Allmendinger back to the lead, y'all. Early on, wrecked before the first green flag. Wrecked a couple more times, had issues.
There's the caution.
I tried to tell you guys. He was the guy to beat. Nobody wanted to listen to Jamie.
8th caution of the day, and this is what we talked about earlier. Now you get off track, and it's so hard to gather things up because it's just so wet. And there's our pole sitter, Anthony Alfredo.
Yep, Alfredo's done.
And we talked about a few minutes ago, he tried to stay out on the wet tires. They then had to pit after everyone else stayed out, and it just puts you in the back. And when there's a wreck, your percentage of being involved in that goes up significantly.
Hated for Connor Mozak because he was making his first ever start. And had been so impressive, and some of these guys leaving the window net up, I think they just want to push, right? I mean, to help them.
I feel like the Cup cars would do great here. By the end of the race, there'd probably be nobody left. That does not sound that great to me.
Evidently trying to maybe get to the fire truck or an exit. But early in the race, when guys would run off,
trust me, I love a shit show. I mean, anybody can appreciate a good shit show. But over the past few months, I've become, like, I've been watching old races, and I've, like, grown to more appreciate, like actual races, not bullshit like this, you know?
Because you feel like if we continue to have items like this happen on track, you can have a chance to salvage a decent finish.
Yeah, and Maya Snyder got really lucky right here. He made a mistake of getting a little too far to the inside, probably looking in his mirror trying to protect from Allmendinger, and then you see...
Like, just an absolute shit show. Like, yeah, this is fun, I'm not gonna lie. This is just a fucking grand old time, you know? But it's not like... This isn't racing. This is not racing at all. This is just a fucking shit show.
I didn't think there was any way he was going to make that corner. Gets back on, doesn't jump the curb, doesn't get the penalty. Landon Castle's heads up. He's aware and gives him room. You know, he could have easily gotten his left side knocked off. You got to hate that for Connor Mozak going to the back here and having a great start to his first Xfinity race, and then right now it ends up in smoke.
Saw Parker Chase in the 26, driving for Sam Hunt, who spent some time in the top 10 today, also has damage, and there he is. He's been able to drive back around to the pit lane.
If we go back to that restart and we talk about Myatt Snyder, he's the control car. But when you have someone...
All right, I'm going to go get my dog.
Won 7 of these road course races, you're paranoid about him and knowing that he's going to be able to outbrake. And you see AJ starts to show him the nose. It's only comes back into line. And then Myatt automatically pulled down to, just a little bit of a block. And it would have been fine other than the track was wet right there. And when that right front tire got into the water, you just can't control the car. Myatt does a good job recovering here, but I think a lot of that was just a product of Myatt wanting to defend, knowing how good AJ Allmendinger is at these type of tracks.
And that's all AJ had to do, is show him a nose, make him think about it. And when he looked up in that mirror, saw AJ peek to the right, AJ's job was done. Get back in line, let him make the mistake at that point.
I look at drivers that are now in the top 10, and one of the cool things that's happened in the first half of the regular season, we've had 2 different organizations get their first win all time. SS Greenlight Racing in Fontana, California, Cole Custer driving for Bobby Dotter, and a couple of weeks ago in Texas, Big Machine Racing with Tyler Reddick behind the wheel. And then you look, up in the top 10 right now, Myatt Snyder's up there for Jordan Anderson. Alpha Prime has Andy Lally up inside the top 5. Ryan Sieg is there. So some really good stories in the top 10 of organizations that would love today to get someone their first career victory. Let's go to Josh.
And here with Bruce, the 16 team. It's been a crazy day for AJ Allmendinger. What have you been telling him to get through this? And as we look at it, looks like the rain might be coming down a little bit again. What's the plan here?
And we've had a lot of ups and downs today. Did start off very good, but I told him just battle back. It's a long race, long way to go. Anything can happen to these tracks. And yeah, to the point, it looks like the rain's starting to fall again. Everybody out there's got slick tires on. So we'll kind of see what happens over these next, I think there's 10 to go. So, just kind of keep battling adversity. We've had a lot of fun today, a lot of moving parts and people. So just kind of keep it out front and hope for the best here.
Thanks for your time, and good luck the rest of the way. Jamie?
What we heard in that interview was the rain is starting to fall just a little bit. I am in Justin Allgaier's pit, and the word to him on the radio from his crew chief, Jason Burdett, was, you're going to have to make the call. You're going to have to tell us what you want. They have pushed up a set of wet tires. I'm going to have Michael Erickson, my cameraman, shift down here to the ground. Look at this puddle. That's how much rain is falling right now. It's not a lot, but it's more than what we've had for the last 30, 40 minutes or so. So could get interesting. It could stay pretty dry, but we're just going to have to wait and find out.
So here's where I'm at. It looks like the rain is picking up, and that interview Josh was doing, it looked like a lot of rain was getting ready to come down. If I'm Allmendinger, I think I'm staying out right here because I've got the track position. Hopefully, if we can get running and not have a caution, maybe it stays dry. But if I'm one of these guys towards the back, I'm going to take my chances.
Saturday Night Baseball on Fox is on.
And hope that it didn't rain. All those guys are forced to pit or they run off the track. I think if you even look at someone like a Brandon Brown, Jay Buford, they're just outside the top 10. Maybe take a chance.
You know who hates this right now? Anthony Alfredo. He went through 3 restarts on wet tires. The only one. Comes in, puts slicks on. Now the rain's coming back again. He's wishing he had those back on.
And his car got destroyed.
Totally.
Hey, we've gone past our time. Not surprising as we are working caution number 8. I feel like our races all year have gone long in the Xfinity races. So if you tuned in for NHRA drag racing from New Hampshire, we'll get you there. You can watch the entire show in its entirety when we're done in Portland with these NASCAR Xfinity Series machines. That is an appropriate piece of video for this stage of the day. We'll step aside. We're going to have inside of 10 laps to go. And I think the drama is just beginning. In fact, before we go to break, pit stops, and among them coming down.
AJ didn't want to hear it from you. AJ did not listen to me.
I'm going to say that they're just looking at a radar and have that information where it's starting to rain too hard and they know how slick it is on the slick tires.
Look at the front stretch. I mean, there's not the difference that we saw earlier. The rain is coming down. This is going right back, and AJ's mad. He was so much better in the dry, and now he's got to go back to those conditions he had trouble on early in the race.
What about it, Josh?
Yeah, that's exactly what you guys are saying. AJ came over the radio and said it's getting really wet out here. Thought they had to make the change. They decided, yes, let's make the change. Come in and get those wet tires again. Jamie?
Jason Allgaier also made the call. He said everybody.
Jason
behind me was
Allgaier?
coming. He said I'm going to come also. He wasn't happy with this car in the dry. He was actually telling his team we need to make some notes in case we come back here next year. He's much happier with the wet weather setup. 4 tires are already on it.
Well, and the only way positions change hands here is if someone stayed on track, right? All these guys that pitted, that they gave up track position to those that maybe would have stayed out. There might have been a couple, but for everyone you see here, they will go back out and restart where they were running up against the other drivers that pitted. And these are the few drivers that have stayed out. In fact, the only guys I think on the lead lap are Jay Buford and J.J. Yaley, I believe. We'll double check all of this.
You would have to think they're going to pit this next time around, seeing the rest of the field pit, knowing that it's coming down worse. I would have to think that Jake Buford will come the next time around.
I don't know. He might try to fucking risk it.
You can see the tires as they roll around the track, picking up the moisture. I mean, that to me is enough moisture.
And here's the thing. The reason Jay didn't pit is he was one of those drivers that stayed on the wet weather tires, and I believe is J.J. Yaley on the wets as well. It was hard to tell in that last shot. He's on the dries, yes.
Yeah. Well, Jay Buford stuck with it, Jamie. He kept the cards through all five hands there.
Yeah, the only thing that when we look at that is knowing that he ran the wet tires in the dry, and it was pretty dry a few minutes ago, is just how much of the tire did he use up? Because these tires are extremely soft, obviously to make grip for the wet weather conditions, and when you run them in the dry, it doesn't take long to completely wear them out.
We didn't make it through turn 2 very often in the dry conditions, so he might be okay.
We'll step aside and we'll reset everything when we come back. What a day.
You feel bad for those who missed this race because they might have to watch a long YouTube race replay? Yeah.
Saturday, baseball night in America is on Fox. The 1-2 punch of Trout and Ohtani powers the Angels as they take on Harper and the Phillies. Or a historic rivalry is reignited as Nolan Arenado leads the Cardinals against the Cubs. It's baseball night in America.
This race started at 4:38. It's 7:18.
Your age, your name, your trophies. None of that matters this season. Just what beats under your hood. I am NASCAR.
Toyota, let's go places.
The sports world is buzzing about the USFL. What a championship this week on Fox. The Philadelphia Stars look to make a push for the playoffs against the Michigan Panthers. Real football for real fans. The USFL, tomorrow at noon Eastern on Fox.
Jay Buford is leading at Portland International Raceway. So good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon as we've gone past 7 o'clock in the East with Trevor Bain, Jamie McMurray. I'm Adam Alexander. Pit road today being handled by Josh Sims and Jamie Howell. And you think about, big machine racing, and it's their second year as an organization. And they wanted to continue to work to find the sweet spot with their program, so they brought some cut drivers over. And in Texas, Tyler Reddick goes out. It wasn't an easy win, but boy, when it came down to the wire, he was the car to beat. He gets Scott Borchetta and this team their first win in organization history. And now the guy that kind of got it all started is back behind the wheel, and he's delivering on the road course, Jade Buford.
He is, and he built this relationship with Scott Borchetta through some road racing, and Scott wanted to give him a chance. And he went over racing. It wasn't really going as they had planned or hoped this season, and they wanted to test things out and see where they were off on speed, if their alliance with RCR was working out. So they got with Tyler Reddick, put him in, found some speed, and I would have to think Jake Buford has a ton more confidence stepping into this 48 car now, knowing it can go out and win, that they've got all the tools, they've got all the pieces, and now today he's got an opportunity to go and redeem himself. You know, after a few weeks off, he gets to battle for a win.
Jamie, you have more on the 48?
Well, it really has been just a building of this program that you've been talking about. Jay Buford made that decision earlier on in the race in conjunction with his crew chief, Patrick Donahue, not to go to the slicks. So he has not driven on the slicks all day today. He stayed on these wet tires. He's the one that went through all of the restarts, did all of the work when everybody else was out on the slicks. It got him to this point right now. You know, 2 of his 3 top 10s in Xfinity racing have come on a road course. He actually raced here at this track back in 2018 in a sports car series. So he did have some experience. He had something to base it off of. But either way, experience or not, it's a great showing for this number 48 machine.
Look at that car. I mean, just look at that car.
Carnage.
And I'm telling you, the pressure on him for this next restart and these laps, he wants to obviously run as many caution laps as we can. But from his perspective, sitting in the seat, again, we talked about Myatt Snyder and the mistake we thought he might have made because he was worried about A.J. Allmendinger being behind him. Think about Jay Buford and having Allmendinger behind you here. The difference being we're going to be on the wet
Moke
tires,
trout.
So you do get into the puddle. It's probably not going to be quite as big of a deal. But he's got to really stay focused right here and think about how am I going to launch? How am I going to do this restart? Where am I going to brake at into turn 1? And what am I going to do with A.J. Allmendinger who's right behind me?
The guy lined up right beside him, J.J. Yaley, he's on slick tires still. And so if he can find any kind of dry, I would have to imagine he's going to get a better launch down that front stretch. So if I'm Jade Buford, I'm going to get my roll speed up pretty high coming into that restart zone, not to give him any kind of an advantage on launch with those slick tires.
This top 10 is so interesting, and another thing to point out.
You're going to Morocco the 7th?
The race leader has the choice of inside, outside, on the front row. Other than that, there's no choose rule in a road course. But
You're going to go
row
back,
5,
and then we're going to have the
row
weird
6.
time zone differences.
9th is Gibbs restarting behind him, and 11th is Gregson. That'll be another hot point to watch on this restart.
You know, one of the things that I don't see, it looked like it was raining really hard just a few minutes ago. I don't see any of the windshield wipers. It looks like it's just barely coming down. Jamie, do you have more on the weather down there?
Well, I'm looking at a puddle down here on pit lane, and I can tell you there is nothing falling from the sky right now. So if J.J. Yuley's still out there on slicks, he may be the one with the advantage. Now, it is a 1.97-mile racetrack, so it may be raining somewhere else, but here on the front side, there's nothing.
So we want wet tires on one end of the track, Adam, and dry on the other.
Yes.
We're looking for.
Hey, we're going to have 7 laps to go when we get the green flag. And look at the drivers in the top 10 and how many times they've won in their career. Half of them have never picked up a checkered flag. Only one for Myatt Snyder. And then there's A.J. Allmendinger, who's won 11 times, 7 on a road course. And Justin Allgaier has 17 victories, 3 of those coming on a road course in the Xfinity Series.
We talked about all these fans earlier and how they came and they sat in the rain. We know why now, because the racing has been incredible. The action that they have got to see, especially where they're sitting right here, down into turn 1. Look at them standing up, getting on their feet. It has been so much fun to watch these cars today.
I feel nervous right now.
I do too.
Always I can't wait.
J.J. Yaley is going to look like a hero here if it stays a little bit dry, but man, I'm nervous for him. I got to be honest. I feel like he's jumped into the shark tank here a little bit.
Well, and Jade's going to have to obviously protect with Allmendinger, but if I'm Jade, I'm going to run the 66 a little wide. I'm going to get him into where the water is so that he can't use the advantage, if there is, of those slick tires. It looks to me like the track is still fairly wet. I'm thinking I'm still leaning towards the wet tires right now.
Big deal here. Buford is the control car. That makes an enormous difference sitting alongside a guy that's on those dry tires. 7 laps to go in Portland. Jade Buford is the man in charge.
7 laps to go. Green flag is in the air. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so stupid. This is the stupidest fucking race I have ever seen in my entire life.
Well, and because the track has dried out just a little bit, it's not soaking wet. It's almost like the traditional line is a little better. Allmendinger ran wide there in turn 4. Myatt Snyder was able to pass Allmendinger for the lead.
If you go back, he went to the outside. He went
Jade Buford.
left on that restart and was able to funnel down into the top spot.
Jade Buford back here, smoke everywhere, fenders flying, still hanging on to 3rd place right now.
You see Allmendinger is going to be in a good position right here as they get down into turn 9. You see Myatt get loose around that backstretch.
Caution is out.
Caution number 9. And it's all from the debris in turn 1 where those cars piled in on the restart.
It's going to be so interesting to see who was the leader. I want to say that was Myatt Snyder. Will get to be the control car on this next restart.
There's not a clean panel on a race car out here.
I mean, it's a good thing they don't race for 2 weeks. It's going to take a while to fix all these cars.
And keep in mind, this is the first of 4 races and the next 9 on the schedule that will take place on a road course.
Allmendinger was committed on this restart. I was worried, though. I thought this car right behind him, the 10 Atlanta Castle, looked like he wasn't going to get slowed down, but you see big carnage there, all those cars piling up.
This is too fucking long. It's only 2.5 hours.
You're right, Jamie. A.J. Allmendinger took that wet line, and Myatt Snyder just drove it in there on the bottom and took it away.
Well, and Myatt had nothing to lose. A.J. took what he
Wait,
thought
those
was
numbers
the best
don't
line.
make sense.
You might as well try to make that pass there.
Because this race started at 4:38. So that says 2.5 hours. That would make it like 7:18 right now. Oh wait, no, those like 3-minute like stage breaks. They don't count that on the time.
Right front here, he needs to make sure there's no tire rub or no tire pressure coming down on that unit.
You know, we said this earlier, but it's worth bringing up again. The road racing experience for Myatt Snyder, because he did a season in the NASCAR Euro Series, tons of road racing experience against some great veterans when it comes to racing on the road. And all of that repetition is huge for a young driver. And you have to also talk about the story of this race team. Jordan Anderson, who's been a journeyman in the Camping World Truck Series, decides last year to come over to the Xfinity Series. And because of their point situation being a new team, qualifying reigns out at Daytona, they really had a hard time getting much traction. But they stayed in the game. They signed Myatt to come over, run full-time this year, and now they're seeing it pay off. This is a really good story for Jordan and Myatt, everyone involved with that 31 organization.
Yeah, I mean, for Jordan Anderson to hang on as long as he has and finally start to build.
I'll be back in a second.
Series. Last year was you were right, it's a huge breaking point for them to go out there and show what they could do with Tyler Reddick in the car stuff, and now Myatt Snyder to come over full-time and run this car every week and try to build some momentum. What a good day for him to be out front here.
And by the way, congratulations to Jordan, who a couple of months ago, Easter weekend, got married to the young McReynolds, Kendall, Larry's daughter, Larry and Linda's daughter. So we offer our congratulations there.
I don't know about sitting at the table with Larry Mack eating turkey at Thanksgiving. I'd like to know. I bet you that Larry knows all the stats of how many times the ladle went in the gravy.
He probably
per
does.
hour for that day.
Well, you know, it's funny. Jordan and Kendall were a part of the Better Half Dash that we had as a part of our Race Hub show a couple of weeks ago, raising money for MRO. And if you can survive that as a young married couple, I mean, you're going to be married like 50 years, I think.
He's a really good kid. Larry, I know, thinks the world of him, and just
let's hope
good
so.
person. Yeah. You see all these guys running wide. They're trying to get these wet weather tires cooled off. I saw Allmendinger do it when we were talking about Myatt Snyder in the front. Jade is pitting because that is called a jalopy right there. That car, that wouldn't even work good at Martinsville, I don't think, Adam.
I hate this for Scott, Borchetta, who watches these races on the edge of his seat. And you know what? Give a lot of credit here to Patrick Donahue, who's helped lay the foundation for this team over the last couple of years. But that one is really beat up today, Jamie.
It is, but this car got them all the way into the top three. Led at one point in time, and unfortunately, it's just this body damage at the rear. It was sitting on the tire. By their best guess, they're going to leave and going to restart the race in about 22nd place, have to drive up through the field. They're going to just do that because if they got a flat tire, it would just take them out completely. Rough day, though, Josh.
Yeah, not a rough day for Shane. Shane Whitbeck saying it's a stressful day, but Maya Snyder on top of the board right now. What have you been saying other than it's a stressful day right now?
I mean, these guys at Jordan Anderson and this Chevrolet, just doing a great job today. I'm just telling them to hit his marks and keep doing what we can do. He's a heck of a road racer. I'm just really proud of everybody getting this car together, and hopefully the rain comes a little bit to help cool these tires back down and have to decide what we're doing, and just everybody's doing a really good job here at Jordan Anderson Racing.
Thanks for your time and good luck the rest of the way.
There were so many questions for these crew chiefs going into today because the weather and what twists and turns that would create. So a lot of stress on all those guys that sit on the pit box.
The answer is yes, Adam. Everything. Anything they ask, yes, it can happen today because it has happened. Jamie and I were just looking here at the running order, and Austin Hill has worked his way all the way back up to 5th after getting himself in a bad spot with taking wets when everybody else went dry and slick and went back down. Brandon Brown in 4th place right here. That's what his car looks like, kind of like Jake Buford's.
And here's what I would say about him. I know you wouldn't put a lot of money on him right now because of how beat up his car is, but we've seen some crazy stuff on these restarts. He needs a win if he's going to qualify for the playoffs. Won last fall at Talladega. That's the only win of his career. He's hanging in there today, despite the fact that 68 is battered beat.
Nobody is out of this right now. The turn one at this track, with the track being so wide and funneling down to such a narrow area, that nobody is safe. Allmendinger, my insider, no one is safe right now. Josh Berry, we talked to him before we got here. He ran his expectations coming here were really low. He's in a position he could be the guy to win this race. He won by 16 points. Clearly, he can win at a road course.
I don't know, Jake. I'll let you have that one.
Selling it because I got so excited.
You sounded really good, but I don't know.
Hey, his best ever run on a road course was when he was driving that 31 last year in Mid-Ohio, finished top 10. So some synergy there for the guys that are restarting row 1, row 2 on the inside.
I just keep looking for a clean car, and surprisingly enough, AJ Allmendinger's car looks the best of all of them, and he's been off track 2, 3, 4 times.
12. Yeah, 12. He's been off track, it seems like every 5 laps.
Restart coming, 4 laps to go. Will this be the restart that decides it in Portland?
All right. We're going to go back green this time with 4 to go.
Who's going to win the first ever Xfinity race at Portland International Raceway?
Green flag is back in the air. 4 laps left of racing.
Snyder got a good jump there. Looks like he's going to have an open entry to get into turn 1.
Yeah, he made a big commitment.
Everyone careful there.
It's inside AJ. It's going to be interesting to see what AJ...
Oh, shit.
Able to get straight up. It's going to be interesting to see what AJ does when we get over here into this slower section of what line Maya chooses to run. You see AJ's doing the exact same thing.
Oh, shit.
Oh, a little bit of contact, not too bad.
AJ muscled him. Can he make the pass?
He's in the best position, I think, being on the inside. But this turn is critical, this turn 7, because that's what sets you up for that run down the backstretch. We've seen a lot of passes into turn 9.
I'm really surprised that Maya left that line open for AJ, knowing that's how he got the lead the first time. We see AJ being really protective to the inside there, into the wet.
Super defensive line by AJ right there, either trying to cool his tires or just thought that's where the most grip was going to be. And you see, though, he got a great launch off turn 7. Doesn't look like Maya's going to be able to challenge him into this final turn 10.
It was like AJ said, let him go and get the lead on the restart from the inside lane, and then I'll run him down. And that's exactly what AJ's been able to do.
I'll be honest, Maya Snyder's doing a great job keeping up with AJ here. You would think once AJ gets to the lead, he just checks out, but Maya paints with him. AJ was aggressive getting that lead there.
Great racing. I mean, AJ, he got into him, but they're just racing hard. Didn't wipe him out, didn't shove him off the racetrack. And I agree. I mean, Maya Snyder is doing a great job just hanging with him.
3 laps to go.
A lot of times when we see people pull out like that on the straightaway, they're trying to break the air. You know, you watch the Indianapolis 500 or a race like that, but right now AJ needs to keep these tires cool. They're actually drying up more and quicker than they expected during this run.
So Austin Hill, get by Josh Berry. That was for third. He's in that 21 for Richard Childress Racing. Hill was second earlier this season on the road course in Austin, Texas. Look at J.J. Yaley back there in the 6th position.
That's those slick tires
It is,
hanging
indeed.
on. Might come back to life here if this thing keeps drying out.
Ty Gibbs has worked his way up to 7th. Junior Motorsports, 3 cars in the top 10 today. A.J. Allmendinger had to go to the back, told us that after he qualified 10th yesterday, so we ought to make a bunch of changes to this car. They made him. He's off track multiple times, went a lap down. I mean, they just could not find it. But once he did, he has rallied back to the front, and now he'll be leading this thing with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, and AJ's using a lot more track as we saw through turns 10.
2 more laps to go.
Than what Myatt was behind him, and it looks like he's actually a little bit slower in that section of the racetrack. You see Myatt braking, getting a little bit loose on the entry there, getting all they can out of it. And the car that I've got my eye on is the 21. Austin Hill has come. He's got a little bit fresher tires than what the 2 in front of him do, and he's been the quickest cars on the track the last 2 laps that we've got to run green.
The fact that he went to the rear in the midst of all that chaos and came out the other side and is working his way back to third is so impressive. He's done a great job all day from start to finish. He's been in the top 3. You know, him and Sheldon Creed were up there early on. Sheldon got crashed. Ty Gibbs was in front of him. He got crashed. Now, Austin has been one of the only drivers to be in the top 3 or top 5 the majority of the day.
Hey, Ryan Sieg was top 10 on the restart and in position to have a really good day after back-to-back DNFs, but he has fallen outside the top 10, so they obviously had a problem.
See a little wheel hop there from J.J. Yaley as Ty Gibbs looks to get that position away.
Coming back to the white flag. And that's what AJ wants, because he knows once he gets the white flag, the next flag will end it here in Portland. And this is a great race for 6.
He better get there in a hurry because these guys are all trying to wreck right now. J.J. Yaley trying to hold off Gibbs and Allgaier.
Gibbs a little 2 for 1 there. Goes from 8th to 6th.
All right, here we go.
Here comes AJ. 1 lap remaining.
White flag is in the air. We have 1 lap left of racing from Portland.
I believe it. It looks pretty good. A.J. Allmendinger, maybe Myatt Snyder's a surprise, but how we got here has been incredible. This has been the wildest race I've watched in a long time.
I can't wait to hear AJ's comments when he gets out of this car because he has had such an up and down day. We talked about it multiple times off the track, and I got lapped at one point in the race. Ty Gibbs lapped A.J. Allmendinger, who's leading this race right now. But you know what? Never give up. And we know how good Adam that he is on tracks just like this.
Is that what you were saying at the beginning of the show?
I told you guys. I've told you guys numerous times.
We had it from the beginning.
Allmendinger was the guy.
I won't say I wrote him off, but early on I had some major concerns about the 16.
Myatt Snyder's still right there, y'all. He's a second back. I mean, AJ's got to stay on his game to the finish here.
And it looks like the rain has picked up just a little bit on that section of the racetrack. You see it got a little bit dark. The cars are starting to slide around just a little bit more. When you're the leader, you're trying to be a little bit conservative. Myatt Snyder, though, has nothing to lose. Obviously, he wants to have a good points day, but it's really all about winning.
Well, this second place might feel like a win for this team today. This is a big turnaround for them.
Incredible ride for the 16.
A.J. Allmendinger comes around onto the front stretch. He's going to win.
From the back to the front, A.J. Allmendinger.
A.J. Allmendinger wins at Portland.
What a day.
What a race.
Long day for all these guys.
That's 12 career wins. 8 now on road courses.
It's going to be over 10% now.
It is. He's won 8 of 70 all time in the NASCAR Xfinity Series on the road. He was already the all-time leader in that category. His last win coming earlier this season on the road course in Austin, Texas. Of course, as we told you earlier, he won a kart race here in 2006. When he won that, it was the first of 3 in a row. Perhaps number 16 going to get on a summertime heater in the Xfinity Series.
Think about all the road courses we have coming up. He's obviously won both of the road courses this year. And Trevor, I'm with you. Like, when you look at him winning, you're like, yeah, it was a given. But the day that he had to get to that point, it's unbelievable to see that 16 car in victory lane today going what he's been.
It's the second time he's won an inaugural race. He also won the first race at Mid-Ohio back in 2013, driving at that time for the captain, Roger Penske. He is, in fact, the king of the road, A.J. Allmendinger. We said at 8 career wins on road courses. You see the stage wins and all those top 5 finishes, and this is what happened to him, starting at the back of the field, off track before we even saw the green.
Yeah, and he's just trying to get caught up to the field right here. Runs off in turn 12. This is in turn 5. We see he just drops the tire off, slides off the track again.
Lap 63, this is action in the final stage. He had become a player. In fact, he goes to the point on this restart. How about the fact he only led 6 laps all day long?
Well, this is how he got the lead for the final time. Drove it in on the bottom, took the lead away from Maya Snyder, and checked out. The fans love him. Look at him going crazy up there. What a great race they got to have today, and to see everything that happened in that particular.
You know, that race started off really fucking bad, but I feel like that actually became a pretty good race. Towards like pretty much after Ty Gibbs got taken out, that became a pretty good race.
On road courses, this is a team that dominates at the speedways, super speedways, and also when we hit the road.
And now they get 2 weeks to celebrate. They're going to be celebrating this whole time. Everybody else is trying to cool down from all the craziness that we had, all the controversy. I know a lot of them were mad. Sheldon Creed, we saw that, but A.J. Allmendinger's getting out as a winner.
And he can't celebrate
Not too much. He's got work to do tomorrow. Ooh, yeah, flying over to Gateway later tonight.
I love his emotion, too. I mean, it never gets old for him.
Think about 24 hours ago, we're watching qualifying, how frustrated he was when he got out of his car. He knew there was something wrong with it. That team right there worked on all night. He said 31 changes they made to that 16 car to get it to where it needed to be today, and now they're in good.
And y'all, I got my win pick. My win pick won the race. He had to go through some shit to get there, but
has been an anchor to that program to help them get these wins that they've had lately. I'm sure they're going to enjoy this flight over to Gateway later on to watch their Cup car on track.
Hey, they won a Cup race last year, and it was AJ who got it done in Indianapolis. Let's hear from the victor. Down to Josh.
A.J. Allmendinger, you said you made more than 30 changes to this car, just about every change except the motor before this one. You start the race in the back, you have problems all day, work your way through the field, and you get the victory. How do you describe this win?
Oh my God. All the men and women at college racing deserve that. I was awful. I cannot believe I crashed before we went green. Like, I was off the racetrack, I think, 4 times. Made all kinds of mistakes, was all over the place. But it's, oh, sorry, we got to go race again tomorrow. But just proud of everybody. I'm Solution Chevy. I was melting down in the car, honestly. I making so many mistakes, trying so hard. I put so much pressure on myself at these races because I know what everybody expects. I know what I expect out of myself, more importantly. But it's, God, what a win! It might be one of the craziest wins I've ever had. Most mistakes ever to win a race for sure. But all the fans of Portland for staying out here. This place is packed. 16 years ago, I won this month my first Champ Car race, and it's surreal that I still get to do this. And thanks to Matt Colley, Chris Rice, all the men and women for allowing me this. Baby, I love you. Mom, my dad's here. He was here on Father's Day for my first win. So just can't, you know what? And more importantly, can't thank ECR and RCR, everybody enough, because this thing was having so many problems yesterday engine-wise. They changed everything but the motor, fixed it, and I was the only issue in the car today.
AJ, can you break down for me the pass for the lead?
Yeah, Maya was doing an amazing job. He was really good in the wet. I got under him. We touched there. In these conditions, I knew if I could get to the lead, I could rotate it. So I was fighting hard there, but Maya did a great job. He's always fast in these road courses. So fun racing, just insanity. But thank everybody at Chevy that allows us to do this. Xfinity for allowing us to do this. What a cool race. And Sparko, everybody, just everybody that's on this race car. So thank you, everybody.
Thanks and congratulations, AJ. You got a flight to catch to St. Louis for the Cup race. Jamie, who you got?
Well, Mike Snyder was also watching that replay of the lap that happened with 4 laps ago. It was the pass.
All right, y'all. So, I'm going to end the stream. Fun 6.5 hour stream. I'll be live tomorrow. The Cup race is at 3:30, so I'll be live at 3:15. AJ Allmendinger wins the Xfinity race. And Corey, I'm on the truck race, so fun day. Fucking stupid ass Xfinity race, but then it got pretty good. But still, overall, pretty stupid. But hey, fun. I mean, all right, y'all. I want to thank everybody for watching.